The Bills enter into the offseason after falling to the Denver Broncos in overtime by a score of 33-30.
This is a team that's, again, we were battle tested all year. Down 2 scores at halftime, come out, sack, fumble, hold them to 3, find ourselves leading that game. And if 1 or 2 plays go our way, it's a different story.
There were 5 total turnovers for the offense, 2 interceptions and 2 fumbles by Josh Allen. James Cook tallied a fumble as well. Bright spot within, Deion Walker did record his first interception as well. In other news, offensive coordinator Joe Brady had some interviews yesterday with the Miami Dolphins, Baltimore Ravens, and the Las Vegas Raiders. The Sabres in action today with another early puck drop set for 1:30 against the Hurricanes, and you'll be able to catch all of the action over on our sister station, the Bet 1520, with pregame starting at 12:30. We got an injury update on Josh Norris as well, and he's listed as week to week as of now. Around the NFL, following Bills-Broncos, it was revealed that Bo Nix has a fracture in his ankle and will miss the remainder of the postseason. Jarrett Stidham will get the start, per head coach Sean Payton postgame. The Patriots advance to the AFC Championship over the Texans 28-16. The Seahawks dismantle the 49ers 41-6. And last night, the Bears fall to the Rams in an overtime thriller 20-17. And on another note, the mystery of what constitutes a catch in the NFL continues. We're anxiously awaiting another poll from Gene Steratore. In college football, the national championship is tonight. Kickoff set for 7:30 between Miami and Indiana. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
How it ended, and that's
550.
Hey everybody, we are here. It's snowing. It's supposed to be a lot of snow in the next couple days. Maybe you're off today, maybe not, but there's a travel advisory that'll be happening today. So, be smart, do what you can. Winter storm warning until 4 p.m. Wednesday. So we're looking at a couple days to just hunker down and talk about that game, if anybody wants to. Buffalo Bills Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Open phone lines for you, 803-0550. I know the game was on Saturday. We all had 24 hours to process it, to watch other football, avoid other football. I listened to Joe Cali and who are you? Was it you and Zach or Derek?
It was the trio of us.
All three. Perfect. I was right. Okay. All three. Listen to you guys on Sunday. Nice job on the show. I was just kind of like in and out. And here we are on our way to the offseason, but of course, ready to talk about lots and lots of things. And maybe it's a difficult day for you. Hopefully we have some fun along the way. And when we find out when Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane speak for like the end of season presser, we will let you know. Last year, that was on Thursday. And this year, we'll see if it's on Thursday, Friday, whatever. One quick note on that. I saw Tim Graham of The Athletic. He pointed out that he hasn't been able really to hear anything yet. He tweeted yesterday something about Beane and McDermott about their future. I suppose everything's on the table. Precious few know what Terry Pegula will do. I've tried lately, and nobody in the organization has been willing to tell me if McDermott or Beane is safe. Pretty simple to lower that temperature if management wanted to. And I tend to agree with that. The unique thing about the Bills' structure that I would like to just mention is just the coach doesn't report to the GM. If the GM ran the whole show, one person could say, I don't expect any changes. Since they both report to the owner, they might not know their future. They might not know each other's future. That future might still be to be determined. Maybe they're both back. But it's not quite the normal structure in the NFL, or the most common one, I should say. So until they are announced as I don't expect any changes, as soon as we see that NFL insider tweet to say something like no changes expected, if you want to speculate on anything you want, you can go ahead and do that. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Bills Broncos. Then we watch the Seahawks annihilate the 49ers.
You might have turned your TV on immediately and just saw Rashid Shaheed running down the field as I did.
Comical at that moment for you?
Yeah. No, he had already caught the ball. He was sprinting to the end zone. It was the first play of the game.
My favorite view,
I didn't know if it was the kickoff or not.
Right. My favorite view is from a hotel room outside of the stadium where you could just see Shaheed come into view of the hotel room. You could see a sliver of the field.
Yeah.
And the crowd goes wild. And then the Patriots beat the Texans. CJ Stroud, bad. And the Rams and Bears played a thriller with Caleb Williams delivering another absolutely legendary moment. Then he gets picked in overtime, and that was a miscommunication between him and DJ Moore, and the Rams win. So Rams, Seahawks, but before that, the Patriots, Broncos.
And the Patriots get
Jarrett Stidham.
a gift.
Yeah, I get a gift.
A gift of a backup quarterback matchup.
Here we are. There's a lot of things that are gross. There's a lot of things we can talk about. And we got...
And the Sabres play tonight if you need a distraction.
This afternoon, 12:30.
12:30, right, 12:30, right, exactly.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hold on, let me play this game. All right, good. You know what I need?
No, sorry, 1:30.
1:30, you're right.
Pre-game starts.
And that's on the Bet 1520.
Yeah.
You know what I need? I needed the Sabres to make me feel better. Let's see who they're playing here. They're playing a Carolina. Okay. They don't win. They haven't won there in a decade?
Yeah, 8 years. I don't think they've won there.
All right. Go win there. Make everybody feel better. All right. So, where does everybody want to begin? There are lots of places to start, to end. We've got months to do this. I feel like if you did not watch last night's Rams-Bears game, I will reluctantly bring this up. There was a similar play where Devontae Adams caught a ball and had it ripped out, and he was ruled to be down by contact. And it kind of opened it up. It's the Leo DiCaprio meme where you point at the TV.
Yes.
And it happened again. And there was a similar play in Texans Patriots as well, not quite the same to me. So the catch conversation is opened up yet again.
Yep.
Do with it what you want.
Is that where you want to start?
I mean, I didn't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about officials. You know me. I never want to talk about officials.
Right. That's why.
And you know me. I have no space to even blame officials. I have kind of evolved to this point. I'm glad I'm seeing more and more people drift over to, we really don't need any rules analysts. They are making it worse.
Every time Terry McCauley talked yesterday, it was driving me nuts.
They're making it worse.
More than ever.
And there's nothing I feel less comfortable with than being the fan base that's tweeting out screenshots of the rules. I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
I
hate it too. But I think it happened.
Okay.
Which is it's tough to tough to avoid that.
I'll tell you what I think. I think that ball got picked off. That's what I think. I think that should be an interception.
Okay.
So
by the rule or what the rule should be?
Well, I think that ball, Brendan Cooks didn't catch that ball. That's what I think.
Because
if you guys want to be mad at me about that, I'll accept it. I watched it. I thought he caught it, and then I watched it.
Yeah.
No, because the number one way I think that ball was picked off is if the ball shoots out of Cook's hands onto the ground. There's no doubt in my mind that's incomplete.
That play happened, though, yesterday in Texans, and they didn't call it incomplete.
You'll have to show me the play.
There was a play yesterday where it was the same play, and it was incomplete instead of a pick, and they called it down by contact, no fumble. The Patriots actually scooped it up. And
I saw this play on that play. Excuse me. Whatever. I don't think. I think if the ball hits the. If you want to say the others are called wrong, I don't care. I think Brandon Cooks didn't catch the ball. That's what I think. My thought is, of course, got the big board behind me.
Cooks is the bigger problem.
Can I get a catch?
Yeah.
Can I get a catch?
The whole time he was here. I'm going
to get a shirt. Kincaid last year.
Yeah.
Can I get a catch? Keishon Boutte gave him a catch.
It is true that
Can I get a catch?
back-to-back years, Allen's last pass landed in his receiver's hands.
Right. And his most reliable receiver, maybe? Can I get a catch? That's where I am. You want to call in and say the league is fixed? Go for it.
I don't think it's fixed.
I want a catch. The league is inconsistent. The officiating has been inconsistent. You know, part of me wants to say, like, is this your first rodeo? You showed up to the league and you think, like, hey, they made a bad call. Like, sometimes that happens.
Right.
That happens.
Like that, and that's kind of what I think. I think it's a bad call, but I think the rule is worse than the call is because they have created this system where everything in the NFL is over once you have possession with a knee down, except for a catch.
Right.
Like
That's true.
Fumble is impossible on that play because he's down by contact. Cooks, I think, has the ball for 2 feet and 2 knees. And they even said yesterday in the broadcast, a knee counts as 2 feet.
Yep.
So didn't he have 6 feet down then before he loses the ball hitting the ground? Again, the survive the ground rule is to me
often,
the biggest problem.
It's often kind of dumb.
Yeah.
We see it all the time on the sideline.
Because then it's up to total subjectivity, which is why last night, like, there's McCauley saying, like, oh, well, Adams, that's a definitive catch because he had possession. Like, he had possession, to me, for as long as Brandon Cooks had possession.
Do you remember Puka's best catch of all time on the sideline against the Panthers last weekend? He made an unbelievable catch. He gets 2 feet down, but then the ball moves. Should that be a catch? Are we redoing the catch altogether? Is it just going to be your feet?
Hey, maybe you might because you got the coach that's really mad about it that's on the competition committee. And is he going to spend 2 months figuring out a way to...
He might.
Like, to me, just find a way to survive the ground.
Right.
Let's not count things. Marvin Mims, like that touchdown get brought up a lot during the game because Marvin Mims against Dane Jackson down the field, which, by the way, how do you not give Dane Jackson some help? You know they're throwing it to him on that first play that he's on the field. But he catches the ball, 2 feet, his knee lands out of bounds. Like, in my world, that play's over. But everyone wanted to point out, as soon as the ball hit the ground, it moved a little. And again, like, I think that should be a touchdown. But the fact that that is even up to interpretation, to me, is the problem with the rule in the first place. We should not be interpreting things that happen after someone's knee has landed out of bounds.
Sure.
So I think the rule's a disaster.
I saw people desperately trying to claim that Marvin Mims' ball moved, and I have not seen it move. So, I mean, I feel like we're just like, what about this one? Like, okay, sure.
I thought Cooks had it long enough, but I think the rule's the bigger problem.
Of course, they've got big problems.
And Allen, who I thought, like, the first thing I was going to bring up was Allen, because I think that was, like, of all the playoff losses, like, that was his first multiple turnover game in a playoff loss. Mm-hmm. It was only his second multiple turnover game, by the way, in a playoff game. So any rewriting of history of, like, Allen is sloppy, and this is why they don't advance, like, he was definitely that against Denver. Don't get me wrong.
Yep.
But the guy had 10 turnover-less playoff games. Like, he had the best touchdown-interception ratio. That was new for him. The only other playoff game he had like that was against Miami with Skylar Thompson, and they almost did lose that game. Mm-hmm. Every other playoff game he played, he didn't have more than 1 turnover. You want to say he should have against Houston? Maybe. But all the other ones since then, like, he has not been that. That was reckless from him in that game.
For sure.
I still thought he made the game-winning pass. Cook should have hung on to it, could have got the call. That's what's kind of amazing about him, right? Like, I thought he was bad, and he still made the bomb pass that, honestly, it should have won the game.
Right, because, I mean, put this on repeat, you don't actually have to worry about turnovers as much as you think you do.
Well, because they didn't punt.
They didn't punt.
Not a single punt.
Look at what you do if you have 11 drives with 5 turnovers. What do you do? 30 points? Like, yeah. I don't know. I know it's not going to be popular, but, like, the turnovers. The only one I was really, really, really mad about was the end of the half. That was a direct 3 points.
Yeah.
No other one had to matter that much. Right at the end of the half, that's a terrible play.
The one at the start of the half, too, because you stopped them, right? Mm-hmm. So,
and then
those 6 points, right?
But that one where you get just blindsided by Benito, that's not exactly like
his
you
fault
want to say.
as much.
You want to say pocket presence? Sure, he often has pocket presence. Benito got there so fast that the chip pushed him out of Deion Dawkins' way.
Shakir kind of springboarded.
Right, it was tough. Yeah. Anyway, there's going to be so many things to get to, and yesterday, just like pacing around the house, what's this all going to end up talking about? What are we all going to end up talking about? I'm eager to hear Brandon Beane's review and tone.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear a GM blaming an official. You better not.
Well, he might. I mean, the coach is doing it.
That's great.
Are they going to bring up the you want to bet they're going to bring up the Adams play in the press conference?
Go for it.
I bet they will.
20 years later, how does no goal look as a press conference? Like the coach can say no goal. We can all cheer. But really what you could have done in that moment is you could have had a better team instead of asking Dominic Hasek to carry you the whole way.
Yeah. But
I'm not alive around as a Sabres fan at that time. I know you want to say it's a wrong call. Like, listen, I don't want to live here where we're like populism, where we fan the flames of everybody that gets mad at officials. Yeah. Every year. Guess what? In the AFC and NFC championship games, there will be 2 fan bases coming out of that game claiming that officials are rigged it against them. You better believe it. No matter what. That's how this works. The Saints had an interference call on them, and they changed the rules the next year because Nickel Roby-Coleman blasted a dude, and the Saints tried to sue to get in the Super Bowl, and what did we think? You guys are losers. You're losers. Come on. It's a bad call. Happens. So
some people thought that. I mean, I think Lindy ages well, screaming no goal in front of a crowd. I think Ralph Wilson aged well, writing a letter to the commissioner about how bad the officials were in a playoff game in '98.
Okay.
Like that stuff, I do think ages well with their fan bases. Like
fan bases, sure.
Yeah,
it's populism.
I don't know that the Saints thing ages poorly for them. Like, to me, they got robbed of a Super Bowl appearance, and I would have been just as mad about that.
Right, but what does it do for you? Like, what does anybody get by this? Like, all right, I'll leave it there.
Venting. Is
sure. And I guess today, like, if you want to vent, you should be allowed to vent, and you're welcome to vent. In overtime, you go to overtime against Denver. I'll sit here and think like it's the third season in a row where my offense has the ball with a chance to put a game away and doesn't.
Yep.
Again, this
one,
time,
though,
this one wasn't, I'll take my chances with Josh down 3. This is, I've got the ball up 1 at their 14.
Yeah.
Kill the game.
Right. This one, though, Allen missed Knox.
Sure he did.
Like, he missed Knox.
He missed Knox?
Like, there are a lot of other, like, to me, it's embarrassing that the 2 most important plays of that overtime, Allen was throwing the ball to McCole Hardman and Brandon Cooks.
Well, yeah.
It's pathetic. But he had the game. It was there. You hit Knox, you win the football game. I mean, you'll be up 8 probably. Do we know? Does McDermott?
We
there was too many other things to get to. I'm not sure if McDermott
do you want to go
said
for
if he would
2
have gone for 2.
Yeah, make it 9?
Yeah, like I would have gone for 2. Maybe they would have gone for 1. I'm not sure, but like, man, it would have felt like the game was over right then and there. And that, again, I think that is out of character from these playoff losses, where it felt like Josh let you down, and I think he did.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Who knows what their pivot is? Joe Brady had interviews with both the Ravens and Dolphins.
Yep.
Completed. I'm sure we'll talk about whether or not you guys want him back. Mo in New Jersey leads us off. Buffalo Football Monday. Hey, Mo.
Hey, good morning, guys. I wish it was a Victory Monday. The one word that comes to mind is pain. Every single playoff loss is a different kind of pain because we find a different way to lose. And I'm not blaming the refs. I don't want to go there. I don't want to live in a place, what if the refs this, that, and third? I don't live there. Where I do live is we are where we are because of Josh Allen. But if we are going to be honest about it, we also lost because of Josh Allen. The turnovers and, the missed throws. And I saw him crying after the game, and it hurt more because I know how much he cares, how much he loves the game, he loves the team, and he loves the city. I want nothing more than to win it all for this team, for him, more than for me. Like, I just want him to win it. But just every single year, we find a different way to lose. And last thing I want to say is to you guys, thank you for another season of getting me through this. I don't live in Buffalo. I don't live near Buffalo. I listen to you guys through the Odyssey app every single week during the football season. I'm not a big Sabres guy. I really hope the Sabres do well. But thank you guys for another season of getting me through this. From here on out, I can't listen to it as often, maybe not every day, but if fire a bean, I'll be listening to what you guys have to say because that's what needs to happen. I'm not a McDermott person, but what he did this year with the team that he gave him, I think he did as good of a job as anybody could have done. And the lack of talent, you guys nailed it. He fell to Nicole Hardman and Brandon Cook. These guys, they weren't on our roster to begin the season. And he came on your show and blasted you guys for us not having wide receivers. And, it's crazy. We started the season talking about wide receivers. This is where it's going to end. I saw that play, just one play before the Cooks play. Nicole Hardman dropped the ball on the sideline. And then last night, again, the Rams play, Devontae Adams, a guy who's bounced around the last 2-3 years. It's the same place to the sideline. He grabs that ball and he brings it in, right? If Nicole Hardman makes that play, there's no Cooks play, all right? So, you know what? I think we need somebody else to come in. And I think Boone's great at what he does. Somebody will snatch him up, but he's got to go because we need somebody to overhaul this roster. And, that's my opinion. There's a lot there. I appreciate you guys. See you next season. We'll go Bills.
Thanks, Mo. Hope you'll be listening through the offseason. We got, free agency and the draft and whatever. What they have to say about this from here. On McDermott, listen, there are going to be people that just look at the score and say, could someone else do it better? Maybe. I want to know who his offensive coordinator is next year. I want the offense to be different.
Mm-hmm.
Fundamentally different. I want a different offense. I've wanted a different offense pretty much since the day this one showed up.
Mm-hmm.
So it won a lot of games. It runs the ball well. What did that do for you in overtime? What did that do for you in the fourth quarter? What did it do? What the run game becomes in these high-leverage moments is a wasted play.
Yeah.
Hey, look, here's another 1st and 10 at the 14-yard line to kill the game. Hand off James Cook, 0 yards. Great. Last year in the AFC Championship game, drive for your season, Ty Johnson, -2.
Right.
Congratulations on your number one run game. I don't need it in that moment. I build a thing that can beat bad teams, and we're constantly told is going to mow over other teams. They ran for 100 and whatever yards. Did it matter? How much did it help? What did they need? They needed their passing game to dig them out. They needed to remember that Dalton Kincaid should get the ball more often. They needed to continue to feed Kincaid. During that game on Saturday, I tweeted, is Kincaid playing? And then they peppered him with targets and started ripping the ball down the field.
Right.
Because
they needed him.
Right. Are we allergic to just admitting, hey, this guy's the best option for us. Let's throw it to him. How do you think Brandon Cook started getting the ball all the time or getting serious targets? He showed up and was good. The run game, constantly about run the ball, stop the run. How was your terrible run defense against Denver? Did it manifest?
Didn't matter at all.
Another season of this run defense is going to get this team beat, and it never does. Just never does. And McDermott, you're going to have people that want him fired, and if he gets fired and they hire Jesse Minter, all right, fine, I'm into it. They hire Clint Kubiak. They hire, you name anybody. They make a change. I'm not going to sit here and tell you they're going to have to fall off, but they give up 2 touchdowns with Darnell Savage and Dane Jackson in coverage on one play because of injuries.
Right.
What do I got? I got Larry Ogunjobi out there. He's dressed, and did he make a difference the entire season?
Well, he made a difference on jumping off
That's
sides
right,
on a play that would have been a fumble recovery for you.
I'm down to my 5th string safety.
They had 7 failed drives, really, during this game. It was 6. I'm counting 7 because they went 3 and out after they got the fumble at the start of the second half.
Denver did?
Denver.
That should win you a game.
Yeah.
7 failed drives is enough to win a game.
Yeah. I think that should be enough. And on the offensive side of the ball, still my plan on maybe the play would have worked, or maybe he would have got blown up. But on 3rd and 8 with 4 minutes left, my play
to kill
on
the game.
3rd and 8 with Josh Allen as my quarterback.
There's a screen.
Who could scramble. He could make some screen.
Yep. And he missed the throw.
Back-to-back years on a critical 4th down, on a critical 3rd down, in the 4th quarter, they ran a screen. Last year to Amari Cooper, this year to Shakir. It's unbelievable. That is their answer on any 3rd and long, let alone 3rd and longs that are the biggest plays of your season.
I want a different offense.
Right. No offense should be whittled down to that's your play. Ever. Yeah. Unless they were about to go for it on 4th down if they had gotten 5 yards. Maybe they were. But I don't know.
Yeah, it looked like Shakir
Go for the first even.
Shakir might have scored on that play.
Maybe.
Right. The number of times they used the tush push.
They used it a lot.
Again, used it a lot. And it works. So, are we nitpicking to say that? Okay. What did New England do on a 4th and 1 against Houston yesterday? They threw a touchdown for 28 yards or whatever. It's 4th and 1.
Yeah.
You can get more than 1. I mean, they did that against Jacksonville with 11-yard scrambles.
They did at least mix it up a little bit. I saw Allen went right 2 or 3 times.
Yep. Well, whatever. The frustration's boiling up. We'll get another call in here, and we'll just roll calls all day. Sal's coming up 7, arrow up, arrow down, fallout, all that. David in Cleveland. Hey, David, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Really enjoy what you guys do every week with the Bills. I mean, you guys are not homers. You actually call like it is, and I listen to other radio stations on Odyssey, and they're just homers, and their teams can do no wrong. So I want to compliment you guys on your show. The first thing I'd like to bring up is, Belichick talks about the middle eights. You win the middle eights of the game, which is the last 4 minutes of the first and the first 4 minutes of the second. You win 70% of the time. What happened in this game? 13-0. There you go. If they run it back with the same regime, I'm done. I mean, it's time to break up the band. The vibe is not working. Dean's fingerprints are all over this roster. What happened during the game? You have guys go down, you're pulling guys off the couch who are going in and filling in the game. Every time that happened, credit to Denver, went after the backups for the backups. I agree with you, Jeremy.
In part because they have the guys to go after the backups of the backups. Like, little Jordan Humphrey, would he play regularly on this team? Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Would he be their second best receiver on the outside?
Yeah.
Anyway.
He would. Yeah. And it's just mind-numbing to watch. And I agree with you with the offense. I mean, we need a different offense. I mean, watch these games. They're taking chances. They're pulling the trigger. And then, of course, it comes down to Josh Allen. I mean, he picked the worst game of the season to have his worst game of his career. And I think you saw at the end of the press conference because of the fact that he understood what happened. The inexcusable, and the coaching too. I mean, if you look at that last play of the first half, I was in a group tweet with my brother and my dad and my brother-in-law, and after inexcusably they let the Broncos drive down the field and score a touchdown to go up 7. I tweeted out or texted out, take a knee. Next play, fumble, 3 points. There's your game.
Yeah. I think about, thanks, David, the idea of taking a knee. McDermott has in the past been roasted for doing that. Mm-hmm. They're in Philly a couple years ago, and there's 20 seconds left, 20. And he takes a knee, and people crush him for it. And how much time is it? There's 22 seconds left. I don't mind at all trying to make something happen. But when Allen broke out and started in that spot, how come, and here's where I'll get to, how come in 13 seconds, you make this a defensive point, you can make it a defensive point, of course, they can find Kelsey, they can find Hill. How come against the Jaguars the week before, Trevor Lawrence can find that pass across the middle, they ultimately run out of time, but he got that guy down the field to the 45-yard line. Mm-hmm. And how come I can't get that throw right now in that spot? When Allen starts to run, I think, uh-oh.
It was the mistake.
You see in his head, he thinks, I've got to get to the sideline. They don't have any timeouts. He knows that. He's running, and he just kind of turns left. Like, got to get out of bounds, and it's a horrendous mistake. I don't know. I'd still I'll live and die with him until he retires. I'm good. I'm good with it.
You are trusting your superhuman quarterback to make the right decision in a play like that. Like, to me, I wouldn't roast Sean McDermott for that because the play is there.
Yeah.
James Cook is open 20 yards going to the sidelines. Like, it's not the easiest throw in the world, but it is there. That is the decision. And there's a guy that might be about to break on the ball, but I think that's the play. And if Allen decides right then and there, just a little too close for me. Trusting him to not hold the ball out there like LaShawn McCoy used to, I wouldn't have. And I wouldn't have been scared to call a play in that situation.
Same.
Because if he does throw that ball to Cook on a rope, he's out of bounds at the 50. And now I've got, 11 seconds left?
To try and get one more play for 15 more yards?
One more play, maybe not even that. Maybe I need 5 more yards, and I just take an attempt from 60. It was there. Your quarterback just turned it down. He's already on the run by the time Cook is open to the sidelines, and there was nobody coming after him.
How about the hook and ladder right there? Would that not work because they're playing too much of his own?
I don't know. It's a curse.
The hook and ladder.
They were 0-3 this year when they succeeded at hook and ladder.
They're good at the hook and ladder. All right. The airing of grievances has begun. Let's all make a deal.
Well, David Edwards, man, just fall on the ball.
So make a deal.
Fall onto the ball.
We're all going to say some things. At the end of this, we're all going to go home friends. Because
yes.
I'm sure you're all yelling in your own group chat screw you, man. I hate your guts.
Oh, group chats are on fire.
Oh, yeah. All right, we're all friends. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
Stidham.
Can I get a catch? Can I get a catch? Agree or disagree? Well, whatever. I'm sure we'll talk about the Cooks catch, non-catch forever. That ball doesn't end in Jaquan McMillan's hands unless Brandon Cooks puts it there. Like, secure the catch. Guy that dropped 1 million balls this year. Mm-hmm. Off the street. He's fine. He was good. He can maybe come back. All right, we'll go to a break. Sorry. So much to get to. On what the Bills might do from here. Tough. Real tough. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Opportunities to win the game. We had a few of them. And at the end of the day, they didn't work out. And that's hard. You go into this and you put a lot into it all season long, including this week. And that's why you play the game, though, at the same time. And these guys will learn. You learn some lessons from this game, and sometimes hard lessons.
And there's nothing I feel less comfortable with than being the fan base that's tweeting out screenshots of the rules. Like, I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
I
hate it too. But I think it happened.
Okay,
which is like it's tough to avoid that.
I'll tell you what I think. I think that ball got picked off. That's what I think. I think that should be an interception.
Okay.
So if
by the rule or
sure.
what the rule should be.
Well, I think that ball. Brendan Cooks didn't catch that ball. That's what I think. Because if you guys want to be mad at me about that, I'll accept it. I watched it. I thought he caught it, and then I watched it.
Yeah.
No, because the number one way I think that ball was picked off is if the ball shoots out of Cook's hands onto the ground. There's no doubt in my mind that's incomplete.
That play happened, though, yesterday in Texans, and they didn't call it incomplete.
You'll have to show me the play.
There was a play yesterday where it was the same play, and it was incomplete instead of a pick, and they called it down by contact, no fumble. The Patriots actually scooped it up. And
I saw this play on that play. Excuse me. Whatever. I don't think. I think if the ball hits the. If you want to say the others are called wrong, I don't care. I think Brandon Cooks didn't catch the ball. That's what I think. My thought is, of course, got the big board behind me.
Cooks is the bigger problem.
Can I get a catch?
Yeah.
Can I get a catch?
The whole time he was here. I'm going
to get a shirt. Kincaid last year.
Yeah.
Can I get a catch? Kayshon Boutte gave him a catch.
It is true that...
Can I get a catch?
Back-to-back years, Allen's last pass landed in his receiver's hands.
Right. And his most reliable receiver, maybe? Can I get a catch? That's where I am. You want to call in and say the league is fixed? Go for it.
I don't think it's fixed.
I want a catch. The league is inconsistent. The officiating has been inconsistent. You know, part of me wants to say, like, is this your first rodeo? You showed up to the league and you think, like, hey, they made a bad call. Like, sometimes that happens.
Right.
That happens.
Like that, and that's kind of what I think. I think it's a bad call, but I think the rule is worse than the call is because they have created this system where everything in the NFL is over once you have possession with a knee down, except for a catch.
Right.
Like
that's true.
Fumble is impossible on that play because he's down by contact. Cooks, I think, has the ball for 2 feet and 2 knees. And they even said yesterday in the broadcast, a knee counts as 2 feet.
Yep.
So didn't he have 6 feet down then before he loses the ball hitting the ground? Again, the survive the ground rule is to me the biggest problem.
It's often kind of dumb.
Yeah.
We see it all the time on the sideline.
Because then it's up to total subjectivity, which is why last night, like, there's McCauley saying, like, oh, well, Adams, that's a definitive catch because he had possession. Like, he had possession, to me, for as long as Brandon Cooks had possession.
In overtime, you go to overtime against Denver, I'll sit here and think, like, it's the third season in a row where my offense has the ball with a chance to put a game away and doesn't.
Yep.
Again, this
one,
time,
though,
this one wasn't, I'll take my chances with Josh down 3. This is, I've got the ball up 1 at their 14.
Yeah.
Kill the game.
Right. This one, though, Allen missed Knox.
Sure he did.
Like, he missed Knox.
He missed Knox?
Like, there are a lot of other, like, to me, it's embarrassing that the two most important plays of that overtime, Allen was throwing the ball to McCole Hardman and Brandon Cooks.
Well, yeah.
It's pathetic. But he had the game. It was there. You hit Knox, you win the football game. I mean, you'll be up 8 probably. Do we know? Does McDermott?
We
there was too many other things to get to. I'm not sure if McDermott
Do you want to go
said
for
if he would've
two
gone for
and
2.
yeah, make it 9?
Yeah, like I would have gone for 2. Maybe they would have gone for 1. I'm not sure, but like man, it would have felt like the game was over right then and there. And that again, I think that is out of character from these playoff losses, where it felt like Josh let you down, and I think he did. I think he did.
The Bills enter into the offseason after falling to the Denver Broncos in overtime by a score of 33-30 in the divisional playoff round.
This is a team that's, again, we were battle tested all year. Down 2 scores at halftime, come out, sack, fumble, hold them to 3, find ourselves leading that game. And if 1 or 2 plays go our way, it's a different story.
There are 5 total turnovers for the offense, 2 interceptions and 2 fumbles for Josh Allen, and James Cook tallied a fumble as well. A bright spot within, Deion Walker did record his first interception as well. In other news, offensive coordinator Joe Brady had some interviews yesterday with the Miami Dolphins, Baltimore Ravens, and the Las Vegas Raiders. The Sabres are in action today with another early puck drop set for 1:30 against the Hurricanes. You'll be able to catch all of the action over on our sister station, the Bet 1520, with pregame starting at 12:30. We also got an injury update on Josh Norris as he is week to week as of now. Around the NFL, following Bills-Broncos, it was revealed that Bo Nix has a fracture in his ankle and will miss the remainder of the postseason. Jarrett Stidham will get the start, per head coach Sean Payton postgame. The Patriots advanced to the AFC Championship over the Texans, 28-16. The Seahawks dismantle the 49ers, 41-6. And last night, the Bears fall to the Rams in overtime, 20-17. And on another note, the mystery of what constitutes a catch in the NFL continues. We're anxiously awaiting another poll from Gene Steratore. And in college football, the national championship is tonight. Kickoff is set for 7:30 between Miami and Indiana. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Here's the snap, 4-man rush. Allen looking into the end zone for Kincaid, and he pulls it in for a 14-yard touchdown reception. What a throw by Allen to Kincaid, and the Bills are an extra point away from taking the lead.
At that point, my confidence was off the charts. Bills, Broncos, they lose. Highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. The Bills got the lead, and then they got the ball, and Allen drops and hits the top of his drop and throws the ball to Kincaid. Not the touchdown, but just like a first down, bang. And my buddy and I turned to each other like, this game's over. Like, they made it through the mire. They made it through the messiness. And now they have the lead. They have the ball. They're going to go down, score another touchdown, put this game away, and that'll be that. And instead, they get held to a field goal. And then in overtime, of course, they ultimately lose. Jeremy and Joe talking about it. The other sequence I'm thinking about, Prater hits a 50-yarder, right?
Yeah.
Great. I mean, thank you, Matt Prater. He was great in the postseason.
He was really great all year.
He was. And that 50-yarder, first down, second down, third down, they go nowhere.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, on first down, let's get a little closer for our guy here. We have time. Get a little closer. And they go nowhere. And Prater ends up kind of bailing them out there. Because if they had missed a 50-yarder, what would we say? How could you not get 10 more yards? How could you not get closer? You had time. You had plays.
Yep.
Anyway, Bills lose. I have a Twitter poll up, just like a temperature check on this, because this is the day to do it. If you were to say goodbye to one, Bean or McDermott, who would it be? And we'll get you the results. Joe Brady completing head coaching interviews with the Miami Dolphins and the Baltimore Ravens. And anybody else? Those are the only two right now?
Only two I've seen. The Atlanta job is off the table, right? Because Kevin Stefanski went there.
Okay.
And I think he interviewed there 2 years ago. He had one interview 2 years ago, and I think maybe it was in Atlanta, but they did not circle back on him.
All right. That's how they hired their last coach, too.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Raheem Morris, they did an interview, didn't hire him, and then a couple years later he gets the job.
I don't think he's a favorite, though, in either one of those places by any means. Would it be surprising if he got one of those jobs?
Yeah. Aaron Kromer.
I'm not expecting it.
Aaron Kromer, Bills offensive line coach, retiring.
Yep.
Big change to their run game. Is he their run game coordinator? I mean, he gets a lot of credit for development of their offensive line players, and maybe we'll find out a little bit more about Kromer's role, but him leaving might spell the beginning of goodbye for Brady no matter what. I don't know if they trust Brady for the whole operation. Thomas in South Florida. Thomas, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Just a couple of things about the game, and you were talking about that sequence when Buffalo missed Knox and this thing to Shakir. That puts them up 27-23 with 3 minutes. And, again, Nix goes right down the field. And this happens every year, and I feel that if McDermott doesn't leave, that they should hire a real defensive coordinator that can just take over the defense, because the philosophy that they have just doesn't work. And second, if you look at the games over the weekend, 10, 17, 16, 33. Josh Allen has to play that way because he knows he needs 40 points to win. These other quarterbacks can play close to the vest and miss passes, and it's just I don't understand how they just need to do something on that side of the ball. The offense is putting up 30 every week.
Well, Thomas, there is a major difference in some of those scores.
What's that?
Go ahead and give Mike McDonald or DeMeco Ryans the talent the Bills have on defense. You're not seeing 10. 6,
okay, but
16.
Right, but that's the excuse every year. Every year.
No, not the 13 seconds here.
Not quite every
not
year.
Not the 13 seconds here.
Not quite every year.
Yeah.
But why is it?
But hold on. I'm going to let you talk.
Okay.
You say excuse, you might be excuse, reason, whatever. I mean, the Bills, and this is a larger point. I'm not here to just defend McDermott. And if he gets fired and they move to somebody else, I'm fine. But even when they're healthy, this is a team that does not have star defensive players. They of course have attacked the defensive line and signed defensive linemen relentlessly throughout this entire time, and they still never get their returns on those players. If you want to ask why, I mean there are a number of different roads you could take in terms of where you would get.
Well, I'm just saying in their playoff exits, they're averaging giving up 33 points a game.
Yeah,
in under the last 6 years, and McDermott is a system defense. He thinks he can plug and play anybody. That's why you got Balin Spector still
No, that's
out.
not why you have those guys out there. You have those guys out there because the guys that are supposed to play are hurt.
Why don't they go outside of the organization to get back? I mean, they put in Savage. Well, they had Hancock.
Savage was outside of the organization.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you want to go outside. Savage is outside. They claimed him.
But he didn't play.
He did play. He gave up a touchdown. Savage did play.
Point, but he didn't play during the regular season. Hancock was playing, and all of a sudden, the biggest game of the year, you're putting a guy who hasn't played. Again, bringing A.J. Klein in.
Why?
They had
Thomas, got to be realistic.
You're down
man.
to your fourth string.
You got to be realistic. Why did they put a fourth string lineman in? They didn't bench the starter. They put players in because they didn't have a choice. Why did they play Kyer Elam in last year's AFC Championship game? They had to. Benford got knocked out.
Right.
If you want him fired, fine. You want to talk about the depth. I just feel like if you're talking about what the defense is and isn't, it is every bit on the way it's built. Every bit on the way that it's built. The underrated part of when the GM came on to, chat about the draft with us and talk about receivers and it went so viral, the underrated part was how it's the defense. We got to fix that. And it is not a new regime. The defense has been built by this regime. And if it's a package deal or if it's just Brandon Beane, they have poured an immense amount into their defense. Draft capital all over the place. And if it's not for a Benford hit and a Bishop hit, then going back to Jordan Poyer this year, that was not supposed to be the plan, and you had to go to it. And Jordan Phillips not supposed to be the plan, you had to go to it. They were torn up defensively. They don't have Max Hairston out there. He would have been playing if he's healthy. They don't have whatever. I don't want to go too far, sounding like I'm just defending McDermott, but the reality is they don't have the horses on defense, and everybody knows it.
You know the one thing they do have, though? They had their defensive ends healthy. And I saw a stat last night that was incredible. That all their playoff losses, you have to go back to the 2020 AFC Championship game to get to the last time a defensive end for the Bills had a sack. The final game of the year.
Yeah.
The last guy, defensive end, that had a sack in their final game of the year was Jerry Hughes. 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Bosa was there, and he was. Can we be we talked all year about hey, give me 8 sacks from him and just have him healthy for the playoffs, and I would take that because what were we hoping for? A fresh Bosa in the playoffs could help you. He was non-existent, and then he got lucky that they called a penalty on Taron Johnson because he almost had the dumbest play of the entire football game.
That's right.
4 seconds after the ball was gone because what? He was annoyed that he hadn't been there all day. He decides to blast Bo Nix.
Yeah.
I mean, he did nothing for you.
Well,
and listen, Greg Rousseau's a good player, but Greg Rousseau doesn't have a sack in any of these games that have decided the season.
Right, they didn't even really have any pressure. And in this game, listen, this might ring hollow because this player is not often that big a deal. Losing Dorian Williams on the first play was big.
Yeah,
Dorian
he
Williams
was probably going to be their spy or something.
Dorian Williams is the guy that was going to be probably your mirror spy who's going to wait and then go get Bo Nix instead of him running for first downs over and over and over. But you got to make it work without Dorian Williams. It's just.
Do we know his status, by the way? Wasn't he in the hospital?
He went to the hospital, yeah.
Yeah,
I have not seen
neck injury.
I have not seen the latest update on him. 803-0550 to join us, 1-888. Thanks, Tom, for the phone call. 30 points against. Give McDermott that Houston defense. You know what they'd give up? They give up 10. Give him Seattle's defense. Draft. That's the thing. Where are you going to get your defensive ends? The Bills, where have they got their defensive ends? Bosa is, an older guy. Let's give him some money and see how this goes. It's a modest signing. Mm-hmm. Rousseau is a late first-round pick. Epinesa is a second-round pick. Then I got Michael Hoyt, who's a middle-tier contract, and we're looking at him as this great hope of a guy that could have been a major difference maker, and maybe he will going forward. But I am once again where I am at the end of every year, where I am afraid that they will once again chase getting the other quarterback on the ground. Mm-hmm. Okay? Good luck.
Because they can't. They keep failing.
Since 13 seconds, they watched 13 seconds, and the answer was we got to get a quarterback on the ground, and they haven't done it since.
No.
They don't get a guy on the ground. So one more draft of 3 defensive ends. Take your receiver in the 5th round. Happy that he ran a 4.6 and say he's faster than that.
I mean, they really might do it. They're going to want Bosa back?
They maybe should.
I don't know.
They're already over the cap. They got to make a bunch of moves, and Bosa's dead money on them.
And how many other ends you got? You got Rousseau.
You got Epinesa.
And Epinesa. That's it.
803-0550 to join us. Sal, top of the hour, your phone calls throughout here on this Buffalo Bills Football Monday.
Can't win with 5 turnovers. I fumbled twice, threw 2 picks. When you shoot yourself in the foot like that, you don't deserve to win football games.
I'm eager to hear Brandon Beane's review and tone.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear a GM blaming an official. You better not.
He might. I mean, the coach is doing it.
That's great.
Are they going to bring up the you want to bet they're going to bring up the Adams play in the press conference?
Go for it.
I bet they will.
20 years later, how does no goal look as a press conference? The coach can say no goal. We can all cheer. But really what you could have done in that moment is you could have had a better team instead of asking Dominic Hasek to carry you the whole way.
Yeah. But
I'm not alive around as a Sabres fan at that time. I know you want to say it's the wrong call. Listen, I don't want to live here where we're populism, where we fan the flames of everybody that gets mad at officials. Yeah. Every year. Guess what? In the AFC and NFC championship games, there will be 2 fan bases coming out of that game claiming that officials are rigged it against them. You better believe it. No matter what. That's how this works. The Saints had an interference call on them, and they changed the rules the next year because Nickel Roby-Coleman blasted a dude, and the Saints tried to sue to get in the Super Bowl, and what did we think? You guys are losers. You're losers. Come on. It's a bad call. Happens. So
some people thought that. I mean, I think Lindy ages well, screaming no goal in front of a crowd. I think Ralph Wilson aged well, writing a letter to the commissioner about how bad the officials were in I think a playoff game in '98.
Okay.
Like that stuff, I do think ages well with their fan bases. Like
with the fan bases, sure.
Yeah,
it's populism.
I don't know that the Saints thing ages poorly for them. Like to me, they got robbed of a Super Bowl appearance, and I would have been just as mad about that.
Right, but what does it do for you? Like, what does anybody get by this? Like, all right, I'll leave it there.
Venting. Is
sure.
Like
And I guess today, like, if you want to vent, you should be allowed to vent. On McDermott, like, listen, there are going to be people that just look at the score and say, could someone else do it better? Maybe. I want to know who his offensive coordinator is next year. I want the offense to be different.
Mm-hmm.
Fundamentally different. I want a different offense. I've wanted a different offense pretty much since the day this one showed up.
Mm-hmm.
So it won a lot of games. It runs the ball well. What did that do for you in overtime? What did that do for you in the fourth quarter? What did it do? What the run game becomes in these high-leverage moments is a wasted play.
Yeah.
Hey, look, here's another 1st and 10 at the 14-yard line to kill the game. Handoff James Cook, 0 yards. Great. Last year in the AFC Championship game, drive for your season, Ty Johnson, -2. Like,
all right.
Congratulations on your number one run game. Like, I don't need it in that moment. I build a thing that can beat bad teams, and we're constantly told is going to, like, mow over other teams. They ran for 100 and whatever yards. Did it matter? How much did it help? What did they need? They needed their passing game to dig them out. They needed to remember that Dalton Kincaid should get the ball more often. They needed to continue to feed Kincaid. During that game on Saturday, I tweeted, is Kincaid playing? And then they peppered him with targets and, like, started ripping the ball down the field.
Right.
Like,
because they needed him.
Right. Are we allergic to just admitting, like, hey, this guy's the best option for us. Let's throw it to him. How do you think Brandon Cooks started getting the ball all the time or getting serious targets? He showed up and was good. Like, the run game, constantly about run the ball, stop the run. How was your terrible run defense against Denver? Did it manifest?
Didn't matter at all.
Another season of this run defense is going to get this team beat, and it never does. Just never does.
We've been Rolodexing lineups all season long, and nobody shied away from going out there. Nobody shied away from doing their job, trying to do their job to the best of their ability.
Rolodexing lineups. I like that phrase from Sean McDermott. Locker Room Audio brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. Let's get you some Skyworks stats of the game, brought to you by Skyworks Equipment Rental, building America from the ground up. The Bills lose to the Broncos in the divisional round in a game that will live for a long time. Goes to overtime, super stressful, felt like they probably should have won, and they did not. They lost in part because of an official's call that not a lot of people are going to like, and turnovers, and defense, and missed throws, and lots of stuff.
It would have been a 38-yard field goal from where Cooks had the ball if they had ruled it a catch, or if he had hung on to it.
Josh Allen goes 25 of 39 for 283, 3 touchdowns. James Cook, 117 on 24 carries. The leading rusher for the Broncos, Bo Nix, 29 yards.
29 yards.
I'll remind you about this next year when you're telling me how bad their run defense is. Tell me about it again.
It's crazy. I mean, just it didn't play a factor at all.
No, it never does. It never does.
I will give him credit, though. He was better than I was ready for.
Nix?
Yeah.
I thought so, too. He was better than I thought, too.
You know, like some of those plays at the end, I think he's probably just trying to draw PI, but that's maybe a skill and a smart move in itself.
Something you should definitely
But
do.
also, like, in part, he had been hitting those throws earlier in the day, right? Like the Mims throw in the end zone is awesome. He gets robbed of another touchdown on
Jordan Humphrey,
the first drive of the game.
Yep, should have been a touchdown.
That's the thing that I wasn't ready for. Like I was very confident the Bills were going to win that football game, and a lot of it had to do with I just thought the Bills' pass defense was going to shut him down, and that's the thing that I wasn't fully ready for. Now, really, again, though, two of his biggest plays, like a huge chunk of his production on the day, were against the only two plays you saw Darnell Savage and Dane Jackson.
Right.
Like if Cam Lewis never leaves the game, or let alone Poyer wasn't hurt in the first place, or Trey White doesn't leave the game, then they might have had a great day against him.
803-0550. Eye on the quarterback. That's brought to you by Great Lakes Building Systems. We keep an eye on your business so you don't have to. Our business is protecting your business. That's the eye on Bo Nix. And the eye on Josh Allen, we'll see. Allen did not speak at the stadium yesterday, maybe today. I think usually he will have an end-of-season presser, much like the GM and the coach do, but he did not speak yesterday. So we'll keep you updated on that. Maybe Sal can give us some updates on that. Vernell, before the break, very quickly. Hey, Vernell, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
I'm looking around the league. You look at Denver, they're $80 million over the cap. You look at Philly, they're over the cap crazy, and we're struggling here. And I don't know. And I looked at when we traded Diggs, we got nothing back. We could have got Tank Dell.
Got a second-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got a second-round pick. But it shows that we're not. When we draft, we don't really draft good. It's something. It has to be a change. I'm watching Sean Payton taking a second-year quarterback. We only got Josh Allen 8th year, maybe 4 good more years. We got a new stadium. I hope the Blue Jays ain't feeling obligated to keep him because he started all this. And basically, I just think I like Sean, but it's got to be a change. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Vernell. It is worth pointing out, continuity. People love to talk about continuity. The Bills made the playoffs in the first year of Sean McDermott, too. They didn't need continuity for that. The Patriots don't have continuity right now, first-year head coach. The point on the Broncos to make is crying foul about dead cap. Please. The Broncos made the playoffs with Russell Wilson's dead cap, very quickly.
Right. Yeah. That was a huge number.
$60 million?
Yeah.
Dead cap's fine. Anyway, who else? Seattle, 2 years with the head coach, one seed.
Yep.
So continuity is it is what it is. Sal on the other side, 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550 on the interception, on the catch/interception, and where to go from here. Joe Brady's getting interviews. No word yet about McDermott and Bean being safe. I don't know if that comes from an NFL insider. Maybe that comes when we find out when their end-of-season pressers are. Are they going to talk about officiating? They might. They might have a case, of course, too. Jeremy and Joe here on Buffalo Bills Football Monday on WGR. I'm eager to hear Brandon Bean's review and tone. Yeah, I don't want to hear a GM blaming an official. You better not.
Well, he might. I mean, the coach is doing it.
That's great.
Are they going to bring up the? You want to bet they're going to bring up the Adams play in the press conference?
Go for it.
I bet they will.
20 years later, how does no goal look as a press conference? Like the coach can say no goal. We can all cheer. But really what you could have done in that moment is you could have had a better team instead of asking Dominic Hasek to carry you the whole way.
Yeah. But
I'm not alive around as a Sabres fan at that time. I know you want to say it's a wrong call. Like, listen, I don't want to live here where we're like populism, where we fan the flames of everybody that gets mad at officials. Yeah. Every year. Guess what? In the AFC and NFC championship games, there will be two fan bases coming out of that game claiming that officials are rigged it against them. You better believe it. No matter what. That's how this works. The Saints had an interference call on them, and they changed the rules the next year because Nickel Roby-Coleman blasted a dude, and the Saints tried to sue to get in the Super Bowl, and what did we think? You guys are losers. You're losers. Come on. It's a bad call. Happens. So
some people thought that. I mean, I think Lindy ages well, screaming no goal in front of a crowd. I think Ralph Wilson aged well, writing a letter to the commissioner about how bad the officials were in a playoff game in '98.
Okay.
Like that stuff, I do think ages well with their fan bases. Like
fan bases, sure.
Yeah,
it's populism.
I don't know that the Saints thing ages poorly for them. Like to me, they got robbed of a Super Bowl appearance, and I would have been just as mad about that.
Right, but what does it do for you? Like, what does anybody get by this? Like, all right, I'll leave it there.
Venting. Is
sure.
And
I guess today, like, if you want to vent, you should be allowed to vent. In overtime, you go to overtime against Denver. I'll sit here and think like it's the third season in a row where my offense has the ball with a chance to put a game away and doesn't.
Yep.
Again, this
one,
time,
though,
this one wasn't, I'll take my chances with Josh down 3. This is, I've got the ball up 1 at their 14.
Yeah.
Kill the game.
Right. This one, though, Allen missed Knox.
Sure he did.
Like, he missed Knox.
He missed Knox?
Like, there are a lot of other, like, to me, it's embarrassing that the two most important plays of that overtime, Allen was throwing the ball to McCole Hardman and Brandon Cooks.
Well, yeah.
It's pathetic. But he had the game. It was there. You hit Knox, you win the football game. I mean, you'll be up 8 probably. Do we know? Does McDermott?
We decided.
There was too many other things to get to. I'm not sure if McDermott
Do you want to go
said
for
if
2
gone
and
for 2.
Yeah, make it 9?
Yeah, like I would have gone for 2. Maybe they would have gone for 1. I'm not sure, but like man, it would have felt like the game was over right then and there. And that again, I think that is out of character from these playoff losses, where it felt like Josh let you down, and I think he did.
The Bills enter into the offseason falling to the Denver Broncos in overtime by a score of 33-30 in the divisional round.
This is a team that's, again, we were battle tested all year. Down 2 scores at halftime, come out, sack, fumble, hold them to 3, find ourselves leading that game. And if 1 or 2 plays go our way, it's a different story.
5 total turnovers for the offense, 2 interceptions and 2 fumbles for Josh Allen, and James Cook tallied a fumble as well. A bright spot within, Deion Walker did record his first interception as well. In other news, offensive coordinator Joe Brady had some interviews yesterday with the Miami Dolphins, Baltimore Ravens, and the Las Vegas Raiders. The Sabres in action today with another early puck drop set for 1:30 against the Hurricanes. You will be able to catch all of the action over on our sister station, the Bet 1520, with pregame starting at 12:30. We got an injury update on Josh Norris as well. He's week to week as of now. And around the NFL, following Bills-Broncos, it was revealed that Bo Nix had a fracture in his ankle and will miss the remainder of the postseason. Jarrett Stidham will get the start, per head coach Sean Payton postgame. The Patriots advanced to the AFC Championship over the Texans, 28-16. The Seahawks dismantled the 49ers, 41-6. And last night, the Bears fall to the Rams in an overtime thriller, 20-17. On another note, the mystery of what constitutes a catch in the NFL continues as we're anxiously awaiting another poll from Gene Steratore. And in college football, the national championships tonight, kickoff set for 7:30 between Miami and Indiana. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Buffalo Bills Football Monday, chatting about the game, the season, the way forward with you. It's brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Jeremy White, Sneaky Joe DiBiase, Owen Parker, the Parlay Killers here. Alt Joe's here as well as our producer, Sal Capaccio, joining us on the Wester Hotline. Sal, good morning. How are you?
Still processing. Good morning to you guys.
You know, Sal,
still thinking about everything that happened.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm thinking of, you know what game this strikes me as a lot like today? And it's not exactly like a perfect comparison, but it's the Houston playoff game where so many things happened that you kind of get your pick. There's a buffet of what do you want, and there's an official that got involved, and we're like, wait a minute, that seems like that didn't go the right way. And at the end of it, you're like, I want to watch a game again and see how many times I feel like they could have, should have won it. Sure, there were mistakes. Josh is going crazy, but at the same time, Josh is amazing. So I don't know. There's a ton to get to. And we mentioned earlier to open the show, last night there's a Devontae Adams catch and fumble / interception that looked a lot like the Brandon Cooks play. So whatever. Bills fans are left frustrated perhaps with the inconsistencies of the NFL today.
I think that's where a lot of people lie. It's, certainly some of mine, a lot of my media colleagues who I've talked to, I've read, write things about this, which is, the inconsistencies of when to review, when not to review, why they didn't review, the call on the field that you saw yesterday. There was one in the Texans game. There was one last night versus what we saw on Saturday with the Bills. I think a lot of that is just all baked into why people are frustrated. You could focus in on one little thing, and was his knee down? Why wasn't it called this way in the field? The pass interference. You could focus in on the big picture. Why is there so much inconsistency? What is reviewed? What isn't? Why? All those kinds of things. Look, at the end of the day, the Bills turned the ball over 5 times, and they shouldn't have put themselves in that position, and they did. They should never leave it up to the officials. Put it in their hands. It shouldn't have not have been, and they shouldn't have been in that position in the first place if they would have taken care of the football. I think we all recognize that. It's also okay to recognize that there were some inconsistencies and questions that maybe should have gone the other way. But I don't think they played well enough to win that game without having all that happen. You know what I mean? And then because that all happened, you're leaving it to chance, and that's just always going to put you in a bad spot.
Yeah. So, I mean, so many things to pick apart. So, the timeline on kind of McDermott in all of this, because in the press conference, I think he said it, like he thought it was a catch, but then he spent a lot of that time really going over, the process of it more so than the play itself. And then this pool report happens, right? And like, when does that happen? Because that's when it was much more, I feel like, about the play itself.
Okay, yeah, so real quick, let me just explain to everybody. People are probably hearing and not knowing what pool report means and things like that. So we do not interview officials after games. Nobody does, right? In any sport, you don't interview officials. But when there is a really big controversial ending, play, something like that, what happens is you want to get answers of why something was looked at a certain way. So instead of putting 100 mics in front of an official, putting them at a podium, one person in every city, this is football I'm just speaking of, I can't talk about other sports, one person in every city, in every for every team, is responsible for putting together an interview with the official, just asking the basic questions. Why did you call this? What did you see? That person in Denver is Jeff Legwold. He covers the Broncos. Because it's a home game for the Broncos, he would be responsible. But what happens is here in Buffalo, our Pro Football Writers Association president, Joe Biscaglia, and vice president, Jay Skursky, are pretty much responsible for saying, okay, we would like to have this because we need to find out from the Buffalo side of things. So you put in a request, they go do that. That person then distributes it to the pool of reporters. That's why it's called a pool report, so that we could all have it and we could all distribute it. So Legwold does this. Okay. Carl Cheffers explains what he saw, what he didn't see. All right. To me, the pool report from Carl Cheffers is fine. He's not the one that's really in question here. The question is why it wasn't reviewed from New York. Carl Cheffers has nothing to do with that. And Sean McDermott, now to get to what you said, Joe, he even said that. He's like, those guys were great on the field. Like, I'm trying to get his attention to say, why are they not reviewing it in New York, right? So that's up to them. You go into the press conference. Sean McDermott says what he says. He's very passionate. I'm standing up for Buffalo. All those kinds of things that he says. That's done. About an hour and a half later, Jay Skursky, he lets us know in the Buffalo media that Sean had individually called him to expand and Jay made that another pool report, if you will, because it's not just I'm just talking to Jay Skursky. It's I don't have a microphone in front of me for the whole Buffalo media, and now Sean wants more to say, so that becomes more of a distributed to the pool of reporters, and that's where you got the long, lengthy conversation there.
Okay. And McDermott calling a media member to say, like, hey, I want more. That is not something that often happens. Has that ever happened to your memory?
I can't say in a situation like this. I mean, I could tell you that, like, coaches or people in the organization, any organization, have maybe done that, but maybe not to this magnitude as a pool report. It could have been more of a, like, one-on-one, I just have something to say, I want to put it out there, things like that. So, no, I can't, to answer your question, Jeremy, I can't remember anything like this happening to this degree.
Gotcha. And the reason he did sell is because he was pretty strong about his feelings, right? Like, he's not calling, Jay if he thinks it's like a ticky-tack call. Like, he was pretty aggressive, like he thought it was a catch.
Correct. There's two reasons why he'd do it. Number one, because he's very passionate and he's upset, and that's exactly right. But number two is we're well past the time on the way or to the airport, and I have more to say. I don't have the media in front of me, so I'm going to give this to the person who basically is in charge of that for the media for Buffalo.
All right. So, Sal, he says, I'm out here defending Buffalo. The Bills watch that call go the wrong way, and like, I whatever. We've all lived our lives watching football and seeing calls we don't agree with. And, you get to, well, what could have happened in the game that made it so that call didn't happen? And the Bills have a lot of that. The Bills have a lot of what if from both the offense and the defense, the turnovers, the mistakes. Ultimately they fall in Denver. What do you come out of the game thinking about in terms of whether it's the roster, it's the decisions they made? What's the story beyond officiating that's at the top of the headline?
I don't know. It's tough to say. I guess all of that is baked in, right? Which is, I think about Josh Allen. I think about the fact that he was so amazing this year once again. And then in this game, he's made some incredible plays, but we also got Josh Allen not playing his best football at times, and that cost the Bills. But, we've talked so much this year about how the Bills are not really reliant on Josh, right? They have this great run game and James Cook, and I've said that. And he didn't have an MVP year, but yet they still did what they did all year. But if Josh makes mistakes like that and turns the ball over, That is very, very critical. And what did I say to you guys many times over the last few weeks? The difference between this Bills team and several teams in the past is they can't overcome those mistakes anymore. Like the margin for error for this team is so much more thin than it has been over the last several years. So even though they came back and scored, they put themselves in such a tough position by those turnovers. Now, there were just way too many turnovers. This wasn't even 2 turnovers. This was 5 turnovers in a game, right? So, I mean, that's even going well beyond the extreme. But I think that's what I think about is I don't know if it's roster construction. I mean, that's certainly a big picture, and I understand why everybody's talking about it. But I don't come out of this game thinking that necessarily. What I come out of this game thinking, the roster obviously isn't to the point of, and that could be a lot of things. That's roster construction, that's injuries, that's everything, that they just have not been able to overcome these mistakes this year. In every game, when the Bills lost the turnover battle, they lost games this year. And too often they did that on the road.
Yeah, sloppy. There was a play in this game where I was reminded of their road woes where they maybe run in the red zone and Cook kind of goes nowhere, and Allen turns to the sideline and signals like a, come on, let's go. Like the play calls were coming in late again, which had been something that they'd been dealing with all year.
Yeah, and I think early on he had to switch his helmet once too because of communication, so I don't know if that had anything to do with it. But yeah, sure. I mean, it's just playing on the road is more difficult and communication-wise for the offense. And there were some issues that came up in this game like that, but they still had many, many, many opportunities to win this game and did not close out the game. And I don't know. You could go to – this is the thing we do. We did it last year too. Blame the offense, blame the defense. You don't have to blame one side. Every side is culpable in some way, shape, or form. The offense, yes, scored 30 points. They also turned the ball over 5 times. I mean, when you don't punt in a game, did the Bills punt? I don't think the Bills punted in the game, right?
They did not punt.
When you don't punt and they were over 50% on third down or 50%, like the numbers, great numbers. And they lost because they kept turning the ball over. And then you could have somebody say, well, there it goes, McDermott's defense again, 33 points allowed in a playoff game, 4th quarter blown lead. That's true. They also had to have major stops because the offense kept giving the ball to the Denver Broncos. So it's never one side to blame necessarily. I mean, this wasn't a blowout. This was a game where a lot of different things can fall on a lot of different players or coaches or moments.
Yeah, that's what this might come off, Sal, as like total like protective of McDermott excuse making, but like I look at that game and think, how many points did this starting defense really give up? Because his offense gave up 6 points between the 2 fumbles at the end of the first half and the end of the second half, right? And he got 14 points given up on 2 plays played by Darnell Savage and Dane Jackson. Like, when he had all his guys in there, it wasn't that bad. I don't think they were dominant, but you were getting mistakes from players that you never probably wanted in the game, and then your offense gave them 6 points.
Dane Jackson played 1 snap.
Right, and did Savage play 3? Like, I don't think he played much other than the one he gave up.
Yeah, and I know, right? I heard it all yesterday, people calling in. Why was Sean Payton so smart to attack the guy who just came in and the Bills weren't? The Bills did. Remember when Surtain went out? Bills went right after as a replacement. Yeah. They got a nice pass over the middle. They did that. Like, yes, they did. They didn't score a touchdown, and that's why people don't think of it. But, yeah, the depth on this roster hurt them this year. There's no doubt. And that's where you get to roster construction. That's where you get to injuries. If Max Hairston is healthy, there's not Dane Jackson in there, right?
Right.
And we can go back to what happened in Week 18. Why was Max Hairston playing? All these things get totally baked into this. The decision to not play Jordan Hancock back there because last week he just did not look good. I was surprised Savage went in before Jordan Hancock. Right?
Yeah.
But they decided to put Savage in there instead of Jordan Hancock. And that's because Cam Lewis was cramping, so he went out of the game. You have the play at the end of the half. Look, we also do a lot of cherry picking here. Play at the end of the half, 16 seconds. I'm thinking, okay, they're probably going to kneel. And then I thought, well, hey, you have Josh Allen. If you get one play, maybe something will happen. I mean, 2 years ago,
Philly.
In the rain, with 20 seconds left, Bills fans lost their collective minds because Sean McDermott decided to kneel on it.
No, right. Yeah, did you how did you think about that right after it happened? Because I saw, Sal, that James Cook was kind of open on the sideline, like at the 50-yard line, which I think is who the play was designed for. And I don't know, if I'm McDermott, I'm trusting my superstar quarterback to either try to fire that throw in, or if you don't think it's there, don't do what you did.
Probably right.
Yeah.
Sean said after the game, hey, we're trying to get one chunk play, and if we do that, maybe we can stop the clock and have a chance for a field goal or a touchdown or something like that. But that's what they're trying to do. So again, you can't cherry pick here. Right. If you did you think that they should have? Did you get mad when they did that against Philly and took a knee in the rain? I know it's not a playoff game, and that was to go to overtime. There are different circumstances here, but we can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on McDermott for calling a play there, then you're never willing to criticize Josh Allen. Like, you got to know. Come on, just don't do that. Even if he threw it 40 yards downfield and got picked, that would be all right. Fine, you took a shot. Now they have 4 seconds for a Hail Mary or something,
or even just tuck the ball. Right. Like just even on the simplest
just get
level.
Tackled. Yeah. All right. Sel, in terms of how this might go this week. Last year, we heard from McDermott and being midweek.
Thursday after a Sunday loss, yeah. Okay. So, you don't know. It doesn't have to be on the same timeline. I was down there yesterday and talked to a lot of players in the locker room. By the way, just so everybody knows, too, I mean, just to give the scene of Saturday, it was the most emotional locker room I've ever seen.
So
I've ever been in after a game.
Let me ask you a theory on that. Why would that be, do you think? I mean, it's a devastating loss. They lost in the AFC Championship game in devastating fashion. They lose at home to the Chiefs. And is it because it wasn't the Chiefs? It's somebody new and maybe this hits in a different way? Like, what's the best explanation for why it was so emotional?
Yeah, I think because they were so close. They tied the game up. They went to overtime. The manner in which they lost, the frustration of the manner in which they lost, knowing that this might have been their best chance, given the field and what it looks like right now, knowing that, they've been down this road before and once again this happens to them. You look around the roster, there's older players, you're not going to play with some of the guys that are on the team anymore. I mean, I think all of that is part of it, but in the moment, and it's not like you got beat by 20 and you weren't in it, when you're that close and you're right there. And then the gravity of just the finality of the moment just comes so sudden like that. I think that's pretty much what it was. I mean, I saw guys really emotional walking off the field from the handshake and all of that. I mean, it was right away. It was, oh my God, like the emotions started pouring in.
Yeah.
I wondered too, so like maybe that wasn't for everybody. Like when Dawkins got emotional and even Allen after the game, like what's new is that you can debate or talk about whether Allen let them down in that game. Like you couldn't really do that with many of these other playoff games. It was his first multiple turnover game in any of their playoff losses. So maybe that had something to do with it, Sal, that like Allen was more a part of the reason they lost than he really ever has been.
I don't think anybody's emotional because of that. I think they're all in their own
That's why Dawkins was, right? Because Dawkins got asked the question.
Dawkins was, he was emotional for Josh in that moment. Yes, I mean, he was already emotional, but he was asked specifically, hey, what do you think about Josh saying I let my teammates down? And then he didn't want any part of that. Yeah. He didn't want any part of that. He's like, no.
Dude, one other like quick strategy thing, Sal. How much do you think, we talked about this for like a second earlier, Dorian Williams going out on the first play of the game might have meant something to their defense?
Oh, I think it meant a lot. I mean, he is a guy that they rely on as a blitzer on third down sometimes. He comes in and Bail Inspector to come in. And I mean, there was you want to talk about coaching blunder, player blunder. I don't know who to put this on as much, but because it goes either way. But you can't have Bail Inspector goes out on the field coming out of a timeout. The Bills had to take a timeout because I don't know if you guys remember the play. It was I think right before half maybe. Coming out of a timeout, the Bills had to burn a timeout because Spector ran on the field. They had too many guys. They were confused on who should be out there. And those are the little things that happen when you have to dip into your depth when a guy goes out early in the game. And I do think that mattered a little bit.
Right. Aaron Cromer retiring, Sal. It's a big loss for them. And, do you feel like the offense could see big changes this year? Not personnel-wise, but like would you expect Joe Brady to be back whether or not he gets another job? We know he's interviewed with Baltimore and Miami most recently.
I think it's up in the air. I really do. I could see the Bills making a change there. I just think that a lot of things that McDermott has said, the way that things have pointed over the last, couple of months, it feels like, there's just been some subtleties that have been said and hinted at that maybe, that they would have an appetite for a change there. Without Aaron Cromer, though, I will tell you, I think that hurts Joe Brady because Aaron Cromer is so good in the run game and helps Joe Brady a lot. You're going to have that's a tough loss. I don't care who your OC is. As an offensive line coach, Aaron Cromer is terrific and one of the best in the business. And everybody who plays on that offensive line, guys who played for him, Eric Wood, they'll always rave about him, how great he has been for them as a coach. I do wonder if Austin Gunn gets a really serious look at that. I will tell you that even in the locker room yesterday, talking with some offensive linemen, they very much endorse Austin Gunn, the assistant offensive line coach, to take that role. So we'll see where it goes. But I do think there's a lot of conversations to be had about offensive coordinator. And I mean, we haven't talked about defensive coordinator. I think Bobby Babich has been with McDermott a long time. He's still a young coach, and it would surprise me, if Sean moved on from him, if that were to be the change. But in this league, does anything ever surprise anybody when changes are made?
Yeah. Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Sal, thanks very much. You're coming up today. Extra Point Show, 10 o'clock.
I'll be there, guys. Yeah.
All right. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show, 10 o'clock. Thanks, Sal. And if you're looking for the Sabres game, the Sabres play Carolina today, 1:30. That'll be on the Bet 1520. We'll have Buffalo Bills Football Monday here on WGR throughout the day. Thanks to Sal. Back to your phone calls when we return. Chris Brown in about an hour, digging through a very disappointing loss. I mean, I was probably like a lot of you. I was so convinced. Not even at the start, but second half, they did it. They weathered the storm. The game script all year was have a bad half and then just, hey, wake up and be fine. And I can't believe that they didn't get it in the end zone on first and goal to 14 with a 1-point lead. Like a chance to kill the game. You got to get it in there. But they didn't. And where they go from here, well, we'll be talking about it quite a bit. 803-0550. When we return, Matt Beauvais uncovers a pretty gnarly, gross stat about the Bills' passing game. We'll pass that along and get your thoughts on it on WGR.
It just sucks, man. It just sucks. Being a competitor, it sucks, bro. There's a winner and loser in every game, and when you get deep in the playoffs like this, it just hurts more.
And there's nothing I feel less comfortable with than being the fan base that's tweeting out screenshots of the rules. I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
I
hate it too. But I think it happened.
Okay,
it's tough to tough to avoid that.
I'll tell you what I think. I think that ball got picked off. That's what I think. I think that should be an interception.
Okay.
So
by the rule or
sure.
what the rule should be.
Well, I think that ball. Brendan Cooks didn't catch that ball. That's what I think.
Because
if you guys want to be mad at me about that, I'll accept it. I watched it. I thought he caught it, and then I watched it.
Yeah.
No, because the number one way I think that ball was picked off is if the ball shoots out of Cook's hands onto the ground. There's no doubt in my mind that's incomplete.
That play happened, though, yesterday in Texans, and they didn't call it incomplete.
You'll have to show me the play.
There was a play yesterday where it was the same play, and it was incomplete instead of a pick, and they called it down by contact, no fumble. The Patriots actually scooped it up. And
I saw this play on that play. Excuse me. Whatever. I don't think. I think if the ball hits if you want to say the others are called wrong, I don't care. I think Brandon Cooks didn't catch the ball. That's what I think. My thought is, of course, got the big board behind me.
Cooks is the bigger problem.
Can I get a catch?
Yeah.
Can I get a catch?
The whole time he was here. I'm going
to get a shirt. Kincaid last year.
Yeah.
Can I get a catch? Kayshon Boutte gave him a catch.
It is true that...
Can I get a catch?
Back-to-back years, Allen's last pass landed in his receiver's hands.
Right. And his most reliable receiver, maybe? Can I get a catch? That's where I am. You want to call in and say the league is fixed? Go for it.
I don't think it's fixed.
I want a catch. The league is inconsistent. The officiating has been inconsistent. Part of me wants to say, is this your first rodeo? You showed up to the league and you think, hey, they made a bad call. Sometimes that happens.
Right.
That happens.
And that's kind of what I think. I think it's a bad call, but I think the rule is worse than the call is because they have created this system where everything in the NFL is over once you have possession with a knee down except for a catch.
Right. That's true.
Fumble is impossible on that play because he's down by contact. Cooks, I think, has the ball for 2 feet and 2 knees. And they even said yesterday in the broadcast, a knee counts as 2 feet.
Yep.
So didn't he have 6 feet down then before he loses the ball hitting the ground? Again, the survive the ground rule is to me the biggest problem.
It's often kind of dumb.
Yeah.
We see it all the time on the sideline.
Because then it's up to total subjectivity, which is why last night, like there's McCauley saying like, oh, well, Adams, that's a definitive catch because he had possession. Like, he had possession to me for as long as Brandon Cooks had possession.
In overtime, you go to overtime against Denver. I'll sit here and think like it's the third season in a row where my offense has the ball with a chance to put a game away and doesn't.
Yep.
Again, this
one,
time,
though,
this one wasn't, I'll take my chances with Josh down 3. This is, I've got the ball up 1 at their 14.
Yeah.
Kill the game.
Right. This one, though, Allen missed Knox.
Sure he did.
Like, he missed Knox.
He missed Knox?
Like, there are a lot of other, like, to me, it's embarrassing that the two most important plays of that overtime, Allen was throwing the ball to McCole Hardman and Brandon Cooks.
Well, yeah.
It's pathetic. But he had the game. It was there. You hit Knox, you win the football game. I mean, you'll be up 8 probably. Do we know? Does McDermott?
We decided.
There was too many other things to get to. I'm not sure if McDermott
Do you want to go
said
for
if he
2
would've gone
and
for 2.
make it 9?
Yeah, like I would have gone for 2. Maybe they would have gone for 1. I'm not sure, but like, man, it would have felt like the game was over right then and there. And that, again, I think that is out of character from these playoff losses, where it felt like Josh let you down, and I think he did. I'm
eager to hear Brandon Beane's review and tone.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear a GM blaming an official. You better not.
Well, he might. I mean, the coach is doing it.
That's great.
Are they going to bring up the you want to bet they're going to bring up the Adams play in the press conference?
Go for it.
I bet they will.
20 years later, how does no goal look as a press conference? Like the coach can say no goal. We can all cheer. But really what you could have done in that moment is you could have had a better team instead of asking Dominic Hasek to carry you the whole way.
Yeah.
But I'm not alive around as a Sabres fan at that time. I know you want to say it's a wrong call. Like, listen, I don't want to live here where we're like populism, where we fan the flames of everybody that gets mad at officials. Yeah. Every year. Guess what? In the AFC and NFC championship games, there will be 2 fan bases coming out of that game claiming that officials are rigged it against them. You better believe it. No matter what. That's how this works. The Saints had an interference call on them, and they changed the rules the next year because Nickel Roby-Coleman blasted a dude, and the Saints tried to sue to get in the Super Bowl, and what did we think? You guys are losers. You're losers. Come on. It's a bad call. Happens. So
some people thought that. I mean, I think Lindy ages well, screaming no goal in front of a crowd. I think Ralph Wilson aged well, writing a letter to the commissioner about how bad the officials were in I think a playoff game in '98.
Okay,
like that stuff. I do think ages well with their fan bases. Like
fan bases, sure,
yeah.
The Bills enter into the offseason after falling to the Denver Broncos in overtime by a score of 33-30 in the divisional playoff round.
This is a team that's, again, we were battle tested all year. Down 2 scores at halftime, come out, sack, fumble, hold them to 3, find ourselves leading that game. And if 1 or 2 plays go our way, it's a different story.
There were 5 total turnovers for the offense, 2 interceptions and 2 fumbles for Josh Allen, and James Cook tallied a fumble as well. A bright spot within, Deion Walker recorded his first interception. In other news, offensive coordinator Joe Brady had some interviews yesterday with the Miami Dolphins, Baltimore Ravens, and the Las Vegas Raiders for their vacant head coaching positions. The Sabres in action today, another early puck drop set for 1:30 against the Hurricanes. You'll be able to catch all the action over on our sister station, the Bet 1520, with pregame starting at 12:30. We got an injury update on Josh Norris as well, as he is week to week as of now. Around the NFL, following Bills-Broncos, it was revealed that Bo Nix has a fracture in his ankle and will miss the remainder of the postseason. Jarrett Stidham will get the start per head coach Sean Payton post-game. The Patriots advanced to the AFC Championship over the Texans 28-16. The Seahawks dismantled the 49ers 41-6. And last night the Bears fall to the Rams in overtime 20-17. And on another note, the mystery of what constitutes a catch in the NFL continues as we're anxiously awaiting another poll from Gene Steratore. And in college football, the national championship is tonight. Kickoff set for 7:30 between Miami and Indiana. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
He's in the shotgun, blitz coming. Bills pick it up. Allen looking deep down the field. He's got Cooks, who goes up and makes an no, is it intercepted? It's intercepted. It got pulled out of the arms of Cooks for an INT on an unbelievable play by Jaquan McMillan.
Hey, everybody. We don't really have a name for it, right? Does it need a name?
That play?
Yeah.
It might be too debatable to have a name. No goal wasn't debatable.
Music City Miracle was debatable, and we still
okay. Fair.
That was their name for it,
right? The miracle part of it. That's not it's not really a name for the call.
How about the Mile High Mistake?
I like that.
Yeah,
it's pretty good. That was quick. I like it.
Mile High Mistake.
Unless you had already workshopped that.
The
Mile High Mistake.
We will talk about it as a mistake. Denver is likely to forget about it because Jarrett Stidham is going to start for them at quarterback, and they're going to lose to New England. Probably.
I mean, I believe it was a mistake, but I know
Sure.
you don't, and I know a lot of other people don't.
Even if whatever, I don't even. It's not like I don't care. If
I think the fact that it is debatable is what drives me the most mad. It's the rule that makes me more angry than the call.
Right. Well, what makes me angry about it, of course, is that the NFL has elevated officials to main character status. And, you probably listen to me yell about Gene Steratore all the time, and it's kind of a funny joke, but it's not lost on me. On Saturday night, Gene Steratore took to Twitter to put up a poll. What do you think about the call?
Gene Steratore.
And that is messed up.
Also, Terry McAuley was living online this weekend. Go look at his Twitter. I couldn't get him out of I had to mute him. Because he was tweeting at people all weekend, the rules analyst people. They usually sit there on their broadcast, but they were going outside of that.
Can I be honest? I blocked Gene Steratore.
Well, you
just muted. You blocked him.
I just blocked him.
Wow.
I can't.
I don't know if 5 years from now we'll all look back and say, remember that time of our NFL lives where the rules analysts were nonstop?
Why is Gene Steratore?
They're putting him on the billing for the games. It says Jim Nantz, Tony Romo, and Gene Steratore.
It's not an improvement. It draws more attention. I mean, one of the hills I'll die on here is everyone says, why not more transparency? I bet it's coming. We are probably next year. They'll give us more transparency, and you will not feel any different. It doesn't change the calls.
Well, and also 95% of the time they stick with they'll just support whatever the call.
The ACC has it where they go into the command center and you hear the officials talking about it, and it doesn't make you feel any better.
The only thing I don't know,
maybe it makes you feel better, but it doesn't change calls. Good. I can see how the sausage is made. Is it good or bad?
The thing I haven't been mad about, and I don't know if I will, that McDermott was mad about originally, is I don't know how much to care about the fact that. Were they not going to confirm the play before letting Denver run a snap?
Right.
Because that's kind of McDermott's original point.
Why not slow down, take a look at it?
Not even that, because
it's a turnover.
Are we waiting? It's a turnover, which is supposed to be reviewed.
Right.
Were we waiting for New York to confirm the play? Because I think McDermott's point is you were about to snap that football, and they didn't confirm it until you came over to me 15 seconds after I called the timeout. So were you going to stop it? Maybe they were. Maybe they were going to stop the play because what happens if New York disagreed with the call on the field, but you've just ran the play? That, and then, man, you want to talk about a controversy.
Right.
That would have been this times a billion if that had happened. If we found out, they actually would have reversed the call, but the refs made a mistake in letting the next play go before they had confirmed it. That would have been incredible.
Yeah. 803-0550. You can give us a ring. Anthony in New York City, been waiting patiently. Anthony, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Guys, I don't care what anybody. I heard what Sal was talking about. I don't care. That was a catch. Brandon Cook's knee was down.
His knee was down.
His knee was down.
We all know, though, that. Yeah.
Right.
We know that's not the standard for a catch, though.
You have to survive the ground.
Yeah,
I think he doesn't lose it until he rolls, which is why I think it was a catch. But I think the rule should be 2 feet, your knees down, plays over, nothing after that matters. But Jeremy's right. The rule does say there's a third component that you have to survive the ground all the way through.
Yeah, and if I'm watching that play and the two of them roll off, and instead of McMillan coming out with the ball, it flies 10 yards onto the ground, what's the ruling? Incomplete. We know that. That's ruled incomplete.
Maybe.
100 times out of 100, that's ruled incomplete.
It wasn't yesterday on Hutchinson, though, in the Houston game. Like, I don't think that always happens. I think it may be, but they're not consistent with that either.
You're right. I know.
Because, again, what qualifies as it's 2 feet and 2 knees? That's not enough?
I found one from, there's a Troy Polamalu interception. I went back and found this. The 06 AFC title game between the Steelers and the Colts.
Yeah.
He intercepts Peyton Manning, falls down, rolls over, stands up, and as he stands up, the ball hits his knee, and they call it incomplete. And it's absurd. So, like,
right.
It's 19 years later, and we're still kind of doing what's a catch.
Yeah, right. They're doing it, and I saw there were so many examples, one way or the other, on this exact ruling. And a lot of plays it looked like the Shakir play that a lot of people were sharing from the New England game in Foxborough, which I think Shakir had less control than Cooks did on that play, but guess what they ruled it? They ruled it a catch for Shakir. You could argue whether that was the wrong call. There was
that's simultaneous possession. And Cole Bishop and Xavier Worthy is simultaneous possession. Two guys laying on the ground, each holding the ball, is simultaneous possession that usually goes to the offense. It's a really tough case to make.
But you could see there's a point where Shakir doesn't have any hands on the ball going to the ground, and they called it a catch for him because he reassumes the ball after they go to the ground.
And who thought officials were a joke and embarrassing that day? New England.
Right, New England did.
Right.
And there's an Aaron Rodgers play from earlier in Pittsburgh that is looks similar to the Cooks play, but it was ruled a catch for Rodgers. But on the other side, there's a Cade Otton play against the Rams earlier in the season where Cade Otton had the ball wrestled away, and guess what they ruled that? Interception. Like, these plays are all very, very close.
Let me give you one more.
And they rule some interceptions, they rule some touchdowns, which is why I think the rule is ridiculous.
Well, go all the way back to, do you remember the Fail Mary? And this is...
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry if me making this point rings hollow, but I always tell you, it's no different. It will never matter. You have to accept that this is built into the game. What was the Fail Mary? The Fail Mary was a Hail Mary thrown to two players that possessed the ball together, and they gave the touchdown to the Seattle player. You know who that was? Replacement refs.
Right.
There was replacement refs. I remember the replacement refs season. It was bad calls. The league can't go on like this. We need our refs back. It's not any different, and it never will be different. You just kind of got to get out of bed knowing that sometimes you're the hammer and sometimes you're the nail. Sometimes your team gets the bad call. Sometimes they get the right call. Does it ever feel like you get the right call? I'm sure every fan base thinks they don't get right calls.
Oh, right. That's why I am really reserved to just thinking about that catch and disagreeing with the rule. Because the overall ref point, if you're mad about the Taron Johnson play or you're mad about the Trey White play and the way Trey White was just mad in general, and I think maybe he deserved that. But, those plays, there are some on the other side. Spencer Brown got away with a holding in his own end zone, and they let that go. There was another play where I think one of the ends was coming around that was about to strip sack Allen, and Brown grabbed him, 2 hands on the arm, and yanked him, and got
Spencer
away with
Brown
that.
admitted to holding.
Right. So, to me, those calls might have evened out. It just comes down to, for me, the Cooks play. Because all the other ones, I think, were kind of a wash. I'm not thinking the refs were out to get the Bills in that game. They let some calls go for them. They called some on them. It was just the only thing I care about officiating in that game was the Cooks play.
Catch the ball.
And again, the Johnson penalty might have been the one that you could debate the most, and it wouldn't have mattered because Joey Bosa was an idiot on that play and decided to hit Bo Nix 5 minutes after the whistle.
Catch the ball. Cooks, catch the ball. I know, he kind of did. No. Go look at the Diggs catch. Strong hands.
In the end
pull
zone
it in.
yesterday.
Catch. The Keyshawn Booty catch. Don't be afraid to ask more of your receivers. You might have good. You got to have good receivers.
I was going to say, can I ask more out of a receiver that wasn't here in October? That I got for free?
No, you can ask more of a GM to not have to get a receiver in October who immediately becomes your most targeted downfield guy because you have absolutely nobody. And we can maybe we can ditch this life where we sit here and just go gaga over a receiver that blocks. You know who else blocks? Puka. This guy's important. He blocks. We'll get there. Mark in Cheektowaga. Hey, Mark.
Good morning, guys. A lot of the points I was going to make have been covered, but I just need to vent a little bit. This is the thing, and how would that pass in overtime had been defended by Darius Slay or by Jamarcus Ingram if it wasn't Dane Jackson? Remember AJ Klein is the linebacker. I mean, these are all like symptomatic of a general manager who doesn't have any foresight and is a bad draft record. And like you just said, Jeremy, I mean, I look at the situation where I looked at the Bills going into the playoffs and said this season was over with when they lost to Miami and Atlanta. So did I expect them to win 3 games on the road and go to the Super Bowl? No. But things that are under control, you can't control injuries, you can't control the officiating, you can control the quality of your lineup. And when you go out and you in the most important game of the year, you have 2 street free agents in Cooks and McCole Hardman, when you had a chance at the deadline to trade for Waddle and give up a first-round pick, that is abject failure on the part of Brandon Beane. And do I expect him to be fired? No. Incompetent general manager for the Sabres for 5.5 years.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I've seen some suggesting, like, hey, would you see a GM bump for the Sabres? Would the owner think that would happen for the Bills? Like, The big mystery is, and maybe this will come out at end-of-season pressers, maybe this is the kind of question that should be asked because we kind of live in this world of, well, whose roster is it? You've got a lot of Bills fans that think that Beane just does whatever McDermott wants him to do. That's why he drafts so many defensive players, and that's why they want to build a run game. And, like, are they still going to aim to be the best running team in football for another season? I think it has merit if you're looking to protect Josh through the regular season. In that case, I do want to run the ball. But watch these games. What game? Pick it. The whole first, how many games have there been? 8?
Yeah.
What game did running the football matter the most in for any team? Tell me. Where was it? Rams Bears last night. What do the Bears need ultimately? Miracle throws. Throws to Burden and DJ Moore and Olamide Zaccheaus. And here are the Rams ripping it to Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua. What team wins by running? The last 100-yard rusher in a Super Bowl was 2020. Damian Williams of the Chiefs. The Chiefs had a dynasty. They never ran the ball. Like, it's good to be able to do it. But being the best at it, what does it get you?
Well, can I kind of just quill the idea that it also protects him? Because if that was the strategy, how'd that go?
He got beat up.
You had the number 1 running offense in the league and a top 5 offensive line. You had those 2 things. And Allen got hit and sacked more than any year in his career.
He got lit up. Yep. That's right.
Like, that didn't work. If your plan was to build a rush attack to protect Josh, you got him killed. He didn't have answers in the pass game. So what did it matter that I have the number 1 rush attack when he's got to hold the ball for 7 seconds for somebody to get open? It didn't work. If the plan was just to keep him healthy, he got beat up.
He did.
With the best rush attack in the league and a top 5 offensive line.
803-0550. Changes on the offense, maybe. We'll see when we hear from the GM and the coach. And, of course, like should they have won the game if Brandon Cooks is ruled to have caught that? Yeah. And we're sitting here talking about going to New England.
Right.
Going to New England.
Which is the AFC Championship game that everybody would have wanted anyway.
Yep.
Well, at least once you know that Knicks isn't playing, at least. Once Knicks isn't playing. That made it worse, right? For everybody?
It made it worse.
Yeah.
It made it worse. If this were the college football playoff, they would just say the Bills should go through. I heard that joke and I thought, that's right. Maybe we should want that. Bo Nick's out. Drake May.
Drake May's going to get a pass.
What did Drake May get yesterday? He got great catches from his receivers. They threw down the field on the Texans.
Yeah.
They threw down the field on that defense. They threw at Derek Stingley Jr. and got an incredible catch.
He did have 4 fumbles.
And this team is out here to tell you that, like, bubble screens and blocks is what they want out of that group.
Right.
Not all the time. Brandon Cooks, welcome to the team. He was a welcome addition. How about a 22-year-old version of that for cheap?
He was good at getting open, but
the whole
time he was here, he couldn't catch the ball.
He was not good at completing the catch. He was very spotty.
How many yards did he leave on the field?
Oh,
with drops?
200?
200. Yeah, right. I don't know. I want that guy back. I want that type of player, just younger.
Well, like
better.
Oh, like three of them. All right, 8030550. I end up wondering, there's one throw in the game where Coleman is running a bit of a corner route. Romo called the play a throwaway.
Mm-hmm.
Allen threw it to the shoulder, to the outside shoulder, and Coleman cut back in toward the safety.
Oh, I thought that was not a throwaway.
I thought that was Coleman ran the wrong route.
Yeah. I think the only place for him to run where there was any opening was to the outside. For some reason, Coleman ran towards the safety.
Right. And I on that play, Romo says throwaway.
I think he's played that dude's played his last name for the Bills.
I think Coleman ran the wrong way. 8030550. James Cook fumble. That was tough. That was real tough. The Bills were in great shape before that fumble. We'll get your calls in. We're wide open until 8:30 when Chris Brown joins us. The catch/interception, the mile-high mistake. If you got something better, we'll see what it lives as. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Obviously, last week, I had some guys go down, and it's next man up, So every week, it was somebody stepping up, and our team chemistry as well is a little special. And love every single one of the guys.
The Bills have a lot of what if from both the offense and the defense, the turnovers, the mistakes. Ultimately, they fall in Denver. What do you come out of the game thinking about in terms of whether it's the roster, it's the decisions they made? What's the story beyond officiating that's at the top of the headline?
I don't know. It's tough to say. I guess all of that is baked in, right? Which is, I think about Josh Allen. I think about the fact that he was so amazing this year once again. And then in this game, he's made some incredible plays, but we also got Josh Allen not playing his best football at times, and that cost the Bills. But, we've talked so much this year about how the Bills are not really reliant on Josh, right? They have this great run game and James Cook, and I've said that. And he didn't have an MVP year, but yet they still did what they did all year. But if Josh makes mistakes like that and turns the ball over, that is very, very critical. And what did I say to you guys many times over the last few weeks? The difference between this Bills team and several teams in the past is they can't overcome those mistakes anymore. Like the margin for error for this team is so much more thin than it has been over the last several years. So even though they came back and scored, they put themselves in such a tough position by those turnovers. Now, there were just way too many turnovers. This wasn't even 2 turnovers. This is 5 turnovers in a game, right? So, I mean, that's even going well beyond the extreme. But I think that's what I think about is I don't know if it's roster construction. I mean, that's certainly a big picture, and I understand why everybody's talking about it. But I don't come out of this game thinking that necessarily. What I come out of this game thinking, the roster obviously isn't to the point of, and that could be a lot of things. That's roster construction, that's injuries, that's everything, that they just have not been able to overcome these mistakes this year. In every game, when the Bills lost the turnover battle, they lost games this year. And too often they did that on the road.
On McDermott, listen, there are going to be people that just look at the score and say, could someone else do it better? Maybe. I want to know who his offensive coordinator is next year. I want the offense to be different.
Mm-hmm.
Fundamentally different. I want a different offense. I've wanted a different offense pretty much since the day this one showed up.
Mm-hmm.
So it won a lot of games. It runs the ball well. What did that do for you in overtime? What did that do for you in the fourth quarter? What did it do? What the run game becomes in these high-leverage moments is a wasted play.
Yeah.
Hey, look, here's another 1st and 10 at the 14-yard line to kill the game. Handoff James Cook, 0 yards. Great. Last year in the AFC Championship game, drive for your season, Ty Johnson, -2.
Right.
Congratulations on your number 1 run game. I don't need it in that moment. I build a thing that can beat bad teams, and we're constantly told is going to, mow over other teams. They ran for 100 and whatever yards. Did it matter? How much did it help? What did they need? They needed their passing game to dig them out. They needed to remember that Dalton Kincaid should get the ball more often. They needed to continue to feed Kincaid. During that game on Saturday, I tweeted, is Kincaid playing? And then they peppered him with targets and started ripping the ball down the field.
Right.
Are we
because they needed him.
Right. Are we allergic to just admitting, like, hey, this guy's the best option for us. Let's throw it to him. How do you think Brandon Cooks started getting the ball all the time or getting serious targets? He showed up and was good. Like, the run game. Constantly about run the ball, stop the run. How was your terrible run defense against Denver? Did it manifest?
Didn't matter at all.
Another season of this run defense is going to get this team beat, and it never does. Just never does.
When you're great and you feel like you have to do so much, you have the opportunity to be able to force some of those things. And that's what I think about Josh. He's the greatest quarterback in this league. Everybody else around him got to come up, be able to make plays. So he doesn't always have to be the one to feel like, man, I got to win this game.
Locker room audio, that is Bills receiver Josh Palmer. Or sorry, no, I was looking about Josh Palmer. It's Brandon Cooks. I was looking things up about Josh Palmer in the break. That's Brandon Cooks. Locker room audio brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. I was looking for, I know Tyler Dunn, our buddy, had a one-on-one with Bean talking about, the offseason build and looking for ways to improve the team and, the defensive build in the draft, a very defense-heavy draft. And one thing he told Tyler was, you're not going to make everybody happy. This is Tyler saying it, but about receiver and the build. And he said, I don't worry about it. I'll go back to what I said. I had no issue with the wide receiver question all year, but after the season, and I added Josh Palmer, I thought everybody should have just moved on from wide receiver. Let's get after Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson. If you want to break down where our road has come to an end, we haven't gotten those quarterbacks on the ground. End quote. And then there's more of that conversation about getting quarterbacks on the ground. It is, of course, like it's a certain kind of purgatory here where the Bills are, again, a good to great team. And again, it's, do you think they should have held a team to 4 fewer points or scored 4 more points? It's the same life. And it is a third, I tilt the offensive side, it is a third playoff loss with the ball, with a chance late to end it. Mm-hmm. And you failed with Josh Allen. 3 years ago, divisional round here. Diggs drops that deep ball. You keep going down the field. Mm-hmm. You get 1st and 10 in the red zone, 23-yard line.
Right around it.
Peter out, kick and miss. Game's over. All right. Couldn't get in the end zone. I had the ball in a spot. I'd like it. Last year, forget the 4th and 1. I mean, the 4th and 1 is actually a part of it. 4th and 1, when Allen gets stuffed on the tush push, they're trailing. They have the ball up 1 in Kansas City. Go nowhere. Actually, that's where the 4th and 1 gets stopped because the next drive, that's right.
The next drive, they're down and they throw a screen to Cooper on 3rd and 10.
Right. Your offense has a chance, 2 chances in that game. In that game, you have 2 chances. You have the ball up 1, Score and, take control. Don't score. Get the ball back. Down 3. Let's go do something. 17 yards. Your drive ends. Your season ends. Here, up 1. 1st and 10. At their 14 with 5 minutes left. Get it in the end zone with Josh Allen. Can you do it? No. Kick. Defense gives it up. You get a field goal. Overtime. They get the ball. You stop. You get it back. Offense doesn't do it. Now, of course, if Cooks is ruled to have caught that, hey, we're on to New England. But 3 straight years, you're over here talking about getting a quarterback on the ground, and I'm asking, how come the best quarterback in football can have the ball with a chance to end it, and he doesn't have anybody he can go to? Again. A couple more defensive ends. Next time the quote will say we got to get Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, and Bo Nix on the ground. Another year. So anyway. But I mean, that's just on brand for me. We're in one of those confirm your priors spots, and we all get there. If you think McDermott's a bum, you're coming for McDermott today because they give up 33 and hey, I'm not here to push back on really anything. Isn't everything fair today?
Yep.
Everything's fair.
Everything's fair.
Everything's fair today. Defense is a mess. Officials are dumb. Receivers were bad. Allen's too mistake prone. It's all here. Joe Brady, you don't like the game he called? I thought he called a pretty decent game. That hook and liner works all the time.
The screen on 3rd and 8, though.
Maybe Ray Davis should have gone out of bounds on the hook and liner, save a timeout, try to get down.
Yes.
Get a shot at the end zone, but then, who'd you throw to? It's all fair. It's all fair. Airing of grievances. Wide open phone lines for you next.
The timeline on kind of McDermott in all of this, because in the press conference, I think he said it, he thought it was a catch, but then he spent a lot of that time really going over, the process of it more so than the play itself. And then this pool report happens, right? And when does that happen? Because that's when it was much more, I feel about the play itself.
Okay, yeah, so real quick, let me just explain to everybody. People are probably hearing and not knowing what pull report means and things like that. So we do not interview officials after games. Nobody does, right? In any sport, you don't interview officials. But when there is a really big controversial ending, play, something like that, what happens is you want to get answers of why something was looked at a certain way. So instead of putting 100 mics in front of an official, putting them at a podium, one person in every city, this is football I'm just speaking of, I can't talk about other sports, one person in every city, in every for every team, is responsible for putting together an interview with the official, just asking the basic questions. Why did you call this? What did you see? That person in Denver is Jeff Legwold. He covers the Broncos. Because it's a home game for the Broncos, he would be responsible. But what happens is here in Buffalo, our Pro Football Writers Association president, Joe Biscaglia, and vice president, Jay Skursky, are pretty much responsible for saying, okay, we would like to have this because we need to find out from the Buffalo side of things. So you put in a request, they go do that. That person then distributes it to the pool of reporters. That's why it's called a pool report, so that we could all have it and we could all distribute it. So Legwold does this. Okay. Carl Cheffers explains what he saw, what he didn't see. All right. To me, the pool report from Carl Cheffers is fine. He's not the one that's really in question here. The question is why it wasn't reviewed from New York. Carl Cheffers has nothing to do with that. And Sean McDermott, now to get to what you said, Joe, he even said that. He's like, those guys were great on the field. I'm trying to get his attention to say, why are they not reviewing it in New York, right? So that's up to them. You go into the press conference. Sean McDermott says what he says. He's very passionate. I'm standing up for Buffalo, all those kinds of things that he says. That's done. About an hour and a half later, Jay Skursky, he lets us know in the Buffalo media that Sean had individually called him to expand and Jay made that another pool report, if you will, because it's not just I'm just talking to Jay Skursky. It's I don't have a microphone in front of me for the whole Buffalo media, and now Sean wants more to say, so that becomes more of a distributed to the pool of reporters, and that's where you got the long, lengthy conversation there.
Okay. In overtime, you go to overtime against Denver. I'll sit here and think it's the third season in a row where my offense has the ball with a chance to put a game away and doesn't.
Yep.
Again, this
one,
time,
though,
this one wasn't, I'll take my chances with Josh down 3. This is, I've got the ball up 1 at their 14.
Yeah.
Kill the game.
Right. This one, though, Allen missed Knox.
Sure he did.
Like, he missed Knox.
He missed Knox?
Like, there are a lot of other, like, to me, it's embarrassing that the two most important plays of that overtime, Allen was throwing the ball to McCole Hardman and Brandon Cooks.
Well, yeah.
It's pathetic. But he had the game. It was there. You hit Knox, you win the football game. I mean, you'll be up 8 probably. Do we know? Does McDermott?
We decided,
there was too many other things to get to. I'm not sure if McDermott
do you want to go
said
for
if he would've gone
2 and make it 9?
Yeah, like I would have gone for 2. Maybe they would have gone for 1. I'm not sure, but like, man, it would have felt like the game was over right then and there. And that, again, I think that is out of character from these playoff losses, where it felt like Josh let you down, and I think he did.
The Bills enter into the offseason after falling to the Denver Broncos in overtime by a score of 33-30.
This is a team that's, again, we were battle tested all year. Down 2 scores at halftime, come out, sack, fumble, hold them to 3, find ourselves leading that game. And if 1 or 2 plays go our way, it's a different story.
There were 5 total turnovers for the offense, 2 interceptions and 2 fumbles for Josh Allen, and James Cook tallied a fumble as well. A bright spot within, Deion Walker did record his first interception. In other news, offensive coordinator Joe Brady had some interviews yesterday with the Miami Dolphins, the Baltimore Ravens, and the Las Vegas Raiders. The Bills will have the 26th pick of the NFL Draft. The Sabres are in action today with another early puck drop set for 1:30 against the Hurricanes. You'll be able to catch all of the action over on our sister station, the Bet 1520, with pregame starting at 12:30. We got an injury update from Josh Norris as well. He is week to week as of right now. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's nothing more. Just emotional about the game and how that, how it ended. You're not blaming. I think you want a better explanation. You feel like maybe there was a better call to make, like Ty goes to the offensive guy, or that Ty goes to the runner in baseball. I thought Ty went to the offensive guy in football too. I may be a biased Bills fan, though. That's probably the way everybody will take it.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff commenting on the mile-high mistake from the officials, or whatever. We're talking about that if you want. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe on this Buffalo Bills Football Monday. It is not a victory Monday. The season has ended. They lose to the Denver Broncos in the divisional round, and Denver loses their starting quarterback, Bo Nix, broken ankle. So he'll not play. Then Denver will host New England, with a chance to for both those teams to go to the Super Bowl and play the winner of the Seahawks and Rams, who will play for the third time this year. Those games have been electric. And there's your NFL's Final Four. Stafford, Darnold, Stidham, and May.
There is no doubt at all. I would not like to see them go, but there's no doubt, entertainment value-wise, for a Super Bowl, that New England versus one of the two NFC teams is your best Super Bowl.
Oh, for sure.
Like by a mile.
I don't want to watch Jarrett Stidham in a Super Bowl. Not gonna be something I want to see.
Also, I wonder how Bills fans will feel if that happens. They're a 5.5-point favorite, so there's a very good chance they will go to the Super Bowl.
The Patriots?
Drake May going in his second year before Allen does is going to feel like another gut punch, I think.
And you have plenty.
And if Diggs is
going to say, you have plenty of Bills fans that feel gut punched by that.
You know.
Yeah.
I had a buddy just so like, I'm just going to go all the way into my sorrows. I'm just going to bet Diggs to win Super Bowl MVP. Let me just go all the way in on the worst I could feel possible. The ultimate emotional hedge.
803-0550 is the phone number. Join us. All right, so on the catch/interception, on the turnovers, on the defense, I said to Joe on the break here, that 3rd and 11 really was it, wasn't it? 3rd and 11, final drive. Like I thought when they took the 4-point lead, they would get the stop. They got the stop against Trevor Lawrence. I thought they would get the stop, and they didn't. They did not get the stop. Pass interference calls. Listen, the Taron Johnson pass. No one is happier about the pass interference in Taron Johnson than Joey Bosa. That would have been... it
was so idiotic.
It was so bad.
I can't believe.
It was so bad. And plenty of people didn't even really notice that it happened. You're too busy mad about the Taron Johnson thing.
Because they only showed a very quick 4-second replay, and then they didn't even talk about it.
And it was a 2-yard difference. That's why they took the pass interference instead of the roughing the passer.
Right, so largely it would have been the same thing.
Yep.
He really became a disappointment down the stretch. Was he dealing with injuries along the way? Maybe, because he has done that a lot. But he didn't have a sack since the Pittsburgh game. He had 1 sack in his final 6, 8, 9 games. 1 sack in his final 9 games with the Buffalo Bills. I know he was not a $30 million pass rusher. Expectations on a 1-year guy for $12 million, maybe shouldn't be that high. But he was your move. He was the guy. He was supposed to help you. You spent money on him. You want to get the quarterback on the ground, and he just joined the party with all their other defensive ends for 7 years. Just no impact in these playoff games at all. And that is what makes it all the more frustrating, because they keep pouring assets into it, and they might feel like they need to keep doing it because they can't find the answer.
I'm sure they're going to. You better believe, the first 3 rounds of the draft, whatever, they're going to pick 26th if they stay put. First 3 rounds of the draft, I could fully expect either a linebacker or safety, or maybe both. A defensive end.
Right.
A guard.
They might actually,
and maybe another receiver that gets a lot of it, or position that gets attention.
The thing that I want to hear what Bean sounds like this week, but I can believe sitting here today they are more likely to care about that position and address it. Maybe not even just because of the plays at the end of the game, Hardman and Cooks, and how bad they got, but the point we were just talking about, how Allen got beat up, and that, I think, would be the catalyst to get them to do it more than anything, is just, we just can't have him taking these hits, and we already have a great run game. We already have a great offensive line, so if you care about him making it through a season, the only other thing you can do is give him options in the pass game so he doesn't have to hang onto the ball so long. That's it.
Yeah. Rob in Connecticut is up. Hey, what's up, Rob? Good morning.
Jeremy, Joe, Owen, and Mr. Callie. Emotionally invested in this team really hurts. Pinch me. Wake me up from this nightmare. I'm just I think this is the worst I've ever felt as a Buffalo Bills fan. Listening to you guys all the time, you fire me up. You guys make a lot of sense, make me think differently. I lost a lot of respect for Brandon Beane last year when he called up and accused you of griping about the wide receivers. Why don't you listen to the people? That's what we need. And we wouldn't have been in this predicament if he had made the right decisions during the draft. We need wide receivers. And, that's what really burns my butt. It kills me to hear Josh Allen crying that tore my heart out. I wanted to give him a hug. I mean, it just during the game, the only two things that really bothered me the most, I mean, yeah, James Cook fumbled the ball. We had the momentum. It was like that bothered me. But personally, for me, kneel down before halftime, go in, collect yourself. You know what we do in the second half, because that fumble would have never happened if we had knelt down. And then what really bothered me at the end of the game, 2 minutes, under 2 minutes, I mean, we hailed Denver the whole third quarter, most of the fourth quarter until that 2 minutes. It was like, where was the defense? If we could have just hailed them, and we still would have been up 27-20, 23. And those are the only two things that bother me. I mean, of course I'm going to be listening to everybody talking about catch, no catch. That's what I call it, but I like the Maha mistake. But catch, no catch. I mean, everybody else is going to talk about that. But, I mean, I'm so emotionally invested in you guys. I think about what going through your minds. Howard Simon's basement, is that still in one piece?
He did text me.
I'm sure he ripped it apart.
He did text me. He said he couldn't bring himself to watch more football. We'll talk to Howard in a couple of days. I'm sure I'll get him in here. You know, on the final drive for the Broncos in regulation to go for the touchdown. It didn't take them very long at all, right? Like it's 55. Sorry, not in 55 seconds. That's the scoring drive. It lasted that much time. They end up getting down the field, 8 plays, 73 yards, 316. And it's a pass for 11. There's a couple spots where it looked like they had it, like 3rd and 11 at their own 37, and it's Cortland Sutton 25 yards to just over Bishop. Like, I don't know if Bishop
maybe went down when he should have stayed up.
I don't know. But
yeah,
it's worth pointing out that field goal the Bills kick. Like these are spots to me where what is my identity as a team? Is my identity as a team an offensive team? I got a defensive coach. I got a superstar quarterback. What do I want to have be the thing that wins me a game? You can talk complimentary football all you want, and that's great. I get it. I've got 1st and 10 at the Denver 14, Cook for 0 yards. Then I've got pass to Curtis Samuel for 2.
What is that play? Is that a screen?
It's a little, I believe it's a little.
Oh, he comes down to like, Samuel's not the first read.
No.
Yeah, like there's a couple things probably down further that aren't there, and then he goes to Samuel.
And then the screen on 3rd and 8 that Josh bounces to Shakir. If that throw is completed, it probably picks up enough. They end up having to kick what we often refer to as the field goal of death, which is, I'm going to go up 4. Now, you have the ball. You won't play for 3. You'll play for 7. And if you need 4th downs, you'll use 4th downs. Never got to a 4th down. They picked up that 3rd and 11 and, going on a 26-yard touchdown pass against Dane Jackson. Like,
right.
What am I supposed to do? If Dane Jackson doesn't go in,
the one thing you could argue about what you should have done is Babich, is this McDermott in that instance?
Blitz.
Don't they do that? I was going to say, Dane Jackson is in there, and if you think like a reasonable person would, they're going to go right after him right away, do not have him in one-on-one man coverage with no help over the top. I think they did blitz. Didn't they on that play? So everybody.
I'm sorry, 3rd and 11 is where they did not blitz.
Right. No, I think they blitzed at least one guy. Maybe they didn't blitz more than that. But they're in man coverage one-on-one. Like, maybe don't have Dane Jackson one-on-one with anybody on the play he's going to have. Maybe that's the time to be a little more conservative on your play calling and say, even if you want to go man, make sure somebody is deep to help him over the top instead of you put Dane Jackson on an island on the one play he played. What did you think was going to happen? That would be my only critique of them defensively in that game. Otherwise, I feel like they were largely okay. Even the Savage play. Savage play's not their fault. He's supposed to cover that weak side. Like, that was just a mistake by him. Jackson was more, you put a dude in a situation that he wasn't capable of.
And Bo Nix made the throw.
Right.
Glenn in North Carolina. Glenn, good morning.
Hi, guys. It's the catch that wasn't, by the way, but that's not why I called. I'm just calling because I think Josh Allen's injured that entire game, his right hand. Remember he banged it on the helmet the game before?
Yeah.
And how many passes went into the dirt or went low? In fact, even the Brandon Cooks throw at the end, you could argue that was short.
It was short, a little bit.
Replay, he's out there in front. He's got separation, and he has to come back or slow down anyway. So I think there were at least 3 passes that hit the dirt, and then that throw. So something's wrong. Like if your pinky is sprained, or try and throw a football. You know what I mean? I think that's something, and I haven't heard anybody talk about it, but clearly he wasn't his normal self.
Yeah. Thanks, Glenn.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, how many passes did he really miss? I mean, you could argue he missed the Hardman one. You could also argue Hardman ran the route deeper than he was supposed to.
He missed.
And they haven't had time on task. He
Knox.
definitely missed Knox. The Cooks one, I mean, it's not really a miss. If he underthrew him, it was only by a little bit. The play is still very much there for his receiver to make.
Right, and what you want is a receiver that completes that catch.
Yes.
And like you can think he caught. Is it okay? Can you think, I thought he caught it, but also think he could have done more?
Oh, for sure.
Like, complete the catch.
I think that has to be. Like, the catch is debatable. I think it was a catch. You don't. I don't think it is debatable that Cook should have done better. He absolutely should have done better on that play. He kind of, just the whole time he was here, anytime there was any sort of contact with the ground or with another player, the ball was getting jarred.
Yeah.
But again, part of this is he's playing a role he shouldn't be playing. He's your number one threat down the field running any sort of real route. And he wasn't here in October. He was free. Right? He went unclaimed on waivers.
Yep.
Like, nobody was itching to get Brandon Cooks.
Was that because of the contract, the way that it was worked out?
Yeah, that might be right.
To get him to go unclaimed so he could go join a team.
But still, nobody was. Who else was putting him in that role? Like, of a good team. Was there another good team that was going to have him playing important of a role as the Bills had?
No.
No chance. Denver, he's not playing. And their receivers aren't even that great. New England, he's not playing. Houston, he's not playing. Like, again, these are teams that don't have star-studded receiver rooms, and he's not playing on those teams.
Johnny in Buffalo. Johnny, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. Tough one this weekend, obviously. But my biggest point is, obviously, Josh made a bunch of mistakes this game. 2 interceptions, 2 fumbles. But, Jeremy, to echo your point, man, one of our receivers has to step up, right? Like, I'm watching other games. I see Booty make a great one-handed catch. I see Diggs catch. I see Luther Burden making guys miss. I see Devontae Adams getting 2 feet in bounds. And as good of an addition Brandon Cooks was, like, in my opinion, there's no way that was a catch. Like, bang, bang play, defender rolls over, be strong with the ball, hold on to it. He had another play on the sideline where his hand touches out of bounds before he catches it.
Yep. Right. Yep, that's right.
Forgot about that one.
There was a deep ball where it looked like, maybe he got grabbed in the end zone, but he kind of held up. And Josh, it looked like a perfect throw. And, he just kind of stops running for a second. Maybe he gets held a little bit, but, listen, every other team has guys who are making plays. And here we are with a group of nobodies at receiver, and maybe Shakir's the only one who's back next year. Palmer maybe because of contracts. But, it's just so frustrating year in, year out watching the same thing. And, sorry if this is going to sound like a rant, but my goodness, our defensive line, no pressure. Rousseau, no pressure. Bosa, completely useless the last 2 games. And here we are investing more and more assets on this defensive side of the ball and free agency in the draft, and it's just we get nothing out of it. And I can't see us running it back with the same GM, the same coach. Listen, I think I've been a little hard on McDermott this year. I think he did a pretty good job with what he had. But whether or not it's fair or not, you can't run it back and expect different results. Listen, we put ourselves into these situations by losing to these other teams during the
Atlanta
season.
And Miami are the 2, right?
Yeah. And you lose to New England at home and give them that advantage up on you. And here's New England. They play Houston without Nico Collins. Now they're playing Denver without freaking Bo Nix. And here we are again, out of the playoffs. And Drake May is probably going to go to the Super Bowl in his second season. I'm gonna have a heart attack because I might not. I don't even want to watch football anymore if that happens. If he wins one, it's just I can't see it happening. And listen, I know the defense gave up the offense had 5 turnovers, and the defense played pretty decent, all things considered. But again, we gave up that last under 2-minute touchdown, and here we are in all of the losses in the playoffs that we've had. it's been like we've let up over an average of like 35 points a game, pretty much. It's just, to me, running it back and expecting different results. That's the definition of insanity, and I can't see it happening. And you can't just say, oh well, maybe they'll be healthier next year, or we'll learn from our mistakes.
Yep.
Look, Sean made a mistake against Jacksonville by giving the ball back to them. We got lucky that Trevor Lawrence threw an interception. They had the best kicker in the league. If we kicked it in the end zone on the kickoff, like we had been all game, they get the ball at the 35-yard line. They go 15 yards. They're in field goal range. I mean, it just blows my mind at what we do come playoff time. And I guess I'm just – there's so many things to be mad at. And, Allen missing knocks. I could go on and on. It's so frustrating that we have – if Allen isn't having a superhuman game, or there's not like a crazy Benford pick six, like nobody on offense steps up and makes that like, oh my God, that was such an incredible play. We don't have that player, and we won't. And we can't run it back with the same guys.
Well, there's a good question, like what will be different? Like what will they change? What will be different, if anything? What will be different? I don't know. Maybe, Aaron Kromer is going to retire, so there's a new offensive line coach. Mm-hmm. Will Brady get a job? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. And if he were to leave, who gets the offensive coordinator position? Is it Aaron Curry? Is it somebody in-house, just like raise the next guy up?
Somebody out of house.
Would they ever get to a spot where they decide who's the best offensive mind on the market?
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's say Joe Brady takes the job. I got plenty of Bills fans that think like Mike McDaniel would be an idea. I don't think that's realistic.
I think he's the best name out there. You want the best offensive coordinator? He's the name.
He's certainly the one getting the most interviews from the league.
Yep, and he might get a head coach job.
He might.
Although there is a report that he would prefer a good OC job over a bad head coach job. So it depends what he thinks is a bad head coach job.
That might make sense.
Right.
Is the guys that got dismissed this week. Brian Daboll.
He got an interview in Philly this weekend.
He got an interview in Tennessee for the head coaching job. He got an interview for the offensive coordinator position in Philly.
Yep.
All right. I don't know.
He's an idea.
This week is a little bit about maybe starting to see the path that they chart. Are they going to lean into the officiating is what really undid their valiant comeback effort? Maybe. It wouldn't necessarily be wrong. I am glad today is, so far, our conversation, it's not that many calls about that. Like, we might accept it might have been the wrong call. Maybe you are furious about it. It was whatever. Like,
yeah,
it can be there, and the rest of this stuff still matters too. So
I was starting to cool down a little bit on it until the Adams play happened yesterday, and then I got juiced right back up.
The Adams play in in Chicago last night was very much all right, this is ridiculous kind of moment. Like, what
right.
Is this in the script?
Right.
We're going to see this now? Anyway, 8030550.
By the way, quick stat on the pressure point that you made about defensive ends and not, getting any results. Rousseau in playoff games, and now Bosa joins that list. Joey Bosa this year in his first 8 games with the Bills had 4 sacks and 20 quarterback pressures. In his last 9 games with the Bills, he had 1 sack and 5 pressures.
In 9 games.
He had 5 QB pressures in 9 games. And I know he dealt with a hand injury through a lot of that, and maybe he was playing in games that they wouldn't have played if they had other bodies. But come on.
Well, it's
5 and 9 is ridiculous.
It's consistent. It's the same. It's always receiver and defensive end after every one of these losses. I teased the Matt Bove stat, and I never got to it, so I'll give it to you here, and then we'll get to Chris Brown. Josh Allen was 20 of 25 for 247 and a touchdown, throwing to tight ends, running backs, and Khalil Shakir. When targeting the Bills' other 4 receivers, that's receivers not named Shakir, 5 for 14, 36 yards, a touchdown, and 2 picks. Now, the 1 pick shouldn't have been a pick. Maybe you should have had 30 yards to that. But it was a constant problem. Constant. And they lost Gabe Davis and Tyrell Shavers. And would it have been any different with those 2 out there? I don't know. Who knows? 8030550. 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. Sorry, he had a touchdown to Hardman and Coleman. All right, Chris Brown on the other side. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday on WGR. On McDermott, listen, there are going to be people that just look at the score and say, could someone else do it better? Maybe. I want to know who his offensive coordinator is next year. I want the offense to be different. Fundamentally different. I want a different offense. I've wanted a different offense pretty much since the day this one showed up. So it won a lot of games. It runs the ball well. What did that do for you in overtime? What did that do for you in the fourth quarter? What did it do? What the run game becomes in these high-leverage moments is a wasted play. Yeah. Hey, look, here's another 1st and 10 at the 14-yard line to kill the game. Handoff James Cook, 0 yards. Great. Last year in the AFC Championship game, drive for your season, Ty Johnson, -2. All right. Congratulations on your number one run game. I don't need it in that moment. I build a thing that can beat bad teams, and we're constantly told is going to, mow over other teams. They ran for 100 and whatever yards. Did it matter? How much did it help? What did they need? They needed their passing game to dig them out. They needed to remember that Dalton Kincaid should get the ball more often. They needed to continue to feed Kincaid. During that game on Saturday, I tweeted, is Kincaid playing? And then they peppered him with targets and started ripping the ball down the field.
Right.
Because
they needed him.
Right. Are we allergic to just admitting, hey, this guy's the best option for us. Let's throw it to him. How do you think Brandon Cooks started getting the ball all the time or getting serious targets? He showed up and was good. The run game, constantly about run the ball, stop the run. How was your terrible run defense against Denver? Did it manifest?
Didn't matter at all.
Another season of this run defense is going to get this team beat, and it never does. Just never does. I'm eager to hear Brandon Beane's review and tone. Yeah, I don't want to hear a GM blaming an official. You better not.
He might. I mean, the coach is doing it.
That's great.
Are they going to bring up the you want to bet they're going to bring up the Adams play in the press conference?
Go for it.
I bet they will.
20 years later, how does no goal look as a press conference? The coach can say no goal. We can all cheer. But really what you could have done in that moment is could have had a better team instead of asking Dominic Hasek to carry you the whole way.
Yeah.
But I'm not alive around as a Sabres fan at that time. I know you want to say it's a wrong call. Listen, I don't want to live here where we're populism, where we fan the flames of everybody that gets mad at officials. Yeah. Every year. Guess what? In the AFC and NFC championship games, there will be 2 fan bases coming out of that game claiming that officials are rigged it against them. You better believe it. No matter what. That's how this works. The Saints had an interference call on them, and they changed the rules the next year because Nickel Roby-Coleman blasted a dude, and the Saints tried to sue to get in the Super Bowl, and what did we think? You guys are losers. You're losers. Come on. It's a bad call. Happens. So
some people thought that. I mean, I think Lindy ages well, screaming no goal in front of a crowd. I think Ralph Wilson aged well, writing a letter to the commissioner about how bad the officials were in a playoff game in '98.
Okay.
That stuff I do think ages well with their fan bases.
Fan bases, sure.
Yeah.
It's populism.
I don't know that the Saints thing ages poorly for them. To me, they got robbed of a Super Bowl appearance, and I would have been just as mad about that.
Right, but what does it do for you? What does anybody get by this? All right, I'll leave it there.
Venting. Is
sure. And I guess today, if you want to vent, you should be allowed to vent.
The Bills enter into the offseason after falling to the Denver Broncos in overtime by a score of 33-30 in the divisional round. There are 5 total turnovers for the offense, 2 interceptions, and 2 fumbles for Josh Allen, and James Cook tallied a fumble as well. A bright spot within, Deion Walker did record his first interception as well. In other news, offensive coordinator Joe Brady had some interviews yesterday with the Miami Dolphins, Baltimore Ravens, and Las Vegas Raiders for their head coaching vacancies. The Bills also will have the 26th pick of the NFL draft. The Sabres in action today, another early puck drop set for 1:30 against the Hurricanes. You can catch all the action over on our sister station, the Bet 1520, with pregame starting at 12:30. We got an injury update on Josh Norris as well, and he is week to week as of right now. In college football, the national championship is tonight. Kickoff set for 7:30 between Miami and Indiana. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Up, and it is good. So with 4:44 left in overtime, the Denver Broncos take the AFC divisional playoff 33-30, and another season ends in disappointment for Buffalo.
Chris Brown, final call of the season. Next year, we're off to the new Highmark Stadium, and the Bills will be watching. They lose to Denver in overtime. 2 of the 4 divisional round games go to overtime. Denver wins, and then the Rams also win against the Bears at a crazy Soldier Field. Caleb Williams' touchdown there to Cole Kmet was
nuts.
Play of the year stuff.
He ran 21 yards backwards on 4th and 4.
Yes, it was nuts. No push-off called, and there's Terry McCauley to tell me it was not a push-off. No, it's not a... okay. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I don't know. I just couldn't believe you can get that open without pushing off. No, they're just kind of like fighting for position.
Yeah.
And then he breaks off.
On the replay, I didn't think it was a push-off. When I saw it live, they didn't show the...
Right. How could it not have been?
Right. I thought, there's no way this wasn't a push-off, right? But I guess it wasn't.
Chris Brown joining us on the Western Hotline on this Buffalo Bills Football Monday. His appearance brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com by Volkswagen, Northtown Volkswagen, West New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com. And by Lockport Outdoor Store, high impact gear for hardworking men and women. Chris, good morning. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks.
It's one of those games, Chris. We could start with the Cook's catch / interception. It feels like, and I don't know if this is normal for us now. These seasons end, and the margins are slim, and you kind of have it's a family style meal. Take what you want, because really whatever you want to go for, you could go for here. And I guess we could start with the officiating and the call on the field of the interception from Jaquan McMillan, and your view of it.
Yeah, where we were positioned, that was our half of the field, but Cook's back was to us as he went to the ground. So, because we were opposite the Bills sideline, and it looked like a catch to me. I called it that way, and then all of a sudden, McMillan came up from the pile, or the pile up, and had the ball, and just went running around with it. I know that Walt Anderson, in an interview on NFL Network yesterday, said he immediately lost control of the ball when he went to the ground. But my argument is, if he's down, if his knee is down and he's downed by the defender, the play is over. So to me, that supersedes the whole completing the catch garbage and ripping the ball out. And we saw 2 instances of that this weekend on Sunday.
Yeah.
One in the New England game, one in the Rams game. So the biggest problem here is the inconsistency in which the officials call it. And that breeds inconsistency, breeds conspiracy. And that's what angers the fans so much.
It has to be better. I know their job is not easy, but it has to be better. And the fact that New York and the replay assistant in the building ruled it in 7 seconds, I think just breeds further contempt and conspiracy.
I'm thinking about previous famous ones like Des Bryant, where he caught it and dives for the end zone. They call it incomplete, like Des caught it is a thing here. And
there was a Calvin Johnson one where he got up celebrating and they called it incomplete for some reason.
Right. I'm thinking of a Stevie Johnson play in Miami once where I learned that they apply different rules to receivers that they do to runners of the ball. You have to establish yourself as a receiver, and having caught it before being the rules of applied of a runner. So I don't know if it's as easy as making a cut and dried rule like, all right, 2 feet and a knee counts as control as you go to the ground,
Well, that's where I am, Chris. Like, to me, the way they have it, the language of it, or whatever the way that the rule is set up, the fact that we're evaluating things that are happening after the play is over. Like any other play, 2 feet and your knee is down, like you can't have a fumble. So why only on catches are we like, oh, this guy's out of bounds, and we're figuring out whether he did something while he's out of the field of play, and it's because of the way they write the rule.
Yeah. And again, I'll say 2 feet, knee down, touched by defender. Play over.
Right.
Like, how's that play not over? Like, whatever happened after that, to me, is immaterial because he's touched down by the defender. I don't care if the defender rips his head off after the play. It's still a catch. I mean, it does. To me, after that, everything else after that is immaterial and irrelevant to the play that was made. So that's where I come down on it. It just does not make sense to me.
After that play, right. Everything after it might be irrelevant. How about everything that happened before it? Because the Bills, of course, get themselves into a big hole in this game, dig their way out, and they had the ball in Denver territory deep with a chance to, I think, put the game away, make it a 2-score game, or at worst, make it an 8-score game. And the offense kind of falters there. You saw Allen with some misses, and he came out of this game maybe more so than we've ever seen before, feeling like he was the one that let the team down.
Right. And look, he missed some throws. I mean, I don't think you expect your quarterback to make every throw, but there were some key opportunities to make some plays, and he missed them. Part of that was due to traffic in the pocket. I think that's part of the reason why he misses Dawson Knox there. He had to alter the throw slightly, and he misses as a result. And there were others, too. He also had some beautiful throws. I mean, the touchdown to Dalton Kincaid to go ahead 24-23, that's an all-world throw because there is about 6 inches of room where he can put the ball in very good coverage, and he makes the play. I think the one that he's going to be kicking himself over for all of the offseason is running around with the ball like a loaf of bread at the end of the first half, where you gift wrap them 3 points with the fumble. It's just very, very careless. And, I'm telling you right now, if I'm on the show today and anybody comes after the defense in this one, I'm going to light them up because 16 points allowed off 5 turnovers, including 1 turnover you didn't even have a chance to defend because it's gift wrapped and they come on the field and kick it. 16 points off 5 turnovers, like, it ain't on the defense, guys.
And who you lost in the game, too. Like,
right.
I feel like losing Dorian Williams on the opening kickoff, I know he's not exactly like a starter on all plays and all the time, but he'd found a really nice role, and I had been anticipating his role in this game being a big one.
And on top of that, Chris, 2 touchdowns on 2 plays against Savage and Jackson, who weren't otherwise in the game, are also tough to swallow.
Yep. Yeah. I even said it when he was injured on the opening kickoff. Dorian Williams has become an important blitzer for them in their 3-3-5 nickel package, and he's no longer part of the equation. I mean, you've already found a way to persevere defensively without Ed Oliver for the balance of the season. He can't finish the game. And without Michael Hoyt, who in a game and a half showed you how lethal he could make the pass rush, you essentially use Dorian Williams and Matt Milano as the Michael Hoyt replacement, and they find a successful way in executing that, and he's out the first play of the game. It's just a microcosm of what the season was. And then you get kicked in the teeth because for one play when Tre'Davious White's in the medical tent, the other team goes after Dane Jackson and scores a touchdown. And, Cam Lewis goes out with muscle cramps at the end of the first half, and they go right after Darnell Savage. It's not just a big play. It's 2 touchdowns. It's just the kick in the gut.
Yeah. Bills fall to the Denver Broncos. New England advances, and they'll play Jarrett Stidham. You want to talk about like punches in the gut. There's another one that it feels like, you didn't lose to Jarrett Stidham, but the idea that the team that beat you has been, weakened along the way, and now maybe your nemesis, your arch rival, at least one of them has, an easier road to get to the Super Bowl, which might sting quite a bit, Chris.
Yeah, it's interesting. My family had a discussion on what would be worse, going to the AFC title game and losing in New England, or watching New England beat a backup quarterback in Denver to go to the Super Bowl. And I kind of argued that you're thinking about that wrong. I understand with all our scar tissue, that's the wrong way to think, because I believe that the Bills could have beat New England in New England next week if that wound up being the matchup. So I wasn't thinking about going to New England and losing and how that would feel. I was thinking about going to New England and winning. But now we're stuck with this, which is New England going to Denver with a trip to the Super Bowl, and all they need is to beat a backup quarterback and a very good Denver defense. I'm kind of hoping that Denver is inspired to rally around him. And, we've seen it before. Jeff Hostetler with the Giants, Nick Foles with the Eagles. Mm-hmm. It's not like it's unprecedented, so we'll see what they can come up with this week.
Chris, is there one thing as we enter the offseason that you're thinking most, maybe from Saturday's game or the end of the season, that you're thinking that the Bills need to make sure they address or improve?
I don't know. I kind of left, looking back on this season, I think it might have been one of Sean McDermott and his staff's best seasons in terms of doing more with less, especially on the defensive side of the ball. The injuries were nonstop from the beginning of the season, and they just kept on keeping on. And to finish the season as the 7th-ranked defense in the league with what had happened to them, to me is astonishing. Mm. It's astonishing work by the coaching staff and the players that were still healthy and could play. And I think, the offense was still as potent as we thought it could be. I think there might be a few shortcomings here and there in certain weeks, but, Joe Brady again led a very productive group. I just think that there needs to be an influx of higher end talent to help support what the coaching staff can kind of tie together week after week. It was hard not to recognize the fact that in Saturday's game, the Bills had 3 Pro Bowlers, 2 All-Pros total on their roster, and I think Denver had 8 Pro Bowlers and 6 All-Pros. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of games where you look at those matchups and you say, man, like, Philadelphia, for example, and the Bills play them to within a point with a chance to win the game at the end. I mean, that's just amazing coaching. I think the team, as a whole, the Bills are better than the sum of their parts. I think they're one of the best teams at playing team ball in the league, and that's why they do have the success that they do. And that's all McDermott pulling that together and getting these. I mean, find me another coach with a team playing that hard without elite talent that has that degree of success. I don't know if I can find another team right now in the league that does. I mean, even the Bears have more elite talent because they've been drafted in the top 10 for the last 7 years. So, you look across that front, you look across the Rams receiving core. I mean, it's all world type players. The Bills don't have any of that, and yet here they are in the Elite 8 every single year.
Chris Brown on the Western Hotline. Chris, thanks for the time. We will talk in the future.
That sounds good, guys. And enjoy a little downtime here.
That's right. We'll see. Downtime.
Go Sabres.
End of season presser. Sabres game is at 1:30 today. You can hear it on the Bet 1520. Downtime. Now it's the time we get to work. Like, really?
Yes.
The season is just like game, react, game. Now
thank goodness they are good.
It's time to get to work. Oh, the Sabres?
I needed them to be. Oh, right. You're saying get to work on that. Yeah.
I mean
on the Bills.
Get to work on the Bills. And I'll say this: like, as much as we're going to be disappointed and down and whatever, how many games do you think they won next year? 13. Like,
yeah,
of course.
10
Like,
minimum.
I think we'll have another year of they're going to be good. How good are they? Does this matter? It's the point I made at the beginning of the season, which is the regular season is stroke play, and then the playoffs is match play, and you are losing in match play. So,
but it's official now. Like, your division is not a cakewalk ever again.
That's right. That's
ever
right. Which,
again.
If I'm silver lining this, then fine. But I think New England being what they are, if the GM and the coach are going to stay put, get the GM off his butt. No more conservative. You can't. Yeah, you got to make sure we're not cap strapped in 2027. Nobody cares, man. No, don't want to hear that. Don't want to hear we got to be sustainable. You got to get off your rear and get some better players, whatever it takes. You got to swing when you're sitting there at the deadline instead of saying like, well, like whatever. He's done a really good job with this roster for the most part, but there's been a glaring problem and a hubris with it. And he's bought in as much as anybody. Like, if we have Josh, we should be fine. Like, nobody else is operating that way with their stud quarterback. No one. No one else does that. The Chiefs kind of lean on Mahomes for that. But at least they, tried a lot of pieces. So, just, I think the emergence in New England could be a net positive. Light a fire. Get back on top. Get the home games. Win 13, 14, 15. Anyway. We'll see where they go. And we'll see what the tone is in the end of season presser. Like, that'll matter to me. Like, I want to hear what he has to say. And I'm sure a lot of people want to hear what he has to say. Hasn't talked since before the deadline, since before it was reported that they had a deal in place to make themselves better, and they didn't. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, they're going to be good next year. How do they become the best they can be? That's what the offseason will, again, be about on WGR. I was looking for, I know Tyler Dunn, our buddy, he had a one-on-one with Bean talking about, the offseason build and looking for ways to improve the team and, the defensive build in the draft, a very defense-heavy draft. And one thing he told Tyler was, you're not going to make everybody happy. This is Tyler saying it, but about receiver and the build. And he said, I don't worry about it. I'll go back to what I said. I had no issue with the wide receiver question all year, but after the season, and I added Josh Palmer, I thought everybody should have just moved on from wide receiver. Let's get after Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson. If you want to break down where our road has come to an end, we haven't gotten those quarterbacks on the ground. End quote. And then there's more of that conversation about getting quarterbacks on the ground. It is, of course, like it's a certain kind of purgatory here where the Bills are, again, a good to great team. And again, it's, do you think they should have held a team to 4 fewer points or scored 4 more points? It's the same life. And it is a third, I tilt the offensive side. It is a third playoff loss with the ball, with a chance late to end it. Mm-hmm. And you failed with Josh Allen. 3 years ago, divisional round here. Diggs drops that deep ball. You keep going down the field. Mm-hmm. You get 1st and 10 in the red zone, 23-yard line.
Right around it.
Peter out, kick and miss. Game's over. All right. Couldn't get in the end zone. I had the ball in a spot. I'd like it. Last year, forget the 4th and 1. I mean, the 4th and 1 is actually a part of it. 4th and 1, when Allen gets stuffed on the tush push, they're trailing. They have the ball up 1 in Kansas City. Go nowhere. Actually, that's where the 4th and 1 gets stopped. Because the next drive, that's right.
The next drive, they're down, and they throw a screen to Cooper on 3rd and 10.
Right. Your offense has a two chances in that game. In that game, you have 2 chances. You have the ball up 1, score and, take control. Don't score. Get the ball back. Down 3. Let's go do something. 17 yards. Your drive ends. Your season ends. Here, up 1, 1st and 10, at their 14 with 5 minutes left. Get it in the end zone with Josh Allen. Can you do it? No. Kick. Defense gives it up. You get a field goal. Overtime. They get the ball. You stop. You get it back. Offense doesn't do it. Now, of course, like if Cooks is ruled to have caught that, hey, we're on to New England. But 3 straight years, you're over here talking about getting a quarterback on the ground, and I'm asking, how come the best quarterback in football can have the ball with a chance to end it, and he doesn't have anybody he can go to? Again. A couple more defensive ends. Next time the quote will say we got to get Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, and Bo Nix on the ground. Another year. So anyway. But I mean, like, that's just on brand for me. We're in one of those confirm your priors spots, and we all get there. If you think McDermott's a bum, you're coming for McDermott today because they give up 33 and like, hey, I'm not here to push back on really anything. Isn't everything fair today?
Yep.
Everything's fair.
Everything's fair.
Everything's fair today. Defense is a mess. Officials are dumb. Receivers were bad. Allen's too mistake prone. It's all here. Joe Brady, you don't like the game he called? I thought he called a pretty decent game. That hook and liner works all the time.
The screen on 3rd and 8, though.
Maybe Ray Davis should have gone out of bounds on the hook and liner, save a timeout, try to get down.
Yes.
Like, get a shot at the end zone, but then, who'd you throw to? It's all fair. It's all fair. In overtime, you go to overtime against Denver. I'll sit here and think like it's the third season in a row where my offense has the ball with a chance to put a game away and doesn't.
Yep.
Again, this
one,
time,
though.
this one wasn't, I'll take my chances with Josh down 3. This is, I've got the ball up 1 at their 14.
Yeah.
Kill the game.
Right. This one, though, Allen missed Knox.
Sure he did.
Like, he missed Knox.
He missed Knox?
Like, there are a lot of other, like, to me, it's embarrassing that the 2 most important plays of that overtime, Allen was throwing the ball to McCole Hardman and Brandon Cooks.
Well, yeah.
It's pathetic. But he had the game. It was there. You hit Knox, you win the football game. I mean, you'll be up 8 probably. Do we know? Does McDermott?
We decided,
there was too many other things to get to. I'm not sure if McDermott
do you want to go
said
for
if
2
gone
and
for 2.
Yeah, make it 9?
Yeah, like I would have gone for 2. Maybe they would have gone for 1. I'm not sure, but like, man, it would have felt like the game was over right then and there. And that, again, I think that is out of character from these playoff losses, where it felt like Josh let you down, and I think he did.
Quickly around the league, brought to you by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer food. Shop Dash's Market. The Patriots-Texans game was ugly. Had more possessions in the game because there were 1 million turnovers and 1 million punts. Mm-hmm. But the Patriots come out on top. And the feeling
game was ugly.
Yeah, the feeling of watching a playoff game in New England immediately hit me in the soul again. I was like, this is terrible. I don't want any part of this. The Rams and Bears, shout out to the Bears. They had an amazing, magical season. And would be, excited about them if I'm a big Bears fan. And if you know any Bears fans, like, their life is back. They're like us with the Sabres.
Well, they might have one. I mean, they've never had this.
No, that's right. Well, a long time.
Not like with a quarterback like this,
right,
at least. They've been good. They've been good before.
I thought Caleb Williams in that game multiple times threw the ball too hard.
He throws the ball so hard. He also might low-key be the fastest quarterback in the NFL.
He's pretty fast.
I think there were player trackings, like next-gen stats. I think he had like the 3 fastest runs in the league yesterday. When he was on 3rd and 4 in overtime and had to get to the first down marker, he was moving quicker than any quarterback I've seen this year.
But he was firing rockets. I pictured the receivers going back to him and being like, buddy, it's cold out here. Can you take a can you dial it back a notch?
Breaking fingers.
My hands hurt. The guy's 2 feet away. The rocket ship right to the receiver. Anyway, Rams and Seahawks, Patriots, and Broncos. And I am Team Rams. Seahawks would be fine, too. Team NFC, but specifically the Rams.
Yep.
Let's get another one for Stafford. Why not? The Rams have $75 million in cap space.
It's insane. For next year.
Repeat, the Rams have $75 million in cap space. Jeremy and Joe, more phone calls. Your thoughts on it? Tough way to end the season. Didn't have to end. But we'll talk about it with you and, get off to locker clean-out reaction stuff and Bean and McDermott speaking. I had someone write into me that Schefter has said on ESPN not expecting major changes. I have not seen it tweeted. I've not seen anyone else say that, so we will try to chase that down. But Schefter might have something on this. So Joe Brady is interviewed with 3 head coaching vacancies. The changes begin. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. There's nothing I feel less comfortable with than being the fan base that's tweeting out screenshots of the rules. Like, I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
I
hate it too. But I think it happened.
Okay,
which is like it's tough to avoid that.
I'll tell you what I think. I think that ball got picked off. That's what I think. I think that should be an interception.
Okay.
So
by the rule or
sure.
what the rule should be?
Well, I think that ball. Brendan Cooks didn't catch that ball. That's what I think.
Because
if you guys want to be mad at me about that, I'll accept it. I watched it. I thought he caught it, and then I watched it.
Yeah.
No, because the number one way I think that ball was picked off is if the ball shoots out of Cook's hands onto the ground. There's no doubt in my mind that's incomplete.
That play happened, though, yesterday in Texans, and they didn't call it incomplete.
You'll have to show me the play.
There was a play yesterday where it was the same play, and it was incomplete instead of a pick, and they called it down by contact, no fumble. The Patriots actually scooped it up. And
I saw this play on that play. Excuse me. Whatever. I don't think. I think if the ball hits if you want to say the others are called wrong, I don't care. I think Brandon Cooks didn't catch the ball. That's what I think. My thought is, of course, got the big board behind me.
Cooks is the bigger problem.
Can I get a catch?
Yeah.
Can I get a catch?
The whole time he was here. I'm going
to get a shirt. Kincaid last year.
Yeah.
Can I get a catch? Kayshon Boutte gave him a catch.
It is true that...
Can I get a catch?
Back-to-back years, Allen's last pass landed in his receiver's hands.
Right. And his most reliable receiver, maybe? Can I get a catch? That's where I am. You want to call in and say the league is fixed? Go for it.
I don't think it's fixed.
I want a catch. The league is inconsistent. The officiating has been inconsistent. Part of me wants to say, like, is this your first rodeo? You showed up to the league and you think, like, hey, they made a bad call. Like, sometimes that happens.
Right.
That happens.
Like, and that's kind of what I think. I think it's a bad call, but I think the rule is worse than the call is because they have created this system where everything in the NFL is over once you have possession with a knee down except for a catch.
Right.
Like,
that's true.
Fumble is impossible on that play because he's down by contact. Cooks, I think, has the ball for 2 feet and 2 knees. And they even said yesterday in the broadcast, a knee counts as 2 feet.
Yep.
So didn't he have 6 feet down then before he loses the ball hitting the ground? Again, the survive the ground rule is to me the biggest problem.
It's often kind of dumb.
Yeah.
We see it all the time on the sideline.
Because then it's up to total subjectivity, which is why last night, like, there's McCauley saying, like, oh, well, Adams, that's a definitive catch because he had possession. Like, he had possession to me for as long as Brandon Cooks had possession.
The Bills have a lot of what if from both the offense and the defense, the turnovers, the mistakes. Ultimately they fall in Denver. What do you come out of the game thinking about in terms of whether it's the roster, it's the decisions they made? What's the story beyond officiating that's at the top of the headline?
I don't know. It's tough to say. I guess all of that is baked in, right? Which is... I think about Josh Allen. I think about the fact that he was so amazing this year once again. And then in this game, he's made some incredible plays, but we also got Josh Allen not playing his best football at times, and that cost the Bills. But, we've talked so much this year about how the Bills are not really reliant on Josh, right? They have this great run game and James Cook, and I've said that. And he didn't have an MVP year, but yet they still did what they did all year. But if Josh makes mistakes like that and turns the ball over, that is very, very critical. And what did I say to you guys many times over the last few weeks? The difference between this Bills team and several teams in the past is they can't overcome those mistakes anymore. Like the margin for error for this team is so much more thin than it has been over the last several years. So even though they came back and scored, they put themselves in such a tough position by those turnovers. Now, there were just way too many turnovers. This wasn't even 2 turnovers. This was 5 turnovers in a game, right? So, I mean, that's even going well beyond the extreme. But I think that's what I think about is I don't know if it's roster construction. I mean, that's certainly a big picture, and I understand why everybody's talking about it. But I don't come out of this game thinking that necessarily. What I come out of this game thinking, the roster obviously isn't to the point of, and that could be a lot of things. That's roster construction, that's injuries, that's everything, that they just have not been able to overcome these mistakes this year. In every game, when the Bills lost the turnover battle, they lost games this year. And too often they did that on the road.
The Bills enter into the offseason after falling to the Denver Broncos in overtime by a score of 33-30 in the divisional round.
This is a team that's, again, we were battle tested all year. Down 2 scores at halftime, come out, sack, fumble, hold them to 3, find ourselves leading that game. And if 1 or 2 plays go our way, it's a different story.
5 total turnovers for the offense, 2 interceptions and 2 fumbles from Josh Allen, and James Cook tallied a fumble as well. A bright spot within Deon Walker did record his first interception as well. The Bills, following the loss, will have the 26th pick of the NFL draft. In other news, offensive coordinator Joe Brady had some interviews yesterday with the Miami Dolphins, Baltimore Ravens, and the Las Vegas Raiders. The Sabres are in action today with another early puck drop set for 1:30 against the Hurricanes. You can catch all of the action over on our sister station, the Bet 1520, with pregame starting at 12:30. We got an injury update on Josh Norris as well, as he is listed as week to week as of now. Around the NFL, following Bills-Broncos, it was revealed that Bo Nix has a fracture in his ankle and will miss the remainder of the postseason. Jarrett Stidham will get the start, per head coach Sean Payton postgame. The Patriots advanced to the AFC Championship over the Texans 28-16. The Seahawks dismantled the 49ers 41-6. And last night, the Bears fell to the Rams in overtime 20-17. And on another note, the mystery of what constitutes a catch in the NFL continues, as we're anxiously awaiting another poll from Gene Steratore. And in college football, the national championship is tonight. Kickoff set for 7:30 between Miami and Indiana. Tune in all this week for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Buffalo Auto Show at the Buffalo Convention Center, happening Thursday, January 29th through Sunday, February 1st. Visit BuffaloAutoShow.com for full schedule and tickets. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It would seem logical to me that and make a lot of sense that the head official would walk over and want to go and take a look at it just to make sure that everybody from here who is in the stadium to there are on the same page. That's too big of a play, in my estimation, too big of a play, in a play that decided the game potentially as well, to not even slow it down. And that's why I had to call the timeout. It's not what I wanted to do, but I had to do it in order to make sure that I understood what was going on and that they did take a look at it. It's hard for me to understand why it was ruled the way it was ruled.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott. We do live in an era of Sky Ref, New York called. Hey, they said actually that's not a roughing the passer. You missed a call. It's a loose system. We used to have it where how many cameras in a certain stadium would make a difference, and challenges and 2-minute drills and this and that. And, that I will say, after the game, I thought Brandon Cooks did not catch that ball, and I'm just sorry. I want him to catch it. It almost feels like a ball don't lie moment. Like, who's got the ball? They both went to the ground. The one guy came out with it. If that had been ruled a catch, if you flopped the jerseys and a Denver player caught that and Cole Bishop comes out on the other side, you're going to be like, you tell me that's a catch? Last year in Kansas City, two, he and Worthy are laying on the ground, both holding it. That's not the same thing as what we saw. That said, so I was whole, it's an interception, I'm sorry. Cooks should make that catch. And then the Devontae Adams play happened. I'm like, well, you know what? I give up. I'm not going to sit here and firmly say anything because I know that the rules are applied differently by different officials, and they do the best they can, and I don't think it's conspiracy. I just think that, like Chris Brown said, like fans lean to conspiracy. I agree with that. And you have plenty of other people that will lean into that. But it's not a conspiracy. It's much more common that it is just flat out incompetence, mistake-driven, rather than some sort of nefarious plot to keep Josh Allen out of a Super Bowl. I assure you, if using any measure of what would be good for the league, the Bills and Josh Allen in the Super Bowl are the answer to that from the remaining AFC teams. If there were a conspiracy, they would want Josh in there.
That's right.
So anyway, we could talk about that. We could talk about their defense. We could talk about anything. I have a Twitter poll up. If you had to say goodbye to one, Bean or McDermott, who would it be? And that Twitter poll is one of the more lopsided polls we have ever posted. It is 91.7% Bean would be the one they want to see leave. Plenty of people would want to see both leave. At our at our YouTube page, the question is one, the other, or both. And McDermott as the only one to go is the least popular choice, at least today. Just like a temperature check on who people are mad at as the season has come to a close.
Did you have any wonder about what the Bills would do in overtime? That they would want to take the ball second?
No.
I'm seeing a lot of coaches do that now.
Yes, it is like a 50-50, but I think taking the ball second is the right thing to do.
And I'm very much on the other side. If I were the coach, and I thought this since they brought the rule out, like I want the ball first. I just feel you have more avenues to win if you take the ball first. Your risk, but you would have to play it the way that I would play it.
You would
I would take the ball first, and I would go for two, because if I get it, I assure myself the third possession field goal to win.
That's right.
That's the advantage of it. Sure, your downside is if you don't get the 2-point conversion, 7 wins the game for them, and that's if I score. But you saw two other examples, because not everyone's always going to score. Right? And that happened twice this weekend.
Right. In fact, the team that got the ball first did not score and gave it to the other team.
Right. So both teams that lost in overtimes, they only got one chance at the ball while the other team got 2. And that is the other benefit of going first, is if you match that team with either punt, or punt interception, like it was in both.
Second possession.
Right. Now the coin toss has gone we're kind of bringing back the way that it used to be, where, I won the toss. The team that gets the ball first, I've brought that advantage back into it where I get more chances than you do.
I will.
And by going first, I create more situations where I'm going to get more chances than you do. And again, I think you would have to go for 2, though, if you were going to employ that strategy. Because, again, you go 7 for 7, then you're putting the ball in their hands. You know I'm not getting the third possession. So that's just how I would have done it. I don't know if coaches will start doing that. I think every coach I've seen has wanted it second, though.
It depends. If you're assuming points, that's it. The other way to say it, I would say it like this.
Or if I'm assuming no points, then I get the advantage.
Right. I would say it like this. The first team, what you're talking about, if I get the ball first, my way to earn sudden death is score a touchdown, get a 2-point conversion. Now they must score a touchdown, get a 2-point conversion. Now I have the ball for sudden death. Right. If I kick the ball off, if I get you to punt, I get sudden death. And that's what the Bills did.
But you have to get me to punt for that first.
That's right. And I feel fine about that. I feel fine. If you go first and it's 4th and 7 at the 35-yard line, are you going? Are you kicking a field goal and thinking, let me try to get a stop? If it's 4th and 17 and you're at the 10, because could that happen? No. 4th and goal from the 14 because you took a sack.
Right.
What would you do as the team that took the ball first? Would you kick the field goal?
Then I'd have to kick the field goal.
Right. So in that case, now you're the team that got the ball second. It's 4th and goal from the 17. You know what the other team has. What would you do? You would use that play.
Yep.
So I would take the ball second every time because I can know what I need to get, and the only thing that can't happen is to give up a touchdown and a 2-point conversion, and then you get the ball, and then I have to stop you again.
Mm-hmm.
So I would take the ball second like the Bills did. I would want to get a stop. I'd want to give it to my offense, and the dirty secret is the Bills have done that 3 times, getting Josh Allen and the offense the ball with a chance to win the game in 3 consecutive playoff games, and they have not won.
That's right. I think, though, that might be harder to control than you think it is.
Sure.
Like, okay, sure, I take a sack on 3rd and goal, and now I'm backed up to the 14. But if I keep them at 4th and 10 from the 25-yard line, what are they going to do? Are they going to kick the field goal? Like, I think there's a lot of coaches in the NFL that would kick that field goal, and they would go match for match, say, okay, I just got to make a stop. And then, again, I'm at the advantage of, well, I went first. All I got to do is tie you. I tie you in the 2 possessions, and I am in control of winning the football game.
That's right.
Whereas if you take the ball second, you have to win. You're putting the pressure on yourself. I have to win the first 2 possessions. That's my only outcome. The other team just has to tie. They can win it and win the game, or they tie the first 2 possessions, and they have all control to win the football game. I think it is very close, though.
It makes it a good rule.
And that's why the rule is awesome. But again, I thought you saw 2 examples here where just the first team that goes, all you got to do is tie the first 2 possessions. The other team's got to win them.
Alex is up next. Alex, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. We had no business being in that game, being down with a 4 turnover differential, and yet we had no business losing the game because if I would have told you the Bills never punt the whole game, you think we blow them out. We have to control what we could control. I think using the refs as an excuse, we need to be accountable to ourselves. I know you guys have made so many great points. There's a laundry list of things in this one game. Bean has always said, you always know what you learn the most at the way you lose your last game of the season in the playoffs. The margin for victory is so small in the NFL, and yet when you have Josh Allen, it kind of widens it. We could point at Bean, we could point at McDermott. I'm going to point at Josh Allen. All right? Josh Allen, at the end of the games, is unbelievable. He brings us back. We put ourselves in such a hole because of Josh Allen most of the times. Josh Allen puts us in the hole. Josh Allen is the one that gets us out of it. We're missing simple throws. If he makes that throw to Knox, we're not having this conversation, or Shakir, or even at the end of the game in the Philly game, where we had no business being in those games, in the Ravens, in the Bengals. It's constant. It's heart attack Bills. I love Josh Allen. His jerseys are all over my house. Our kids worship Josh Allen. But Allen has to be more consistent at the end of the game and make those throws. He's like a home run hitter swinging at ball 4. It's sometimes you just need to base it and just get us in there. And I love Josh Allen, guys. I appreciate you so much. I couldn't sleep. I was gutted. We lose I'd rather lose by 30 than lose the way we do. But next year's another year. Let's go Bills. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Alex. I just would love to, and whatever. These are all we're all just saying the same thing, but how we say it. The Bills throw an interception. It is 3rd and 11 at the 36. And you have the ball at your own 37-yard line. You are how many yards from winning the game? 30? You're 30 yards.
Yeah, realistically.
You're 30 yards from winning the game.
Not if you were watching CBS. That target field goal line was ridiculous.
Yeah.
They set it there because his career long, which was kicked 11 years ago.
Right.
Yeah, no, you were at the 36. You probably want to get him to like a 55-yarder, I think, at most.
Sure. 1st and 10. Run for -1.
Man, they ran on first down. Did they run on first down every single set in overtime?
In overtime?
Yeah, what were their first down plays?
You got to start the ball at your own 7-yard line.
Okay.
1st and 10. Run for 1.
Okay. Next verse.
1st and 10. Run for 3. 1st and 10, -1.
3 attempts for 2 yards.
Josh Allen gets 2 downs to play with, guys.
We got something. Tom Pelissero of NFL Network. The Bills have fired Sean McDermott. Sources tell the insiders.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, and there's an edited post. See the latest post. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
It happened.
Wow.
The Bills have fired Sean McDermott.
Wow. All right.
Wow. Ian Rappaport. The Bills have moved on from Sean McDermott.
Wow.
It's got a chill up my spine. This is crazy.
Wow. I'm in shock.
I am also in shock. Wow. All right. I mean, listen. I mean, listen.
They fired McDermott.
Yeah. They fired Sean McDermott.
I can't believe it.
The margin was so thin that pass gets called as a interception and he's fired. That's incredible to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Whoa.
Really?
Hey, I mean,
Pelissero, Mike Garafolo, Rappaport, all of them.
Does he want to coach this year? Is he getting interviews
I don't see it
immediately? I don't know.
Diana Rossini now, too. I don't see anything about Bean. So, McDermott.
Wow.
And it's on ESPN right now.
Well, I mean, listen, everybody's got it. Sal, come on in. I mean,
yeah, get his mic up.
Sal,
where do you want me?
Wherever you want to sit. We got, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I can stand too here.
Yeah, sure. Sean McDermott has been fired by the Buffalo Bills.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I'm in total and utter shock.
Okay, me
Same.
too. So just so you all know, I was literally down in another studio doing It's Always Game Day in Buffalo, and Matt Bove says on the podcast, hey, of all the things to lay this loss on, Sean McDermott's the least of them.
Yeah.
And as soon as he said that, he said, we have breaking news right now on the podcast. Sean McDermott's been fired. So Sean McDermott out as Bills head coach, according to Ian Rappaport, according to Adam Schefter. The Bills will now be looking for a new head coach. We don't know the fate of Brandon Beane. We haven't seen anything about that. So I can't imagine at this point. That is, yeah, so I'm getting texts, just people
Schefter,
trying
everyone.
to confirm. But yeah, absolutely, this is.
It's every insider. Rossini,
Yes.
Schefter, Rappaport, Mike Garafolo, Tom Pelissero, all of them. They're all saying
9
it.
seasons in Buffalo. Sean McDermott. And listen,
Elena
I mean, there's two
Getzenberg.
parts of this. We're going to focus on the Bills part, who the next head coach is, who should be the new head coach. I think Sean McDermott is going to be a very hot commodity for other teams who want a head coach.
I think that's very possible.
Right? I think that's going to happen as well. We'll see where this goes.
Wow.
So today is a day that a lot of people have been asking for and wanting. It's also a day that a lot of people thought would not happen. I'm in that boat.
I never thought
I did
it
not
would.
think this would happen.
Do you think that this means, I mean, like, we're just going to guess here.
Can I say it before you go? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
I was talking with somebody today about this who would know some things, and the reaction I got from somebody was, I don't think it's happening with a new stadium coming. There's so much on the plate of this ownership and what's happening right now that I don't see it happening right now with everything going on, the success they've had, the new stadium opening, all of that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's so much at play here, but now we know.
I mean, they were. That's
Yeah. Listen, like,
wasn't he giving his input and opinion on like things in the new stadium and like just
Sure, but I mean, yeah.
I know that's
Yeah.
not why you would keep him, but
I know.
still, just
I'm saying that
I never
the breadth
heard
of
or
the
saw
breadth
anything
of,
that would lead to believing that this could happen.
Right. Like in my I've been asked on all these radio shows every time I go on a radio show for the last month and a half. People have said to me, what if they don't make it? What if they don't make it? Will Sean McDermott get fired? My response has been, I can't see Terry Pegula doing that right now.
Same.
And I'm going to stay with that. Like, I'm stunned that this happened simply because this is not about deserving or not deserving. This is about, did we ever think Terry Pegula would get there?
Right.
And obviously he did. I did not think he would.
I would imagine that Terry Pegula is really upset to do this.
Sure.
But feels, I guess, a responsibility to do it. The real question is, next question, like, listen, we thought all year long maybe it was a power struggle between the coach and the GM. And did the GM stay? And does he get to pick a coach? Because now we're entering a coaching search. I mean,
what level of coach do they want to hire? Does that coach want his own GM or?
And now, let
does
me
that happen now? Could that happen after the draft, the way it happened when Doug Whaley was the GM?
Is the Bills' job immediately more interesting to people? Like, if you're a candidate out there looking for a job, like, whoa, I got to make sure I get one more interview over here. And Joe Brady is not going to get this job, right?
This is a great point because I felt as of yesterday when people say like, okay, like could they move on from him? My thought was, if you're going to do it, you got to do it soon. There's so many jobs open.
Right.
You can't continue to wait. All these guys are interviewing right now. If you're going to do it, you have to do it soon. And every hour that passed by was like, okay, they're not going to do it. Today, here we are. This tells me They want to move on now and get all their ducks in a row to figure this out. So what happens? You're going to hear a lot of names. Brian Daboll is interviewing for the offensive coordinator position in Philadelphia.
Right.
Okay? That's going to be someone that's name's going to be attached to this right away.
Interviewed for head coach in Tennessee, too.
Right? Okay, that's going to happen. You're going to get other names that are out in this cycle, right? I think Stefanski's already gone, right? He's
gone.
already in Atlanta.
Harbaugh's gone, too.
Here's my overarching thought on if this was going to happen. There's only 2 ways the Bills can go on their next head coach. This is what I think. Number 1, it's got to be somebody who has a Super Bowl. Because you're not firing Sean McDermott to hire somebody who's recycled that hasn't won a Super Bowl. Because what's the difference there?
Right.
Or the second way is you hire the best offensive mind you can.
Well, that's 100%.
And it doesn't matter what the track record is of that person or where they've been. Right?
Yep.
That's the only 2 ways I think you can do this.
Right. Well, this is what I'm going to tell you. I said to Joe in the break, someone won't go all the way to like super secret Bill source, but you know how it works.
Yes.
People send you stuff on Twitter. I got a DM that said, be prepared to have a show about McDermott losing the power struggle, and the Bills want Clint Kubiak.
Clint Kubiak.
That you want the youngest, brightest offensive mind? Like, there's the guy. Now, I said, like, I don't know if I found that all that believable. 20 minutes later, McDermott is out. And who do they want? It must be an offensive mind. It must be.
Has to be.
And I don't know if they're going to change GM. I would imagine they will not change GM. I don't think Terry Pagula wants to clean house.
Again, though, you wouldn't do that now. Drafting, right? Like, again, go back to the Doug Whaley example. They fired Rex Ryan, and they didn't fire Doug Whaley for like 7 months after that.
Yeah. Man.
Like, does Bean run one more draft and then he's out? That's a possibility here.
So this is a good question. I want to go back to 2017, okay? 2017.
Brandon Bean is staying. Ian Rappaport reports Brandon Bean is staying. So there you go.
Well,
staying for now, though? Again,
staying
that's
for now, right?
Retained.
I mean,
retained, I'm seeing, too, is
in 2017, the Bills let Doug Whaley and his staff run the draft because you can't let all the intel of the draft walk out the door in January. You can't do that.
Right?
Their season ends. Their Super Bowl is in May, right?
Yep.
It's in April.
Right.
The difference in 2017 was you also moved on from the head coach and everything was changing, so you had to let them, and then you moved on. You have seen teams fire a GM but leave the scouting staff in, like the Miami Dolphins, essentially, right?
Sure.
Who did this, or the Atlanta Falcons who've done this, right?
That's right.
But so you could do that.
Yeah.
In this case, it looks like, again, if you're going to move on from the coach and you're going to retain Brandon Bean, does that mean he's completely safe through the draft? It appears as though, from what you're reading right there, that's the case, but we don't know that
Bean
for sure.
will remain and lead the search for a new coach.
Okay, well then Brandon Bean is staying on as the general manager of the Buffalo Bills. How's this hit with Bills fans? Because, listen, the pitchforks have been out for Sean McDermott for a long time, and still there are certainly a lot of those, but I would say much more of those have come towards Brandon Bean over this season.
I got a Twitter poll with 5,000 votes, Sal, asking if you were to say goodbye to one, and Bean got 92% of the vote.
Well, the 8% who wanted the other one.
Yeah. Well, there might be some. There's probably also a good faction that just want do something different. Let's see something different here. So, wow, I am still stunned.
Me too.
And man, wow. All right, well. How about it wasn't at 10:02?
Just don't hire Mike Tomlin.
We got one. Oh my God, it's not Mike Tomlin. It didn't happen at 10:02.
No, again, and I'll say, to me, this comes down to you have to go with one of 2 ways. You either hire a coach that's won a Super Bowl and say, here's what we've been missing. This guy knows how to get there.
Who is that other than Tomlin?
I don't know. Mike McCarthy. I'm not advocating.
Oh.
I know that. No, stop. You know what I mean?
I know.
There's not many guys out there.
Right.
Okay. I'm saying you either, that's the point. Like, who is out there that's done that, right? Or you hire the best young offensive mind you can.
Right, like the Rams passing game coordinator that the Steelers are interviewing is getting a lot of love.
To your point, there's not another guy I can think of other than Tomlin and McCarthy.
The Jaguars have a 30-year-old offensive coordinator. People are really hot on, like Udinsky is his name, or
the only other name is someone I don't think they would ever hire, but it's Belichick.
No.
Yeah, and they're not doing that.
No, that's not happening.
But like those are the only people not already working in the league that have won Super Bowls.
A lot of this comes to
that are like still coaching.
A lot of this comes to now we're talking about, for the first time ever, whose vision of what the team should be. Now it's Bean's vision. What is your vision? And there's plenty of reason to question his vision for what they are.
I know, what did you think? What more were they to do with the defense they had? Right? So I guess if you use that logic, you have to be turning your attention then to the offense, right? You're going to hire Brian Flores? Like, what do you think he's going to do with
Brian
those
Flores,
pieces? Anything more than McDermott
Brian
did?
Flores would deliver you a hell of a defense. It would be aggressive.
But better than the one they just had with the pieces they had?
Well, you need better pieces, right?
You need better pieces.
You got to draft a lot better, for sure. Wow.
Okay. A lot to get to here. I'm going to be on at 10 o'clock. Some thoughts.
Take a breath?
Yeah, let me gather all those, and obviously we have a lot to talk about in the Extra Point Show. And just so everybody knows, we don't have anything from the Bills on this yet.
Sure.
Right.
Okay, so there's nothing official from the Bills. Obviously, we anticipate this is the case. It's happening. But when I say we have nothing from the Bills yet, there's a couple components here. First, you have to get the official word, and then it's when do we hear from people with the Bills, right? The other part of this. I mean, yesterday I was down there at locker cleanout, and there was no, and we were expecting Josh to talk. There was no Josh. And people said, can you read anything into that? And part of me said, I wonder if there's a bunch of talk going on about where do you see this team right now? What do you want? I'm not saying Josh had a hand in this. What I'm saying is that there's a lot of stakeholders here who, if you're going to make a franchise-altering move like this, I think you have to talk to the people who are the most franchise-altering people.
Davis Webb.
Davis Webb would be a really good offensive coordinator choice. I don't think he's ready to be a head coach. That'd be interesting. I saw Davis Webb, by the way, on the field
People
in
think
Denver.
People think he is destined to be a head coach, and you would get at you.
Is he ready for that, though? I will tell you, he loves Buffalo. He would come back here in a heartbeat to be a part of this organization, given the right role.
Right.
He's considered the passing game coordinator over there, I think. I don't think he's officially the offensive coordinator.
He got an interview for a head coaching job.
He did.
We know he doesn't call plays because Peyton does it. So
correct. So I don't know. Like, how would that feel? A guy that never has even called plays.
He's a head coach.
Right. I think that's a leap. But I wouldn't doubt you get a guy like that, as an offensive coordinator, because now everything's on the table. New staff. Everything.
Wow.
Man.
Stunning.
I'm stunned.
Totally stunned. Feel bad for Sean McDermott on some level, but at the same time, thanks for everything you did for the organization. There's time for that. And then, all right, we turn our eyes to a new head coach. New play callers, new staff, new
staff. You have to. There's going to be guys retained, I'm sure. They'll.
Wow.
New staff, unless
you don't have to retain
unless they're keeping
guys,
unless they're keeping Joe Brady as the head coach. But I don't think that's happening.
I don't think they're keeping
You
Joe
don't
Brady.
do this and hire from within from a team that you're moving on from this head coach, right?
That's what I think.
I can't imagine that.
Yeah, and every other outcome, you're getting a whole new staff.
The end of what is Bean going to say at his end of season presser?
Well, and
he said, yeah. Listen, does he have the power to do this? Has that changed? He said he had a championship roster. No one thinks he does. And he got the coach fired.
Well, you're saying he got the coach fired.
Sure,
possibly.
You're right. Maybe I shouldn't say that. I take that back. He said they had a championship roster. Nobody thinks he has a championship roster. He gets to stay and the coach has to go.
And we heard when he said that a few days later, Sean McDermott, when he's asked, do you agree you have a championship roster? He didn't say yes. He said, I love these guys.
And now do we know, when do we hear from Josh?
Well, that's a great question. Again,
he'll get asked a question about whether he got asked. Right?
Again,
about the coach.
Do we? I don't even know if we do. We probably do.
You got to hear from the quarterback.
I think you have to at some point.
To talk about it.
We were told yesterday within the next couple days.
Okay.
To expect it, but that was before all this happened.
Wow. All right, 803-0550.
Vic Carucci, Sean McDermott been fired by the Bills via Sean's agent.
Okay.
Wow.
We can literally never go to commercial because I need this shock to continue to wear off.
I know.
I'm just shocked. It's
as shocked as I've ever been sitting in this chair by far. Not even close.
Somebody. Sorry, I know we're going long here. Somebody brought up to me again, and it's always been the example of Dungy and Tampa for me, right? where I have a text thread with some friends, some live in Florida, and they went through that, and they're Bucs fans. And they would always bring it up. And it's something I lived through when I was down there, which is this. They kept getting to a certain point, and they couldn't get over the hump. And everyone said, and I was like, come on, like this guy, like you have a really good coach here.
Yeah.
And they finally did it. The difference was, in Tampa, they targeted, it wouldn't have been for anybody but John Gruden.
They targeted
like
Gruden.
It was John Gruden. It wasn't firing Dungy in a vacuum and then doing a search. It was,
who could they
we have a
trade
chance
for?
to get John Gruden. And the reason I bring up the example is, do the Bills have a guy they have to get right now, and this is why they're doing this? And that's what I wonder. Or we're going to have a search. Believe me, folks, I know how this works. There's no surprise from the Bills like on who to search for here, right? Like, if you're going to make this move, you already have a list of people that you've been researching in some capacity. You always do and you never know what a guy could retire at the end of the year. You got to have things moving on and be ready for that.
All right. The Bills have fired Sean McDermott, according to his agent. They will keep Brandon Beane to lead the coach search as they enter. That's 10 openings, ties the record. It was 9. 10 coaches hired this cycle. Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, now the 2 longest tenure behind Andy Reid, I guess, right? Like, wow. Still, like, I guess we'll go to break and sit here and talk about it in this room and then come back and talk about it more for months. Wow. Not your typical offseason, that's for sure. Jeremy and Joe, Sal in here. He's got the Extra Point Show coming up at 10.
We got something. Tom Pelissero of NFL Network. The Bills have fired Sean McDermott. Sources tell the insiders.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, and there's an edited post. See the latest post. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
It happened.
Wow.
The Bills have fired Sean McDermott.
Wow. All right.
Wow. Ian Rappaport. The Bills have moved on from Sean McDermott.
Wow.
It's got a chill up my spine. This is crazy.
Wow. I'm in shock.
I am also in shock. Wow. All right. I mean, listen.
They fired McDermott.
Yeah. They fired Sean McDermott.
I can't believe it.
The margin was so thin that pass gets called as an interception and he's fired. That's incredible to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Whoa.
Really?
Hey, I mean,
Pelissero, Mike Garafolo, Rappaport, all of them.
Does he want to coach this year? Is he getting interviews
I don't see it
immediately? I don't know.
Diana Rossini now, too. I don't see anything about Bean. So, McDermott.
Wow.
And it's on ESPN right now.
Well, I mean, listen, everybody's got it. Sal, come on in. I mean,
yeah, give his mic up.
Sal,
where do you want me?
Wherever you want to sit. We got, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I can stand too here.
Yeah, sure. Sean McDermott has been fired by the Buffalo Bills.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I'm in total and utter shock.
Okay, me
Same.
too. So just so you all know, I was literally down in another studio doing It's Always Game Day in Buffalo, and Matt Bove says on the podcast, hey, of all the things to lay this loss on, Sean McDermott's the least of them.
Yeah.
And as soon as he said that, he said, we have breaking news right now on the podcast. Sean McDermott's been fired. So Sean McDermott out as Bills head coach, according to Ian Rappaport, according to Adam Schefter. The Bills will now be looking for a new head coach. We don't know the fate of Brandon Beane. We haven't seen anything about that. So I can't imagine at this point. That is... Yeah, so I'm getting texts, just people
Schefter,
trying
everyone.
to confirm. But yeah, absolutely, this is
It's every insider. Rossini,
Yes.
Schefter, Rappaport, Mike Garofalo, Tom Pelissero, all of them. They're all saying
9 seasons in Buffalo. Sean McDermott. And listen,
Elena
there's two parts of this. We're going to focus on the Bills part, who the next head coach is, who should be the new head coach. I think Sean McDermott is going to be a very hot commodity for other teams who want a head coach.
I think that's very possible.
Right? I think that's going to happen as well. We'll see where this goes.
Wow.
Radio 550, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
But I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. I'm standing up for us. Because what went on is not how it should go down, in my estimation. That play, these guys spent 3 hours out there playing football, pouring their guts out, to not even say, hey, let's just slow this thing down. That's why I'm bothered.
Sean McDermott, in one of his last acts as Bills head coach, he has been fired. All the NFL insiders reporting that. I had texted Sal about that. Not about, going back and bringing the reporters back in, but when he said, I'm standing up for Buffalo, I had texted Sal. You know how it is. Like in this conversation about how McDermott and Bean, I've said all year, they are not a package deal. They are not one and the same. And here Bean stays and McDermott goes. McDermott was hired first. People think McDermott hired Bean. I don't know. I've never thought Bean has the power to fire McDermott. But anyway, I've told you, imagine that there is a secret election going on and someone's going to win. And when McDermott, after the loss to the Broncos, went up and said that, I'm here for Buffalo. I'm here for Buffalo. I thought, that's probably sincere, but I felt, to me, a little bit performative. Like, I want everyone to know that I've got Buffalo's back. Because maybe he knew he's in a battle here. Why hasn't Allen spoken yet? From what I understand, the media thought they'd hear from Allen yesterday. They did not.
Right.
So how did this go down? How did it happen? McDermott is gone, and the Bills are searching for a new head coach. And the Niners lost yesterday, and someone asked me, would you trade for Kyle Shanahan, who has a year on his contract? And I want to say, I'll go pick him up at the airport.
I mean, I'll drive to San Francisco.
Go get that guy, who is a great head coach. I am simultaneously sad for McDermott, I want to say I respect a ton of what he did for this franchise and this organization. He did great things for them. He never, whatever. He made bad decisions sometimes, but I thought he was a great ambassador for the city and for the team. And I feel like I don't want to get too like soupy emotional about it, but I value Sean McDermott, and for him to be fired is stunning. And at the same time, like, what choice is there but to turn our eyes to who they hire? And if it's Mike Tomlin, I'll see you later. Like, I don't think it's going to be Mike Tomlin. Is it Brian Daboll? Is it they felt like in the 13 seconds here they parted ways with the wrong guy?
Right. It could be anybody. It could be anybody.
Which coach is going to want to talk about my board, my wide receiver board? That's who I'm talking about.
I mean, I had a buddy text me about, like, is Mike McDaniel an idea now? If you didn't think he would fit with McDermott on a staff, well, okay, what about now? Like, but again, that's like any offensive name you bring up to me, I'm like, sure, that could happen. Any of them. Dable, McDaniel, Kubiak. Who was the passing game coordinator from the Rams we were talking about earlier? Him. He's getting a second interview in Cleveland. It could be any of those guys.
I just don't know how to say his name, but I could do it. Is it Shielhaas?
Shielhaas, I think.
Nate Shielhaas.
Young guy, McVay guy.
You show me a young, like, listen.
Davis Webb.
The existence of the NFL right now, there are two types of organizations. Ones with freakishly good quarterbacks that are like the Mahomes Mahomes is the only one matched with a brilliant offensive mind, right? Like, I had Lamar and Harbaugh. That's weird.
Right.
Who's going to get that job? That job's open. Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson have their jobs open. The Bills have to be the best job on the market just on quarterback. Coaches that have jobs might say, hang on a second. Wow. The Bills have a coaching search. Shielhaas, I don't know. Are we looking at first-time play callers? Are those off the table? What?
I don't know.
Is the new
should we assume it would be offense?
I don't know.
Bean's attitude for years has been,
it's the defense.
I'm going all in. I'm pouring assets into the defense. And in like last year after the draft or even before that, it's always, guys, we were scoring 30 points. And what they just do in the playoff game? They scored 30 points. So is it impossible they could look at it that way and say, we scored 30, our defense didn't score? Like, I think that's preposterous because of some of the names that we're missing in the talent level.
They're going to need better talent. But the names there are Brian Flores and Jesse Minter is the one. Jesse Minter is the next Sean McDermott. I mean, the Chargers haven't made a Super Bowl, but Jesse Minter is the hot defensive coordinator name. I mean, is Robert Saleh getting an interview here? Man.
Connor Hughes. Wouldn't surprise me to see Joe Brady get a real look there in Buffalo. Talk amongst league circles last year that he was the guy in waiting per sources. They'll certainly go through process, and another candidate could wow them, but Brady has a lot of fans in that building.
Okay, man. All right. Got to be open to anything working. I mean, really, like that's... on the surface, I hate that idea. But...
Same.
Got to be open to anything.
I don't like that idea. I don't like that idea at all. No. No. What? Come on. They're not making Joe Brady the head coach, right?
Unless who they hiring is their defensive coordinator. Is it going to be... Wow.
How different is that? You want a different offense, talking about earlier. Joe Brady's the head coach now, and I'm bringing in a defensive coordinator who's going to coach up a bunch of, middle-of-the-road defenders? What is that going to look like? It's going to look like the same thing. Maybe worse.
And again,
maybe worse on defense.
You maybe can have anybody you want.
I can't get
Joe Brady. That. Joe Brady has been a part of 3 consecutive playoff losses where your offense didn't finish the job.
Adam Schefter, McDermott will emerge as a head coaching candidate for some teams. Now, at the opening, McDermott told his staff today he intends to continue coaching.
Wow.
Which would imply he's not taking a year off. He's going right back in. Is he going to Miami? Is he going to Vegas?
Mark and Hamburg. I feel like Vegas is a chance. Like Vegas.
Baltimore? I don't know Baltimore would do that.
Vegas, I feel like Brady, Tom Brady, will have a great deal of respect for Sean McDermott turning a culture and doing that kind of thing and like sell Mark Davis on. Like, listen, this guy's a pro. We'll pick somebody first. We'll hire an offensive mind. I'm like, this guy can, whatever. That's
I got your favorite for where McDermott would go if he gets a job right away. Pittsburgh. I could see that.
Mark and Hamburg. Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys. I appreciate you taking my call, man. Look, I think I want to be the first to thank Sean McDermott, man. This guy changed our city. He changed what this team was, its identity, what they were about, how hard they fought, even from behind. You look at what this team was before that man walked through the door, and if we got behind 2 scores, these teams would fold. And I would like to see any other coach with the talent we got outside of Josh Allen coach him up consistently to the records we've had year after year. And I get it. We didn't get the end product. He's had his mistakes, there's no doubt. But if you ask me, let me ask you guys, do you think a new coach with a slightly similar squad gets us closer to the Super Bowl? Or if we kept the same staff but maybe traded an end or two for a couple wideouts? To me, I think where we've been picking later in the draft the past several years, Brandon Beane's done okay, but I would argue that Sean McDermott has coached up, I don't want to say necessarily lesser talent, but guys that have gotten picked later. And you put, especially the secondary, for almost 6, 7, 8 years, I mean, we'd have an injury in the secondary, and it would arguably almost go unnoticed. And the way that he could scheme up games when you had to have it, and this is even going back to Leslie Frazier days when Lamar Jackson was MVP, and we would shut him down. And there's certain, like I said, the barely losing games back to back. There's a culture that man brought through the door that very few are going to be able to duplicate. I get he can't get it over the top, but at the end of the day, players make plays, and what lost us that game, in my opinion, was more turnovers and mistakes than scheme and decision-making.
Yep, that's right. I mean, Sean McDermott probably values a pass rush. He had to spend the entire season blitzing their face off at levels they don't want to because they can't get a pass rush.
I want to say that once my shock settles that this has happened, I think it could be replaced with excitement that it could be better. But it's going to depend. I want to see who they're interviewing. I want to see what type of coach they're going for. If you told me right now that where we are ultimately going to end up
is Joe Brady.
Well, if it's Joe Brady, then I'm not going to be very excited. But if you tell me they're going to hire Shielhaas from the Rams, anybody, name one of these young, offensive, innovative head coaches. You tell me they're going to hire a guy like that, then I'm going to get excited about that potential idea that their offense could have some continuity now. And that their offense, the play calling, will not be this question every single year about what's happening or who's going to be next if this guy leaves. Like getting stability in that position, the play caller on offense, would really excite me if that is the avenue that they decide to go.
Same. Matt Nagy?
No.
Right.
How dare you throw that name
it's going to
in front
matter.
of me.
The thing
Arthur
about
Smith?
Oh, my God. The thing about
we could just do that. Do you want to trade bad names back and forth?
Yeah, let's do that for a minute. We should have a candidate draft. The thing about the hot new candidate, listen, you missed Ben Johnson by a year, guys.
Oh, don't even.
You missed Ben Johnson by a year.
What, have you taken this job over Chicago?
But that's the thing you got to figure out. And if you're, I guess, we are all turning our eyes to Brandon Beane. Find a good coach, man. Pretend it's a 5th rounder and nail it. Too soon?
We should break.
803-0550. Can we stay on a little bit with Sal here while we let it all
if
kind
Sal
of settle?
Have us, I'm in.
I don't know. The thing about the hot coordinator is all I wanted to say. With McDermott, they were trying to set a culture. What's the goal this time? The culture is not a problem. You're not out for culture. Now you're out for match play. Who is going to beat the other coaches? Who is going to out-scheme that guy? Who is that? Is that Shanahan? I'd trade for Kyle Shanahan.
I would do anything
yesterday.
Kyle Shanahan.
Yep.
If he was a real idea, I would trade my 1st round pick. I would do anything.
Man, what a week we are. What a couple of weeks we are in for. Holy cow, the Bills have fired Sean McDermott. It really happened. It really happened. If you're watching us on YouTube, hi. We're here every day. We're here every day. Like, subscribe. Comment in the chat. Let me tell you, the chat was ripping when the news came down. All right. We have another segment still before the. Okay,
Yes.
whatever. Okay, what do you want from me? Come on. All right. The Bills fired McDermott. All right, Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
We got something. Tom Pelissero of NFL Network. The Bills have fired Sean McDermott. Sources tell the insiders.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, and there's an edited post. See the latest post. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
It happened.
Wow.
The Bills have fired Sean McDermott.
Wow. All right.
Wow. Ian Rappaport. The Bills have moved on from Sean McDermott.
Wow.
It's got a chill up my spine. This is crazy.
Wow.
I'm in shock.
I am also in shock. Wow. All right. I mean, listen.
They fired McDermott.
Yeah. They fired Sean McDermott.
I can't believe it.
The margin was so thin that pass gets called as a interception and he's fired. That's incredible to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Whoa.
Really?
Hey, I mean,
Pelissero, Mike Garafolo, Rappaport, all of them.
Does he want to coach this year? Is he getting interviews
I don't see it
immediately? I don't know.
Diana Rossini now, too. I don't see anything about Bean. So, McDermott.
Wow.
And it's on ESPN right now.
Well, I mean, listen, everybody's got it. Sal, come on in. I mean,
yeah, get his mic up.
Sal,
Where do you want me?
Wherever you want to sit. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I can stand too here.
Yeah, sure. Sean McDermott has been fired by the Buffalo Bills.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I'm in total and utter shock.
Okay, me
Same.
too. So just so you all know, I was literally down in another studio doing It's Always Game Day in Buffalo, and Matt Bove says on the podcast, hey, of all the things to lay this loss on, Sean McDermott's the least of them.
Yeah.
And as soon as he said that, he said, we have breaking news right now on the podcast. Sean McDermott's been fired. So Sean McDermott out as Bills head coach, according to Ian Rappaport, according to Adam Schefter. The Bills will now be looking for a new head coach. We don't know the fate of Brandon Beane. We haven't seen anything about that. So I can't imagine at this point that is... Yeah, so I'm getting texts, just people
Schefter,
trying
everyone.
to confirm. But yeah, absolutely, this is...
It's every insider. Rossini,
Yes.
Schefter, Rappaport, Mike Garafolo, Tom Pelissero, all of them. They're all saying
9
it.
seasons in Buffalo. Sean McDermott. And listen,
Elena
there's two parts
Getzenberg.
of this. We're going to focus on the Bills part, who the next head coach is, who should be the new head coach. I think Sean McDermott is going to be a very hot commodity for other teams who want a head coach.
I think that's very possible.
Right? I think that's going to happen as well. We'll see where this goes.
Wow.
B caller 5 right now. It's 716-221-4WGR. Win a pair of tickets to the Buffalo Auto Show happening from Thursday, January 29th through Sunday, February 1st at the Buffalo Convention Center. Visit buffaloautoshow.com for the complete schedule and tickets.
All right. I don't even know what segment we're in, what we're doing here. Are we on the extra point show? Are you guys wrapping up? What's going on here?
This is like in Avengers when they get stuck between the two universes.
Yeah.
So we're kind of in or Stranger Things.
Oh, yeah.
We're on the bridge right
okay,
now.
well, don't spoil too much. We're in second season right now. Okay. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. You guys maybe need to wrap up this segment. We can do the reads there, whatever, but we got to let everybody know we're here taking your phone calls on the big news.
Yes. I was just in the break as we thought we were off, but we are on.
Yeah.
Marcus Mosier, fan-sided, Locked On Cowboys. NFL guy said that he thinks some candidates might view this like Jacksonville last season, where I'm a coach, but I don't want to tie myself to that GM, Trent Baalke, and then the candidate that got hired got the GM pushed out. I don't know.
Can I say... Sorry, but that is ridiculous. You have Josh Allen as your quarterback.
Oh, I agree.
Not
but
one
if
candidate is going to say, I don't want to go to there because of Brandon Beane. They're going to say, oh, my God, get me there because of Josh Allen.
I think the implication is more Liam Cohen did take the job.
Yes.
Won and said, I'll take it, but that guy's got to go and got his own GM hired. And I don't know if that's like whoever it is. Depends how big game they want to hunt. Of course, the favorites for Beane would be guys that he has a good relationship with. That's Brian Daboll.
I think you're going to hear
Joe
Brian
Brady.
Daboll's name a lot here. I mean, I keep seeing Joe Brady's name pop up. I just can't believe they would make that move. I can't. It doesn't seem to me to be the right kind of...
Which one, Brady?
Brady. Elevate him, right, to this. I don't know if you're making this move. That's a tough sell. Okay. I'm surprised. I've said this going back a while. If the Bills are going to make this move, if they were to do it, I think you could only hire two people. Because otherwise, it's a really tough sell to the fan base of why you did it. Number one is a guy who has a Super Bowl. He's won. He can show a ring and say, I've done this. I know what it takes. No matter if it's offense, defense, special teams, doesn't matter. That guy. Number two is the brightest, probably young, offensive mind you can find.
Yeah.
That's it. I think anything else is a tough sell for the fan base because it feels just like what you have. And why did you do it then? That's what it feels like to me.
Right.
Now, I would say there is a independent of all of that, no matter who you hire, there is a point to be made. You just might have needed a different voice in a different direction, like the Ravens decided.
Yeah.
And what teams do decide.
It's just time.
Maybe it's just time where the relationship ran its course and you need something different.
All right.
Man. I'm just still in shock.
Did the players know? Is that why everyone was so crushed?
The reporting is that McDermott, the news dropped as he was talking to his staff. But it says staff. It doesn't say like the players or anything. So I'm not sure. Jordan Phillips posted on Instagram like he didn't know.
What did he say?
He said that he used some expletives, called Sean the best coach that he's ever been around. So he's clearly not happy about. I mean, he doesn't have a contract, so. But he wasn't happy about it.
All right, we got to break and do the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. What do you want to do here? Nobody knows what time it is.
Where are we on breaks?
This is our...
you need to go to a break.
Yeah, this is our end of the 9 o'clock
You guys want to stick around for a
break.
minute? I don't know what you got going on.
I'll stick around for a couple
Can you
minutes.
stick around for one segment here with me?
I'll stick around.
All right, thank you. Here we go. Let's do it. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on the way in a Buffalo Football Monday. The Buffalo Bills have fired head coach Sean McDermott, according to many, many reports out there. Nothing official from the Bills. We're going to talk about it. We're going to take your phone calls here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Keep it locked in on a Buffalo Football Monday in WGR.
We got something. Tom Pelissero of NFL Network. The Bills have fired Sean McDermott. Sources tell the insiders.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, and there's an edited post. See the latest post. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
It happened.
Wow.
The Bills have fired Sean McDermott.
Wow. All right.
Wow.
Ian Rappaport. The Bills have moved on from Sean McDermott.
Wow.
It's got a chill up my spine. This is crazy.
Wow.
I'm in shock.
I am also in shock. Wow. All right. I mean, listen.
They fired McDermott.
Yeah. They fired Sean McDermott.
I can't believe it.
The margin was so thin that pass gets called as a interception and he's fired. That's incredible to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Whoa.
Really?
Hey, I mean,
Pelissero, Mike Garafolo, Rappaport, all of them.
Does he want to coach this year? Is he getting interviews
I don't see it
immediately? I don't know.
Diana Rossini now, too. I don't see anything about Bean. So, McDermott.
Wow.
And it's on ESPN right now.
Well, I mean, listen, everybody's got it. Sal, come on in. I mean,
yeah, give his mic up.
Sal,
where do you want me?
Wherever you want to sit. We got, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I can stand too here.
Yeah, sure. Sean McDermott has been fired by the Buffalo Bills.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I'm in total and utter shock.
Okay, me
Same.
too. So just so you all know, I was literally down in another studio doing It's Always Game Day in Buffalo, and Matt Bove says on the podcast, hey, of all the things to lay this loss on, Sean McDermott's the least of them.
Yeah.
And as soon as he said that, he said, we have breaking news right now on the podcast. Sean McDermott's been fired. So Sean McDermott out as Bills head coach, according to Ian Rappaport, according to Adam Schefter. The Bills will now be looking for a new head coach. We don't know the fate of Brandon Beane. We haven't seen anything about that. So I can't imagine at this point. That is... Yeah, so I'm getting texts, just people
Schefter,
trying
everyone.
to confirm. But yeah, absolutely, this is...
It's every insider. Rossini,
Yes.
Schefter, Rappaport, Mike Garafolo, Tom Pelissero, all of them. They're all saying
9
it.
seasons in Buffalo. Sean McDermott. And listen, I mean, there's two parts of this. We're going to focus on the Bills part, who the next head coach is, who should be the new head coach. I think Sean McDermott is going to be a very hot commodity for other teams who want a head coach.
I think that's very possible.
Right? I think that's going to happen as well. We'll see where this goes.
Wow.
had some chances at the end of the game to win it. Didn't fall our way, but I'm extremely proud of how hard the guys played. We had some guys go down again, and some other guys stepped in and gave it all they had. So tough way to end the season, but I'm proud of the guys. I really am proud of them.
Okay, I have major breaking news. I'm just going to break in with it right now. Shefty just ran out of the room, and I know now why he did. The Bills have fired Sean McDermott.
Every team takes on their own identity. Some are finesse, some are physical. This team was physical. This team was tough. This team, was next man up quite a bit of the year, and we grew from it, and they grew from it, and I think that's a remarkable thing about them. And to come here and battle like they did, even in the midst of injuries right from the first play with Dorian, and I love these guys. I really do. They gave us all they had.
Well, it's been 9 years since we've been in this position. The Buffalo Bills are going to be searching for a new head coach. Good morning. Welcome to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on a Buffalo Football Monday. Sal Capaccio with you. It is the Catholic Health Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Bills Football Monday, presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care, and brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com, and by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. I have Jeremy White and Sneaky Joe DiBiase here with me, Sal Capaccio with you, taking your phone calls. They've agreed to stick around for a segment or so to kind of discuss and walk through what we've learned this morning, which is, according to various reports, people, NFL insiders, not the Buffalo Bills yet officially, the Buffalo Bills have fired head coach Sean McDermott after 9 seasons as the Buffalo Bills head coach, hired in 2017. The Bills move on from Sean McDermott. Apparently, they are retaining general manager Brandon Beane. We do not have any official word from the Bills yet. At some point, we expect that to come down. We're taking your phone calls on it today at 803-0550. And, of course, you can watch us on the YouTube or Twitch stream at WGR550. Find us. We're there. We're on video. Come on by. Go to the bullpen. Talk about what you need to talk about, and we'll talk about all this. All three of us in this room, I think we can say, after talking with you guys, are not just surprised, but maybe stunned the Bills made this move. I don't want to speak for you, but let me know. Dan, can we turn on these mics, please, Dan? Dan, can we turn on the mics for these guys? Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes. Stunned. As stunned
Total
as...
shock.
I'm trying to think the last time to have been this stunned by a move.
Oh, I don't know if I have something.
Yeah.
For the Bills?
Yeah.
Maybe signing or trading or acquiring somebody. Maybe not firing anybody, right?
Yeah.
You know what? I was actually kind of stunned. In mid-November, they fired the offensive coordinator after a Monday night loss.
Sure,
right?
fair.
This blows that.
Yeah,
out of
for
the
sure.
water,
But
though,
that was pretty surprised there.
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
I guess it speaks to a couple things. It speaks to, well, anytime we've talked about this, like, well, don't be whatever. Don't be so quick to get rid of this guy because you could go the wrong route, and they're not afraid of that, I guess. Whether that's Brandon Beane ultimately making the decision or if it's Terry Pegula. A very popular response we're seeing, Sal, is that Josh must have signed off on this. Josh signs off on a lot. We think he's got input in the organization. It's something that I'm sure he'll be asked about. Brandon Beane will be asked about. But, yeah, stunned. Stunned that it's McDermott that's going to go in a year where I think the fan base started to turn and think, you know what? He's doing a good job with not a lot to work with. That seemed to be a very, very popular sentiment. This roster is kind of missing a lot of pieces. He's holding it together defensively. They did a good job this year, and you lose the division one time, and you're gone.
All right, so I know. All right, so I'm just sorry. We're getting through a lot of text.
Today. You're Schefter. You get the phone buzzing.
He runs out of the room.
Okay, so do you think there was a power struggle?
Yeah.
Do you think that Terry Pegula ultimately almost had to make a choice between Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott here?
I mean, that's how I could imagine it played out. It seemed to be growing, the idea that they weren't tied at the hip, and you had these little comments all year, right? McDermott about Jamarcus Ingram or about, certain things about the roster, and it just felt like it was always growing, that maybe there's a little bit of tension, and if it grew to, okay, one of them's got to go, I wouldn't have been stunned by that. I'm just stunned that it was McDermott that ultimately would be the one that would go. And I'm kind of with the people that would think, like, Josh signs off on it or something, because it's just so hard for me to believe Bean, if there was a power struggle, that Bean would have won it. And what's one way he could have won it if he had the quarterback on his side? You have the quarterback on your side. That's how you win a power struggle.
I want to go back to 10 months ago. I'm at the owners' meetings, and I will tell you, a feeling that me and my colleagues, some of them, shared was that it seemed like maybe they weren't on the same page all the time, right? Just something that when you talk to them and you hear about how they vision the team and things like that. A month later, Brandon Bean comes on the radio here with you guys, the epic viral situation that happens right there. You guys start to kind of feel the same thing, I think, after some things that you're hearing, right? And then we get to the trade deadline, and the general manager says this is a championship roster. The coach is asked 3 days later, do you agree with that? And he says, I love these guys. That, for me, said there's something here. The reason why I never felt, and the reason why I'm stunned today, even saying all that, guys, is I've always felt, regardless of all that, they believe they're better off with each other than without each other.
Yeah.
And that's why that won't happen. But here we are.
A week ago, McDermott was going out of his way to praise Jacoby Myers.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. These are things that just kept I'm standing up for Buffalo.
Yeah.
All these little things. The Jamarcus Ingram, Darius Slay, Jacoby Myers.
And maybe we get more now that they're fractured, and who knows where McDermott...
He even mentioned the DB they traded for from Cleveland.
Greg Newsome. Yeah.
Newsome.
Wow.
You're right. Like, I would expect more at some point. I mean, I don't know when the next time you hear from Sean might be until he takes another job in the league. But
I think we have to hear from the GM sooner than maybe we expected, right? I'd asked you, Sal, when do they normally talk? You said last year was Thursday. I think Bean has to talk today or tomorrow. You just fired a coach. You have a coaching search. What will you look for in this candidate? What led to this decision? You know, you could say 33 points against. We can't get at the pass. You could say a lot of things. Like he could just point to the scoreboard, which he has done before, and he would not be wrong to say we gave up 33 points to Bo Nix. Like, what are you going to do? Too many times in the playoffs we're giving up too many points. But I think we got to hear from the GM today or tomorrow.
I think today would be a little ambitious. Maybe tomorrow. The Bills haven't even announced this yet.
Right.
It's nothing. There's nothing from the Buffalo Bills. In fact, if you guys go to the Buffalo Bills X feed, I want to do this right now.
Let's be real. They're probably shocked down there.
Yeah, they might be.
People throughout the building are probably stunned.
If you go up for what is the top tweet is Sean McDermott talking about standing up for Buffalo. Yeah. It's still their top tweet. Yeah. Like, we have not heard anything from the Bills on this. There's nothing official.
This is the social media manager as part of the resistance here.
Well, I mean, right?
No, I'm kidding.
Right? No, right. So we haven't heard anything yet from the Bills. In due time, I'm sure this will happen. There's going to be the reaction part of it that we have to cover and we talk about, and what do you think about the Bills moving on? And then there's going to be who is the next head coach of the Buffalo Bills. We're going to be covering a coach search here, and the Bills are going to hire somebody, and what does that look like? So I have said, and I'll maintain this again, you hire one of two people, I think, or else it feels really weird to the fan base. It's a tough sell. Now, some people just wanted McDermott out. It doesn't matter how, any way, shape, or form. And those two people would be somebody with a Super Bowl to show you I know how to do this, or the brightest, probably young, offensive mind. Now, I want to say this. Something I've been thinking about for a lot. I am often accused of, criticized, looked at as a very big defender of Sean McDermott. In a lot of ways, I am. There's no doubt about that. And I've examined myself and say, why do I think Sean McDermott, why do I try to, I guess I'd say, defend him or believe he's still the right guy for the job and the Bills should move on? And here's where I came to, and I hope this makes sense to everybody, okay? When you cover a team in professional sports for a decade, as I have, for decades, as other people have, I'm saying when you've been through regimes, this is my fourth coach that I've been covering this team. Chan Gailey, Doug Marrone, Rex Ryan, and Sean McDermott. It's the third GM that I've covered, okay? Mm-hmm. When you are around it, you kind of see and know what it looks like when it should be successful. You also see the flip side, which is that's not what it's supposed to look like. Mm-hmm. I have a lot to compare it to in my position, being with the team, embedded with the team, around the team, okay? I'm not discrediting what you guys do, okay? You know what I mean, right? I'm down there, okay? And I will tell you, when people tell me and they say, defend McDermott or whatever, I think the reason why I've always believed that Sean McDermott should get more due and not be, and still be the head coach of the Bills is I've seen what it looks like in both ways. I think this is what it's supposed to look like to be successful. What he does, the program he's built, the culture he's built. It's not just a team, it's a program. And that's why I have always kind of aired on and defended his side, him, because I've seen what it's not supposed to look like. It shouldn't look like what it is with Rex Ryan. It just shouldn't. I'm sorry. He's had some success, but I've been in that building, and that's not what's supposed to feel like or look like. This, to me, what we've had here in Buffalo with Sean McDermott is an example of what it should feel like and look like. I'm not saying that he should be in perpetuity, the head coach.
Right.
But that's why I've always been on that side of it.
Former Bills offensive lineman John Feliciano weighs
Saw
in.
this, yeah.
He said it should be, if it's not Dable, someone in the Shanahan tree. We'd love to see Josh and Cook in that offense. So
I would love someone from the Shanahan tree. Who other than we talked about Shanahan has got 1 year left on his deal, and he's had some tension with his GM over the years. Who else is on that list? We talked about the passing game coordinator for the Rams. That's McVay, but McVay, Shanahan, it's all kind of similar, the way they run their offenses. Stefanski already got a job, right? He's in Atlanta, so he's gone. I wonder if those coaches, by the way, regret not waiting. Harbaugh, Stefanski. I'm not sure they would have been the guys here, but
I remember getting the question on Cleveland radio: Would you switch coaches?
I mean, are those?
And
guys
I'm going to go back
themselves?
to what I said. If you switch to Kevin Stefanski, are you really doing anything different other than bringing in an offensive guy versus a defensive guy? It's still a guy that's never really won.
That's the thing you're doing, though. You're bringing in a guy that runs a scheme like we're talking about, like the Shanahan-McVay style, and he's doing it with a quarterback that he's never had in Cleveland. So, but again, again, if you're him, maybe you're regretting, like, oh, I should have hung around and seen if I would have been on their list.
Yeah. Tomlin,
now it's over.
Tomlin, Harbaugh, McDermott the same year.
Yeah, how about that?
Like,
You
wow.
wonder how much that played into it. If you see around the league, if you're Terry Pagula and you look around the league and say, hey, look, if these teams are willing to do this, I have to be willing to look and shake things up, right? I mean, you have to wonder if that's the case, right? That he says, and he looks, and maybe he was never fully there. I don't know. We haven't heard from him. Maybe he's not fully there, and he says, look, they moved on from John Harbaugh after 18, 19 years. Mike Tomlin, after... These guys are successful. I have to really be honest and say I have to be willing to do this. You have to wonder.
And again, like vision. Brian Dable, I mean, it did not work for the Giants. Of course, you had, David Jones and Daniel Jones and Jackson Dart. Brian Dable, head coach. Davis Webb, OC. I mean, is going to be something people mention.
Pretty good pairing, right there.
But let's remember what that is. That is a guy that wanted to throw it all the time.
Yeah. And
does Brandon Beane want to do that? He didn't build this team like he wants to do that.
Right.
Does he want to build that team? Beane could kind of come out of this making it look like, I built the team in the way the head coach wanted it, and it was time to move in a different direction. You always got to evolve. Do they want to evolve into a different kind of... Brian Flores, Jesse Minter, who else is out there like these defensive coach names that we've heard?
Chris Shula.
If
you
Rams,
hire a defensive-minded coach that has never won a Super Bowl,
I'd be blown away.
I think that would be really tough to sell to this fan base.
I would be surprised, too. Maybe I'm a little more open to it than I think you're leading on, Sal, and the only reason would be that every action Brandon Beane has taken, in whether it's draft, free agency, he is always pouring into the defense. And would he just look so simplistically at the game that just happened and say, well, we gave up 33 points in a playoff game. I scored 30. I'm still scoring out here. That's the argument he made when he came out here. A wide receiver. Hey, we scored 30. Like, what do you mean? I gotta go get an offensive genius. We're scoring 30 anyway. My defense isn't doing it in the playoffs again. And I don't think that's the right way to look at it because I can't imagine anybody doing better with the personnel they had on the defensive side of the ball. But I'm not sure if that's how Beane looks at it.
Right. And another offseason of, if I have Josh, I should be fine on offense.
I will say that, though. That's why I'm not that afraid of, moving on. I'm not necessarily sure they should have done this. But to me, what's very different than coach searches during the drought is your floor was you're the worst team in football.
Right. You're starting a culture. You're trying to build from ground zero.
Whereas your floor now is, I'm winning 9 or 10 games if Allen is healthy. It's my usual floor. And back then, you were not a place that anybody wanted to go to. You get Chan Gailey, who was a fired offensive coordinator, because you couldn't attract good people to come here. Right now, you immediately become the best head coaching job.
And that's where, like, Brian Daboll will have plenty of fans, and there's reason to think that might be a good idea, relationship with Josh, all that. But does Kyle Shanahan, his agent, call? Like, anybody that's employed could call and say, I might want to go there instead. I'm trying to think of, like, other coaching candidates that would be trade candidates other than Kyle Shanahan. Like Matt LaFleur just got extended.
He just got extended.
He
just
got
happening.
But
right?
if he was still in lame duck status, I'd be talking about Matt LaFleur in a heartbeat as a potential, like Shanahan, or sorry, he's a McVay tree guy, but McVay and Shanahan are kind of on the same tree.
I'm looking, and I don't see really anybody else that really makes sense for that other than, like...
not a Zach Taylor or anyone like that, right? I mean, you wouldn't...
Kevin O'Connell.
You know?
Oh, in a heartbeat.
Yeah, well, I don't know what his I don't know what his contract status is, but...
You tell me the price for Kevin O'Connell. That's a heartbeat move. Yep. Right away.
Shane Steichen.
Not as quick.
Sirianni.
No.
There's a lot of stuff going on there.
Kevin
right?
O'Connell. I got to tweet that.
Guy?
Add Kevin O'Connell to. I will pick him up at the airport.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Absolutely. He doesn't want to hang out with J.J. McCarthy. Get him out.
Yeah. He signed an extension in January, O'Connell, so that might not be. Yeah. Some have speculated it could be he signed maybe that was last January. He signed like a 5-year deal.
All right, I guess
he's got a long contract.
Not going to happen.
Part of the Shanahan thing that keeps that door open is 1 year on the contract, tension with the GM.
Yep.
And he hasn't, like, all the winning arguments. I mean, if Brandon Beane just won a power struggle against Sean McDermott, John Lynch couldn't win a power struggle against, Kyle Shanahan, that would be, to me, equally as surprising.
I mean, do you guys remember, I'm sure you do, when McVay was hired the same year as McDermott, right? 2017, I believe.
2017.
McVay, Shanahan, McDermott all the same year?
Yeah.
Remember, anybody after that who touched Sean McVay got a job, right? Like,
oh, yeah.
Is that
Still
the Ben
happening.
Johnson effect? Declan Doyle, the offensive coordinator for the Bears? Like, does Ben Johnson's tree now, anything, pixie dust all over these guys that Ben Johnson's been around, right?
It's a good thought.
Benjamin Solak points out this about Brandon Beane, and I think the national media will have a conversation about whether or not Beane should stay. Since drafting Josh Allen in 2018, the Bills have drafted 56 players. 2 of them have made the Pro Bowl.
How many did McDermott draft in 2017 that have made the Pro Bowl? 3?
56
Milano,
players.
Dawkins, and
since drafting Josh Allen, 56 players.
Yeah.
James Cook and Dawson Knox have made the Pro Bowl. And that's it.
I mean...
that's not the only way to measure a good player. Christian Benford's a good player.
Yeah, I mean, there's other guys. I think these guys
are
are voted in, but yeah. I'm trying to think. I mean, guys that went to the Pro Bowl, but that's probably
2
out of substitutes.
Their
but,
last
things like that.
Their last defensive lineman to make the Pro Bowl is Kyle Williams.
Yeah,
the players picked have not been up to standard, and the GM's got to get better at it.
Leger. What is it?
Duzable?
Duzable. Yes, I always say his name right.
Yeah.
Right? He says the Bills better be right in doing this because the grass isn't always greener. That has always been the thought of. We've been down this road where we know what it feels like to not be successful and winning every year and have a chance. The person you get next better
be the brightest offensive mind you can probably find.
Now
I'm
always
with you there.
but to me again, if you get this wrong, you're a bubble wild card team.
For sure, you're
probably still making the playoffs
because of Josh.
You get it right, you're winning the Super Bowl. Like that's the new formula for this. Right. We've not had a coach search like this ever, right?
Right.
I mean, Sal, you go back further, a lot further than me and Jeremy. Did they have a coach search like this in the 90s?
When's the last?
Is this what it sounded like when Marv?
When's the last time?
Wade was the guy.
Like, when's the last time you were looking for a coach where it's not about rebuilding something or building something up? It is about next step is Super Bowl.
Hold on.
I don't know if they've ever had a coach search
beyond
like
if
that.
we've had that. List of MVP quarterbacks. Since the last time the reigning MVP had a coaching opening?
The reigning
MVP. He'll only be reigning for another month.
Had a coaching opening. Would it be Green Bay? No. Did Rodgers win one?
Rodgers?
And then, I don't know. Good question, Joe. You know what? Maybe in a way you would go back to even like a Wade Phillips to Greg Williams, right? Like, hey, we're here. We know what we have here, and I have to go back and look at it. That would be an example of maybe what you're saying, which is we'll get somebody in here to get us further than what we've been because we're right there and we have a good roster. Right. And then then that didn't go well. So that might have been it. It's been a while since we've had a coaching search here. No doubt. And now we're going to do that. And now we talk about who you want as the Bills head coach. So everything's on the table at 803-0550. Sal Capaccio here with you on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Jeremy White, Siki Joe DiBiase. You'll let these guys decide what they want to do here.
I'll go. You can have your show.
You can stick around. You can do whatever you need to do.
Process and figure it out.
I want everybody to know, I was in mid-podcast with Matt Bove when this happened. We are keeping the podcast up and putting it out so you can hear us actually react in real time to the news, but go find it. It's always game day in Buffalo. Joe, go ahead.
The Bills have made it official.
Okay.
They've released a statement. You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
The Buffalo Bills announced that Sean McDermott has been relieved of his duties as head coach. Quote, can I get who the quote is from? Maybe it'll come up as I read it. Sean, you want me to get that first?
Yes.
Terry
Doesn't
Pagula.
say, right?
Terry Pagula.
Okay.
From Terry Pagula. Sean has done an admirable job of leading our football team for the past 9 years, but I feel we are in need of a new structure within our leadership to give this organization the best opportunity to take our team to the next level. We owe that to our players and to Bills Mafia. Sean helped change the mindset of this organization and was instrumental in the Bills becoming a perennial playoff team. I respect all the work, loyalty, and attention to detail he showed for this team and the community. I wish Sean, Jamie, and his family all the best.
Hold on. Before you read the next paragraph, something very important in the next paragraph.
Yep.
Read the next sentence.
Moving forward, Brandon Beane will now serve as the president of football operations / general manager of the Buffalo Bills.
Brandon Beane gets a not only stays on, he gets a promotion.
It's Beane's team.
Brandon will oversee all facets of our football operation, including the oversight of our coaching staff. I have full faith and have witnessed Brandon's outstanding leadership style and have confidence in his abilities to lead our organization. Beane will now be leading the new coach search and will be working directly with Pagula and Pete Gwelly, who will now serve as president of business operations during the interview and hiring process.
I'm just putting this out there. What do you think about the move of Beane? President of football operations. President, right?
It's a new title.
Is it vice president or president?
No, president of football operations.
Jordan Phillips called it sickening. This bleep is stupid, honestly sickening regarding Sean McDermott's firing.
This is something Terry does not do on the hockey side. He does not have a president of hockey operations.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
No, that's right. Yeah, I don't think Jarmo Kekalainen doesn't have that title.
Is that notable to you? I mean, they are different sports, but he's never been. No, okay.
I
don't know. I just think it's interesting
a new title, but is his job any different?
I don't know.
Quote from Davis Webb. Peter Schrager unearths a Davis Webb quote from a year ago.
Yeah.
I love Buffalo. It's my favorite place I've ever played. My best friend is the starting quarterback over there.
I'm going to tell you guys, Davis. I caught up with Davis Webb at the owners' meetings. I caught up with Davis Webb on the field pregame yesterday. He loves Buffalo. In fact, I would say this. I think he would be able to go to Buffalo in any capacity he wants, like navigate that and say, hey, I have an opportunity here, even given his, what he's doing in Denver. Like, I think that would be something he would want to do. Now, I just don't know if the Bills would want to go with a first-time guy he's not even calling the plays there. What does that look like? He's super smart, though, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yes.
Cameron Wolfe just talked to 3 Bills players who were just learning the news that he was fired after we all did. They were all shocked. The players did not see this coming. Several players did not see this coming.
What about all of you? 803-0550. We will take some phone calls here in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on a Buffalo Football Monday. Sal Capaccio with you, Jeremy White, Joe DiBiase. Thanks for hanging out. All of your phone calls on the reaction. And now, moving forward, the Buffalo Bills have fired head coach Sean McDermott. It is official from the team. Do you think there was a power struggle?
Yeah.
Do you think that Terry Pagula ultimately almost had to make a choice between Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott here?
I mean, that's how I could imagine it played out. It seemed to be growing, the idea that they weren't tied at the hip, and you had these little comments all year, right? McDermott about Jamarcus Ingram or about, certain things about the roster, and it just felt like it was always growing, that maybe there's a little bit of tension, and if it grew to, okay, one of them's got to go, I wouldn't have been stunned by that. I'm just stunned that it was McDermott that ultimately would be the one that would go. And I'm kind of with the people that would think like Josh signs off on it or something, because it's just so hard for me to believe Bean, if there was a power struggle, that Bean would have won it. And what's one way he could have won it if he had the quarterback on his side? You have the quarterback on your side. That's how you win a power struggle.
I want to go back to 10 months ago. I'm at the owners' meetings, and I will tell you, a feeling that me and my colleagues, some of them, shared was that it seemed like maybe they weren't on the same page all the time, right? Just something that when you talk to them and you hear about how they vision the team and things like that. A month later, Brandon Bean comes on the radio here with you guys, the epic viral situation that happens right there. You guys start to kind of feel the same thing, I think, after some things that you're hearing, right? And then we get to the trade deadline, and the general manager says this is a championship roster. The coach is asked 3 days later, do you agree with that? And he says, I love these guys. That, for me, said there's something here. The reason why I never felt, and the reason why I'm stunned today, even saying all that, guys, is I've always felt, regardless of all that, they believe they're better off with each other than without each other.
Yeah.
And that's why that won't happen. But here we are.
A week ago, McDermott was going out of his way to praise Jacoby Myers.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. These are things that just kept I'm standing up for Buffalo. Yeah. All these little things. Jamarcus Ingram, Darius Slay, Jacoby Myers.
And maybe we get more now that they're fractured, and who knows where McDermott...
He even mentioned the DB they traded for from Cleveland.
Greg Newsome. Yeah.
Newsome.
The message is clear. There is an urgency to get to a Super Bowl and win it while Josh Allen is the quarterback. And I think that's going to mean looking for an offensive coach to pair with Josh Allen to maximize his skills, work with GM Brandon Bean to get the best talent around Josh Allen in an effort to do what the Bills have never done and what their fans want now more than ever before.
All right, Mike Florio right there. Let's get your phone calls, 803-0550. The reaction to Sean McDermott being fired, moving forward, who do you want? Everything's on the table here. Let's start out with Nate in New York City. Hi, Nate.
Hey, Sal. How you doing? What a morning. Wow.
Yeah.
I got a couple quick things, so I'm just going to go really fast. The first thing I want to say is I think Sean McDermott was a great choice as coach 9 years ago, broke the drought, built a strong culture of respect and hard work and strong character. It's widely known that we have a great locker room full of really good dudes. I think now the organization can taste it. It's about winning. And they, as you've been talking about all morning, they want to bring in some kind of offensive mind. I want to say thank you to Coach McDermott for turning this team around. I'm a lifelong Bills fan, and he's built a team that's relevant and respected and obviously ready to take the next step. And I see this, and I know this is going to sound corny, Sal, but I see this as his last act as a head coach because I think he's taken a bullet for Josh's performance yesterday. If Josh hits knocks on that seam route, or if he doesn't throw it at Shakir's ankles, we're having a much different conversation this morning. And it's a weird morning, but here we are. And I think Sean ends up in Pittsburgh and coaches there for the next 15 years.
We'll see about that. Thanks a lot, Nate. Yeah, I think Sean McDermott's going to get one of these jobs that's open. There's a lot of them. Some have been filled, but there's still a lot of them. Steve in Virginia. Go ahead, Steve.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for taking my call today.
Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to also mention, I appreciate everything Sean did for us. Not only did he turn around the culture, but how we're looked upon across, the whole league. Because before we were looked down upon. So, just what Sean did, from turning us around to how we are now, I can't thank him enough for that. The reason I'm calling is I wanted to talk about Brandon Beane. I wish he would have got fired as well, mainly due to his mismanagement of the wide receiver position over the last 3 years, as well as the defensive line. We were having to bring in John Brown, Cole Beasley, trade for Amari Cooper, all the guys we had to bring in this year, and then scraping the bottom of the barrel for the free agency roster before the trade deadline to bring in people. That's embarrassing. All right, everything eats. I'm sorry, that didn't quite work out, all the time. We're still losing the teams in the season, the Falcons and all that, like that we shouldn't have. But yet we're still spending premium assets on the defense. So, considering how many guys are hurt or we're going to be losing on the defensive line, I was like, is that going to be Brandon Beane's priority? I'm hoping with bringing in an offensive-minded coach, maybe hey, they'll get Josh multiple weapons.
Well, we don't know if it's going to be an offensive-minded coach. Obviously, that's still on the table. We'll see where they go with that. I appreciate the thoughts, Mark. Let's go to Mark in Buffalo. Sorry, Steve. Let's go to Mark in Buffalo. Thank you, Steve. Go ahead, Mark.
How you doing, Sal? I appreciate you taking my call. I want to second what you said a few minutes ago. I, too, also feel a desire to defend Sean McDermott. His defense is the only reason we stayed in the game the other day. And have we all forgotten bringing in Boogie Basham, paying Dawson Knox, and then drafting Kyer Elam, paying Von Miller when he was already a made guy? He's made terrible moves. Why is he staying? What has he done to validate his job?
I think a lot of people have the same sentiment as you. I think we do a lot of cherry picking on this. He also made moves that made sense. And by the way, Von Miller actually was playing great until he got hurt. I always hate that example. James Cook was a draft pick of Brandon Beane. Cole Bishop was a draft pick of Brandon Beane. Osiris Torrance, you can't just pick out the misses, and there have been plenty of them. There have been hits as well, but I understand the frustration, and a lot of people are saying the same thing today. Maybe that he was the one that should have been removed today. Look, if that's your feeling, that's fine, and we're taking a lot of phone calls on that. I think there are so many intricacies and nuances here when it comes to all this stuff. Let's take a quick timeout. We'll come back. We'll take more of your phone calls here in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. Going to be the reaction part of it that we have to cover and we talk about, and what do you think about the Bills moving on? And then there's going to be who is the next head coach of the Buffalo Bills? We're going to be covering a coach search here, and the Bills are going to hire somebody, and what does that look like? So I have said, and I'll maintain this again, you hire one of two people, I think, or else it feels really weird to the fan base. It's a tough sell. Now, some people just wanted McDermott out. It doesn't matter how, any way, shape, or form. And those two people would be somebody with a Super Bowl to show you, I know how to do this, or the brightest, probably young, offensive mind. Now, I want to say this. Something I've been thinking about for a lot. I am often accused of, criticized, looked at as a very big defender of Sean McDermott. In a lot of ways, I am. There's no doubt about that. And I've examined myself and say, why do I think Sean McDermott, why do I try to, I guess I'd say defend him or believe he's still the right guy for the job and the Bills should move on? And here's where I came to, and I hope this makes sense to everybody, okay? When you cover a team in professional sports for a decade, as I have, for decades, as other people have, I'm saying when you've been through regimes, this is my fourth coach that I've been covering this team. Chan Gailey, Doug Marrone, Rex Ryan, and Sean McDermott. It's the third GM that I've covered, okay? Mm-hmm. When you are around it, you kind of see and know what it looks like when it should be successful. You also see the flip side, which is that's not what it's supposed to look like. Mm-hmm. I have a lot to compare it to in my position, being with the team, embedded with the team, around the team, okay? I'm not discrediting what you guys do, okay? You know what I mean, right?
Yeah,
I'm down
fair,
there, okay? And I will tell you, when people tell me and they say, defend McDermott or whatever, I think the reason why I've always believed that Sean McDermott should get more due and not be, and still be the head coach of the Bills is I've seen what it looks like in both ways. I think this is what it's supposed to look like to be successful. Mm-hmm. What he does, the program he's built, the culture he's built. It's not just a team, it's a program. And that's why I have always kind of erred on and defended his side, him, because I've seen what it's not supposed to look like. It shouldn't look like what it is with Rex Ryan. It just shouldn't. I'm sorry. He's had some success, but I've been in that building, and that's not what's supposed to feel like or look like. This, to me, what we've had here in Buffalo with Sean McDermott is an example of what it should feel like and look like. I'm not saying that he should be in perpetuity, the head coach.
Right.
But that's why I've always been on that side of it.
Former Bills offensive lineman John Feliciano weighs in.
Saw this, yeah.
He said it should be, if it's not Dable, someone in the Shanahan tree. Mm-hmm. We'd love to see Josh and Cook in that offense.
I know we talk about that quite a bit, and you got to be able to pivot if the run game isn't working. I thought Joe did a really good job in that regard at times, and we made the plays that we needed to make when we needed to make them, and I think that's really the story behind it.
All right, that's Bills head coach Sean McDermott, formerly head coach Sean McDermott, excuse me. He has been fired. The Bills have released a statement. It is official from the team. 33-30, they lose in overtime to the Denver Broncos. Sal Capaccio with the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show, getting your reaction. Bills player reaction on social media, also via reports and people. They're not fond of this. Bills players. Taron Johnson, his Instagram, 3 letters, SMH. Shaking my head, smash my head, whatever kids say these days, how that means, whatever. Just, you go find it. You'll see a bunch of the reaction, but this is a business, and you'll be told that a lot here over the next few days, and we'll see when we hear from Brandon Beane, who now is not only the general manager, but according to the statement released by the Bills, is also the new president of football operations for the Buffalo Bills. Brian in Florida is up next. Hi, Brian. You're on WGR.
Hey, good morning, Sal.
Good morning.
Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, truly a wild day here in Bills history, but I think it was probably needed. I've called in a few times this year, specifically after the Texans game this year. I thought that an absolute change needed to happen, whether be it head coach or GM. I'm glad the decision was done, but I'm really interested to kind of get your take and the guys' take here too over the next couple of days. Do we think that Allen, because I just kind of believe that Allen had a hand in this, especially him not talking to the media yesterday, probably spoke with Terry about making this drastic change. But more importantly, I think, too, who are you going to bring in next? It absolutely, I think, has to be an offensive-minded coach. But, man, you would happen to think that this is going to be Brian Daboll. I mentioned that before after the Texans game. This is no secret. Allen and him have a wonderful rapport. I know when Daboll left the organization, just look at the quotes that Josh had. I love the guy. Still got a lot of love for Coach Daboll. He's been one of my most favorite coaches that I've ever had in my entire football career. He's meant so much to me.
He'll say the same things about Sean McDermott, I'm sure. You're right. I don't know if it has to be him. Mm-hmm. He's certainly going to be atop the list of many people thinking this way, Brian. No doubt about it. There's going to be a lot of names. That's one of them I absolutely think will be near the top of the list and top of mind with a lot of Bills fans. The question is, do the Bills believe that? Does Brandon Beane think that? He's leading the search. Terry Pagula, what does he think about that? And obviously, but no, you're not wrong. I mean, if Josh Allen has any say in Brian Daboll, he's going to give him a glowing recommendation. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. Louis in Niagara Falls. Hi, Louis.
Hey, how you doing, Sal? Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
I wouldn't overthink this. You guys got 2 choices to change that franchise around. It's Nick Saban or Bill Belichick. Bring back Daboll as your OC. It was the last time Josh was accurate was with Daboll. I mean, he's missing guys all over the place. But think of Saban, think of Belichick. I'd like to hear what you guys want to say.
Yeah, I'm not down with any of that. I think a guy who is a defensive-minded coach who's a little bit older and not as innovative or progressive does not at all enthrall me right now. Let's go to Kevin in Youngstown. Hi, Kevin.
How you doing there, Sal?
Good.
Yeah, it's a big day when even my phone gets lit up everywhere. But what I was going to say is, at the Jaguar game when McDermott, twice said about Jacoby Myers, yes, that was a great pickup. And afterwards, you were saying, and I agreed, which was, well, he's got to say that. And then when that whole statement of Beane saying, I've got a championship roster, and McDermott saying, I love these guys, I wonder how long the rift was starting. And, was it only like when Josh ran that ball back at the end of the first half and he fumbled? That's on coaching too a little bit. Was it that? But the main thing I was going to say is that I'm not a big fan of Beane just for his style. But other than that, I think when you go to a fresh stadium, I think even guys that are against this move, it might do them so good to have fresh eyes. Larry Bird says a coach has got so much time. There's exceptions, but a coach has only got so much time. And I love McDermott, but I probably think it's the right time. That's pretty much it for me.
All right. Thanks a lot for the phone call. 803-0550. Steve, who's in Foxborough. What's up, Steve?
Hey, Sal, thanks for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I think Sean was the perfect man for the time during those drought years. Changed the organizational structure.
He had everyone buy in, humble and hungry, brought in the right people. I'm originally from Syracuse, New York, went to school at the University of Buffalo for 4 years. And those were the same 4 years that the Bills went to the Super Bowl, and life was good. But I got to be honest, at 56 years old, I've never seen anyone snatch defeat from the jaws of victory like this iteration of the Bean McDermott era. I'm no longer interested in humble and hungry. I want pissed and passionate. I don't care how much you love your players, what great families they have. Bring me rings. Bring me championships. You know, I'm a Division I athlete. I've got 3 kids that all played college ball. You know, we have a saying at our house that winners find a way to win and losers find a way to lose. And guess what, kids? Once again, these Buffalo Bills fell short. It's time for a new voice. I'm excited about it. Congratulations, Brendan Bean, on making the right decision. Sean, I wish you nothing but the best, and I have no doubt that you'll go into Cleveland or Pittsburgh or Arizona and turn those organizations around again. I live in an area where if there's not a championship parade every 5 years, there's something inherently wrong. There's something systemically wrong. And that's what I want for the people of Western New York. I don't want the one before I die. I want multiple. Give me rings, baby. Give me rings.
I got it. Thanks, Steve.
It's a salary cap league. Fire up, kids. Let's go.
Very passionate, Steve. Sorry, buddy. I got to run to a break. Thank you for your call. Very passionate, and I appreciate that. We'll take a time out here. A lot to get to, and I want to get to as many calls as I can today. So let's take a time out here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Monday. 803-0550, the number to call. Sal Capaccio with you. The reaction coming in, pouring in. The Bills firing head coach Sean McDermott today. Brandon Bean will stay on as general manager. He will lead the search or be a part of it, and I think lead the search is how it was phrased. He also becomes the president of football operations for the Bills. So he actually gets a promotion in today's totality of what wound up happening. We'll do that next. Your phone call's on the way.
We got something. Tom Pelissero of NFL Network. The Bills have fired Sean McDermott. Sources tell the insiders.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, and there's an edited post. See the latest post. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
It happened.
Wow.
The Bills have fired Sean McDermott.
Wow. All right.
Wow. Ian Rappaport. The Bills have moved on from Sean McDermott.
Wow.
It's got a chill up my spine. This is crazy.
Wow.
I'm in shock.
I am also in shock. Wow. All right. I mean, listen.
They fired McDermott.
Yeah. They fired Sean McDermott.
I can't believe it.
The margin was so thin that pass gets called as an interception and he's fired. That's incredible to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Whoa.
Really?
Hey, I mean,
Pelissero, Mike Garafolo, Rappaport, all of them.
Does he want to coach this year? Is he getting interviews
I don't see it
immediately? I don't know.
Diana Rossini now, too. I don't see anything about Bean. So, McDermott.
Wow.
And it's on ESPN right now.
Well, I mean, listen, everybody's got it. Sal, come on in. I mean,
yeah, give his mic up.
Sal, where do you want me? Wherever you want to sit. We got, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I can stand too here.
Yeah, sure. Sean McDermott has been fired by the Buffalo Bills.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I'm in total and utter shock.
Okay, me too. So just so you all know, I was literally down in another studio doing It's Always Game Day in Buffalo, and Matt Bove says on the podcast, hey, of all the things to lay this loss on, Sean McDermott's the least of them.
Yeah.
And as soon as he said that, he said, we have breaking news right now on the podcast. Sean McDermott's been fired. So Sean McDermott out as Bills head coach, according to Ian Rappaport, according to Adam Schefter. The Bills will now be looking for a new head coach. We don't know the fate of Brandon Bean. We haven't seen anything about that. So I can't imagine at this point that is... Yeah, so I'm getting texts, just people
Schefter,
trying
everyone.
to confirm. But yeah, absolutely, this is...
It's every insider. Rossini,
Yes.
Schefter, Rappaport, Mike Garafolo, Tom Pelissero, all of them. They're all saying it.
9 seasons in Buffalo. Sean McDermott, And listen,
Elena
there's two
Getzenberg.
parts of this. We're going to focus on the Bills part, who the next head coach is, who should be the new head coach. I think Sean McDermott is going to be a very hot commodity for other teams who want a head coach.
I think that's very possible.
Right? I think that's going to happen as well. We'll see where this goes.
Wow.
All right, welcome back to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sal Capaccio with you here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Want to get right back into it, taking your phone calls here. Let's get to Nick in Depew. Go ahead, Nick. Or I'm sorry, it's in Derby. Go ahead, Nick.
Hey, how you doing? I was just going to say I really feel like Mike Tomlin will be a perfect fit for us. I don't know. I know he mentioned taking a year off and everything, but that was before he could have a chance to get Josh Allen. I feel like it could be similar to the situation that Andy Reid had leaving Philadelphia, then all of a sudden ending up with Patrick Mahomes. I feel there's a lot of similarities. They both had a ton of success, and then Tomlin's never really had an elite quarterback. He won with Ben, and then Ben declined quickly, and even Ben at his peak was not Josh Allen. So I feel like there's a lot of similarities there, and I think that he could handle the locker room better than anybody. To be able to handle the players that are maybe disappointed or frustrated with the situation right now, I don't think there's a better fit to come in and calm everybody down.
Yeah, I'm a big Mike Tomlin fan as a coach. I don't think he fits here right now. I think that would be basically doing the same thing. You do have a guy he's a guy that did win a Super Bowl way back when, right, early on in his career. He's also a defensive-minded coach that very much is not progressive at all. I mean, this guy punts. He never met a punt he didn't like. I love Mike Tomlin, too, when I say this, but I think that would feel very similar. Defensive coach around the same age, from the same college, for crying out loud, teammates. I just don't think that would fit here. I like Mike Tomlin. I have a lot of respect for what he's done. I don't think that's what the Bills need right now. Let's go to Billy in Toronto. Hi, Billy.
Yeah, Sal, couldn't agree with you more. I don't see Tomlin doing anything. I mean, I thought he was kind of a little overrated with Pittsburgh and their records, that 9-8 every single year and then gone out. I mean, that's not That's not what we need. Listen, Sal, I'm the total opposite here. I'm like you. I've mentioned this many times before. We're older. We absolutely think differently. That last caller, not the Tomlin guy, the guy before, just win, baby. Yeah, just this, just that, and you got all these awards in your house. It's not that easy. Listen, I really, really liked McDermott. I thought the wrong guy went. God damn it. I mean, we lose 33-30 in a game where we basically played terrible. We should have won this game. Bad call at the end. That wasn't an interception, by the way, on Josh's record. That shouldn't go down for that. But, guys, I would have just ran it right back. I really would have, Sal. You said it perfectly. Does anybody forget what happened when Tom Brady was running this division and we were 8-10 every year? I don't like it. I liked McDermott. I thought a few little fixes here and there, and I think we're right back there again. And I'll tell you this. I've mentioned it many times about Josh Allen being my favorite player, but I'll tell you one thing. If I find out that Josh Allen's the reason why this happened, boy, I'll tell you, he will not be my favorite player anymore.
Okay.
I'm very disappointed in this.
I don't know, I can't imagine that they don't at least talk with Josh about his feelings. This is like the whole draft thing, right, Billy, where people go, oh, Josh Allen wanted the guy, so they drafted him. He doesn't make the call, but certainly I think that they have to get his temperature on things and when major moves happen and what your thoughts are about the head coach. And he could love Sean McDermott, but maybe he says, hey, it's not that he's trying to push him out or anything like that, but you could hear him say, look, if this is the direction you guys want to go, then you go do that. Or he could be like, hey, I don't want to happen, and you guys did. I don't know. I just can't imagine that we would hear one way or the other like that. Thanks, Billy. All right, so Billy mentioned it. Let me just reset everything. First of all, a couple different things here, okay? This is the Catholic Health Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Monday, presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com and by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. I'm Sal Capaccio. We're here today talking about the big news today, the Bills firing Sean McDermott. They've also released a statement. They're retaining Brandon Beane as general manager, and he's promoted to president of football operations. He will lead the search for the new head coach. Taking your phone calls on that. Okay, we're going to have One Bills Live right after this. The Sabres do play today. That game will be over on the Bet 1520. 12:30 p.m. pregame, 1:30 p.m. puck drop. Okay, they're in Carolina today. So we got a lot going on here. We're dealing with a lot. Of course, not only on the Bills side of things on WGR Sports Radio 550, but online. WGR550.com is your place for everything you need. So you can call. You can watch the show. We are on YouTube. We're on Twitch. You want to get in the bullpen. You want to talk with your fellow Bills fans, whatever. I was recording a podcast this morning with Matt Beauvais. It's always game day in Buffalo. Literally happened while we were on the air with the breaking news. Go check that out. It'll be up. It'll be at Cell Sports on YouTube. It'll be also on wherever you pod, okay? So make sure you check that out. You can hear us react in real time to this happening. And before that, we talked for about 20 minutes on everything that went down Saturday in Denver. So check all of that out, all right? We have a few other things we need to get to because we got people here that have been a part of the show that sponsor it and give you all the information, including the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. I'm going to make that something that I talked about, and I was with the guys in the locker room yesterday in locker cleanout. Tyler Bass, Landon Jackson, Dwayne Carter. I mean, you can go to Ty Johnson. A lot of guys who have injuries, some guys longer term, like the first three I mentioned. Rehab, they're all saying it's going well. They'll be ready. Tyler Bass said he thinks he'll be ready, for everything to happen in the offseason. Landon Jackson said for sure that he should be. So check all that out. That's all on demand at WGR550.com. We're taking your phone calls at 803-0550. Okay. I have two kind of overarching thoughts on all of this right now before we get to more of your phone calls, okay? Number one, I am often seen as, referred to, criticized, whatever, here on this radio station and on my platforms as a Sean McDermott defender of all things, whatever. And I do believe Sean McDermott's a really good coach, and I do defend him a lot because I think that he takes a lot of criticism that is actually should be maybe, is it that people want to cherry pick a lot of things because they simply don't like him? Whatever, that's fine. I'll take all that. But I think one of the reasons is, and I've I try to self-examine all the time on where I am on certain opinions, certain people, things like that. One of the reasons why, and the big reason why I think that I've always erred more or been more on the side of defending or saying he's the right coach, never ever campaigning for the Bills to move on, and I've never done that, and I wouldn't in this situation at least, right? Is because I've been around this team and covered this team through 4 head coaches now, okay? We're talking Chan Gailey, Doug Marrone, Rex Ryan, Sean McDermott. 3 general managers, right? A couple different changes here and there. A couple ownerships. Like a lot of my media colleagues who've been around a long time, and now I can say I'm old enough and been here long enough now, back in Buffalo, that I've done this long enough that I've been through different regimes. And I'm close to it all. Embedded on the field. Sidelines, all that stuff. Down at One Bills Drive. All the time, every practice. And one of the reasons, the biggest reason I think that I usually defend, if you want to say that, Sean McDermott, or at least try to bring it back from the massive criticism sometimes is, folks, I think I've seen enough of what it should look like to be successful, what success looks like versus what it shouldn't look like and not be successful. To me, that was Rex Ryan. Like, the way it felt, the way it looked when you're down there every day, you can have some good moments, but that's not what success feels like and looks like. That operation, that organization, everything that went along with it. And since Sean McDermott's been here, I would say that's what it looks like. Like, I've seen what it's not supposed to look like, and I know what it looks like now. And I've been through enough of it to say, okay, that's what it should look like. And they've been successful. I've also always respected the point of you could get to a certain point of maybe you need a new voice. Maybe you need a new direction. It doesn't have to be that someone did something wrong. It doesn't have to be that there was a falling out. I think this happened in Baltimore. Which is, look, you get to a certain point, and you could talk about failures and certain moments, and they blew this in the fourth quarter and all that, and that's fine. It's all well and good. But you could also just get to, we just need something different. And I've always respected that. I never felt the Bills needed that at this point, and I didn't think they would do that. But here we are. Okay, so now let's move it on. My other point about this is, if you're going to do this, and I've said this for a while, if you're going to do it, to me, there's only 2 things that make sense here, okay? Maybe a third, which I'll get to. Number 1, a coach that's won a Super Bowl. If you're going to fire the coach that's won 5 straight division titles, been in the playoffs every year but one since he's been the head coach, wild success, regular season, advancing through to the divisional round and championship game and losing in last possessions and 1 possession and being right there at the door. If you're going to fire that coach because he can't get you over the hump, then you better bring in somebody who's showing you he can get you over the hump with a Super Bowl ring and said, I've done this before. But there are very few of those guys out there because of my second point. Either you do that or you hire the brightest, probably younger what's Sean McDermott's 52, right? 53, whatever, 54. I mean, that's not super old in coaching. But you hire a bright, young offensive mind and say, this is the direction we need to go with this quarterback right now. Even though he hasn't won, doesn't have a track record, whatever. Because otherwise, I think it just feels the same, right? If you go out and get a guy that's just been coaching and he hasn't won, especially from the defensive side, why did you make the move? Wouldn't that be tough? Now, some of you may say, doesn't matter, get me anybody. I have no time for that. You better have the right person. It is time to win. I agree with that caller from Foxborough. It's time to win. So if you're going to do that, for that reason, you got to get somebody, either A, who's done it, or B, show me you're going in a different direction because that's what you need to say, we got to do this differently. And that's totally different. Now, you could get a totally out-of-the-box guy, right? I don't know, Kurt Signetti and Marcus Freeman in the college ranks. Oh, my God, get this guy. Like, yeah, you could do that, and it would feel really different. But I think one of the 2 has to happen. Otherwise, it's a really, really tough sell to the fan base. And I also think myself, like, why did you do what you did then? And if the Bills did that, and the fact that the Bills did this today tells me they've already kind of been in this process. I don't think Sean McDermott walked in to his office on a Monday and Terry Pegula walked in with Brandon Beane and Pete Gwelly and everybody who runs the Bills down there and said, hey, what do you think we should do about the coach? I don't think that happened today. These things happen over accumulation of time to get to ultimately where you are today. And that's what we're talking about here in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Let's go to Ed in Jamestown. Hi, Ed.
Good morning, and thank you for taking my call.
You got it.
I'm not surprised McDermott did get fired. I'm more surprised Beane got promoted.
Mm-hmm.
And you brought up a legitimate point about Harbaugh. But, however, I mean, we're talking the NFL here. It's a what have you done for me league lately. Granted, Harbaugh spent how many years in Baltimore? 19 Super Bowl win. Then you have Tomlin that, you think pretty highly of, and whatever. He has a Super Bowl win, whatever. But, I mean, there's many games that McDermott has been outcoached by the other opposing coaches.
Yeah, that's going to happen when you've been coaching that long. I mean, he's also outcoached the other team many, many times, which is why he has a great record. Let's go to Jim. Hi, Jim. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal, what's going on? So
a lot.
Back to the email you put out earlier with the two considerations Beane and the Bills should have looking for a new coach, either get a Super Bowl or...
Hey, I don't email, pal. I write on X, just so you know. Just go ahead. I'm sorry. Just trying to lighten the mood. Go ahead. You're good, buddy. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I still say Twitter. I'm 57. Reprogramming me is a struggle, believe me. What about this? And I agreed with, and I heard when the previous guy said this, you didn't agree, but I'll try to sell it again. Mike Tomlin is head coach, Brian Daboll, or Mike McDaniel, but preferably Daboll is offensive coordinator. Now, there's a lot of tumblers that have to fall into place. Daboll could get another head coaching gig. But you have your Super Bowl pedigree. I think Tomlin's a good coach. He was just in Pittsburgh too long. And you get the guy Josh Allen worked best with in Daboll as offensive coordinator. Gives Daboll an opportunity to build up some more credit to go for what I'm sure he will want to do, go after a second gig as head coach.
Yeah, I mean, Sean McDermott is going to be atop many teams' candidate list, and I think Brian Daboll will be somebody who would love this job. Like, to me, he strikes me as that. I know Brian pretty well. I know he loves Buffalo. His family is still here. He has a great relationship with Josh. Would the organization want that? Or would they also see that as, well, we've done that before. He's been here. We don't want that. That could be it, too. I mean, this is an owner that did rehire Lindy Ruff as his head coach. Right? I mean, we know that there can be an affinity for people who've been here, that they have relationships with. We also don't know what the relationship is. Maybe they didn't have that great of a relationship. I don't know. Davis Webb. Everybody keeps bringing his name up. Davis Webb loves Buffalo as well. I know for a fact he would love to come back here, be a part of the organization, given the right opportunity. He's doing well in Denver, but is he ready for a head coach job? Clint Kubiak is somebody that Jeremy has mentioned in Seattle. What he's doing there. Very bright mind, very bright young offensive mind. I think there are a lot of possibilities here. Todd in Buffalo's up next. Hi, Todd.
Hi, how are you doing? I was calling, you kind of, when you went on that big conversation a couple minutes ago, I was going to kind of say a lot of stuff you said. But, my biggest thing is who are they going to get? Because they just fired, to me, one of the best coaches we ever had. I do not think Brian Daboll is a good fit at all. But it's like, if we're going to get somebody, we have to get somebody, like you said, that's won a Super Bowl, or this doesn't make sense. And I honestly feel like for Bills fans, when are we going to have enough? And it's almost like the people that are on top making these decisions, it's kind of like, it's confusing. Why did Beane get almost given something to stay here, and he's the one that's making the decisions, where Sean McDermott is the one that's kind of fixing his mess-ups? That's what he did this whole season. Beane didn't get us anybody. He didn't give anybody Sean McDermott to really work with, and he almost got us to the Super Bowl. It's crazy to me.
All right, well, thanks a lot. Let's go to Anthony next up. I'm sorry, I forgot the name on the screen that was there. Thanks a lot for the phone call. I think a lot of people share that sentiment, but a lot of different opinions. And Anthony, you're up next. Go ahead.
Yeah, hello?
You're on the air, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Mm-hmm.
I think they kept Sean McDermott. I mean, you had all these injuries, and he still plugged in players that could play, but the injuries hurt us. I mean, I think he's doing a good job.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find many teams around the league that dealt with what he did on the roster with injuries on defense to still be where they were. I know they were not good against the run this year. I mean, here we are. I was expected to come in here on a Monday and talk about, well, you know what? They got to fix the run defense. And, because it wasn't good. They were number one against the pass, 7th-ranked defense overall, despite the roster and injuries they had. I think that's a testament to his coaching and his defensive staff coaching. Let's go to Joe in East Aurora. Hi, Joe.
Hi. Morning.
Morning.
So immediately upon the news of this, right, 4 anecdotal successful head coach firings jump out to me that says this will not work. But a car's rearview mirror is a lot smaller than the windshield. So even on the day of the move, I don't feel comfortable hindsighting this, and I want to move on, which leads me to the future. And caveat emptor, buyer beware, the first rule of law school. Thinking several steps ahead, right? What does success look like next year to the fans, to you, the media, to ownership? And if the next head coach does not make the Super Bowl in year one, the optics of this move will be a mistake because we gave up the continuity of success year over year in building a winning culture for the exact same result. So whoever the next head coach is, it's Super Bowl year one, or it is a massive mistake by ownership and by Bean. And I think they made a move today, which they needed to, but they made a move on the wrong guy.
Yeah, I up until the last part there, obviously that's your opinion on it, and we'll see where it goes. But I love what you said there, which is if you're making this move, it's because you have to win. You have to win. There's no doubt about it. And you're right. If we're sitting here a year from now, Joe, having the same conversation about the result of the season, this is not like you did nothing here. Right? I mean, that's what it comes down to. Yep. And you didn't advance, and that's what this comes down to. Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. It's a great way of thinking about it. Let's go to John, who's up next in Warsaw. Hi, John.
Hey, Sal, 3 quick questions, and I'll rip through them so I can hang up and listen.
Mm-hmm.
They beat Denver but lose to Patriots. Does this still happen? Was there urgency to this because they saw so many coaching vacancies? And has there been any coaches, tenured coaches, 9 seasons with one team that have gone to the Super Bowl after that? Thanks.
All right, so I don't think there's been a coach that's been with his team that long that went to a Super Bowl. We know the whole thing about no coach has been with the same quarterback for 5 years and went. I don't know. I'd have to look back in the history of that. I don't think so. We'll see. We could, though, take a look at that. I don't think so. 9 years, it's a long time to even keep your job if you're not successful. They've had a lot of success here, but it hasn't resulted in the ultimate success. Going backward here, yeah, I would say there's urgency. I mean, you see that all these openings are happening and guys are getting jobs. It's not just that, folks. It's not just the head coaches who are getting jobs around the league. It's the staffs they're bringing with them. It's the people you might identify that are already eating up other jobs, signing contracts to be an offensive coordinator. No, don't do that. We want you for our head coach. Like, those things are happening. No doubt there's urgency. You can't just do that. Look, when the season ended and we went down for locker cleanout yesterday, we were all, amongst ourselves talking like, could there be a change? Would you think so? And my thought was, if it's going to happen, you got to do it soon. I mean, there's jobs. You can't wait. And then all of a sudden you're left out of, well, who are we going to get now? So it tells me that this was, to your last point, the first question here. I don't know if it would have happened if they would have lost the AFC Championship, but it feels like this is something that they probably figured they would be doing in some capacity, right? That's what it feels like. I don't know. Let's go to Bill in Buffalo. Hi, Bill.
Hey, Sal. First of all, Sean McDermott has really earned my respect over the past couple of seasons with all the adversity that the team has fought and he's overcome. If you talked to me after the 13-second game, I would have said, boy, maybe it might be a good idea to get rid of him. After that, though, in my opinion, he's done a great job. And he did a great job even before that. But the point of the matter is he's really earned my respect. I think they made a wrong move here. And my question is, do you think that after the game when he made his speech and he went on about a 15-minute rant about basically about the NFL and that the Bills deserve better and kind of gave the innuendo that maybe something was a little rotten in Denmark in that whole thing there. Do you think that maybe there's any chance that had something to do with this firing? And if you really want to go down the rabbit hole, do you think by any chance that the NFL gave the Bills a call and said, hey, you know what? Get rid of this guy. He's a malcontent. He's causing us problems.
No.
Hey, not so I can hear it.
Wait, you're I want to make clear on your question. I apologize. You're saying the NFL would have had a hand in firing Sean McDermott because he made a phone call or said something about the league?
But you think the NFL frowned on
not one single second iota would I think that. Not at all. No. They would have nothing to do with that. No one would care. The Bills would laugh at them if they said something like that. This has nothing to do with that. Let's go to Andrew in Rochester. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for having me on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely heartbroken about McDermott. Just thinking about the last few weeks, what he's made out of a really tattered remains of the roster. So many injuries. I mean, we made Brandon Cook serviceable, Gabe Davis serviceable. They weren't effective on other rosters. And then thinking about going back all the way to the offseason, his comments with Jeremy, I think he had a lot of the fan base turn against him after he made those comments, and then had to eat his own words after going through the trade deadline, saying he wanted to get one. It just looked silly. I'm very nervous for the Bills' future. They must have somebody in mind for the head coach, otherwise they wouldn't have made this decision.
Yeah, you're probably right. I think you have to have at least a short list, if not somebody specific, right? I think that's exactly what has to happen. In fact, I will tell you, Andrew, that a lot of comparisons have been made even before this happened to Tony Dungy in Tampa years ago. This is in the 90s. Now, if you don't remember, folks, Tony Dungy was getting to AFC Championship games, winning divisions, and they couldn't get to a Super Bowl. And people said, well, they should fire Tony Dungy. And others said, no, you can't do that. This guy's been really, really great for you. They ultimately did. And the reason they did is because they had a guy in mind that they traded for in John Gruden. It wasn't in a vacuum just fire Tony Dungy. It was, let's go get John Gruden. And that's why they did that. So I don't disagree. Hey, got a note here. My buddy Brendan, he's getting connected with me and getting connected with our fans, is brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop online at northtownkia.com. Thank you, Brendan. That's right. Bill Cowher won the Super Bowl in year 14. He went to the Super Bowl in year 4, but he won it for the first time in year 14. So yes, to answer the question from earlier, has a coach ever been with a team after 9 years or 9 years or longer and had never won a Super Bowl? The answer is yes. Bill Cowher's at least one example, year 14. 803-0550, more of your phone calls on the way on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. Going to be the reaction part of it that we have to cover and we talk about, and what do you think about the Bills moving on? And then there's going to be who is the next head coach of the Buffalo Bills. We're going to be covering a coach search here, and the Bills are going to hire somebody, and what does that look like? So I have said, and I'll maintain this again, you hire one of two people, I think, or else it feels really weird to the fan base. It's a tough sell. Now, some people just wanted McDermott out. It doesn't matter how, any way, shape, or form. And those two people would be somebody with a Super Bowl to show you, I know how to do this, or the brightest, probably young, offensive mind. Now, I want to say this. Something I've been thinking about for a lot. I am often accused of, criticized, looked at as a very big defender of Sean McDermott. In a lot of ways, I am. There's no doubt about that. And I've examined myself and say, why do I think Sean McDermott, why do I try to, I guess I'd say, defend him or believe he's still the right guy for the job and the Bills should move on? And here's where I came to, and I hope this makes sense to everybody, okay? When you cover a team in professional sports for a decade, as I have, for decades, as other people have, I'm saying when you've been through regimes, this is my fourth coach that I've been covering this team. Chan Gailey, Doug Marrone, Rex Ryan, and Sean McDermott. It's the third GM that I've covered, okay? When you are around it, you kind of see and know what it looks like when it should be successful. You also see the flip side, which is that's not what it's supposed to look like. I have a lot to compare it to in my position, being with the team, embedded with the team, around the team, okay? I'm not discrediting what you guys do, okay? You know what I mean, right? I'm down there, okay? And I will tell you, when people tell me and they say, defend McDermott or whatever, I think the reason why I've always believed that Sean McDermott should get more due and not be, and still be the head coach of the Bills is I've seen what it looks like in both ways. I think this is what it's supposed to look like to be successful, what he does, the program he's built, the culture he's built. It's not just a team, it's a program. And that's why I have always kind of erred on and defended his side, him, because I've seen what it's not supposed to look like. It shouldn't look like what it is with Rex Ryan. It just shouldn't. I'm sorry. He's had some success, but I've been in that building, and that's not what's supposed to feel like or look like. This, to me, what we've had here in Buffalo with Sean McDermott is an example of what it should feel like and look like. I'm not saying that he should be in perpetuity, the head coach.
Right.
But that's why I've always been on that side of it.
Former Bills offensive lineman John Feliciano weighs in.
Saw this, yeah.
He said it should be, if it's not Dable, someone in the Shanahan tree. We'd love to see Josh and Cook in that offense.
You only get so many cracks at it. You have the best player in the league in the playoffs every single year. You always come up short. And I have a feeling, knowing Sean McDermott in the distant way that I do, there's probably a perverse part of him that respects the Bills for this because he didn't get the job done in one way or another. There's blood on the hands of all kinds of things that happen in that game. Oh, my God. The best player in the NFL now has no coach. This is really unusual. If you go to Buffalo and you win a Super Bowl, you are an all-time legend for the rest of history. It is not like winning anywhere else. It is an all-time opportunity. The quarterback, the market to make history. You're immortal, and it's open. Jobs like this do not come. This is not the Falcons' job. This is not the Cardinals. This is not any of the jobs. This is the job right now if you want to win a Super Bowl, and it's wide open.
Yeah, I agree with that from Kyle Brandt. Listen, I think if all 32 jobs came open in the NFL today, I could argue that the Bills would be absolutely in the top 5, if not even top 2 or 3 of desirable places. Am I wrong about that, Owen Parker? Because what matters more than anything?
Quarterback.
They have the quarterback. It doesn't matter. You could say, you could have somebody who literally had a fist fight with Brandon Beane in a back alley during the owners' meetings. Yeah. And he would say, I don't care. I'll get along with that dude if you give me that quarterback.
Yeah,
it wouldn't matter.
It's a dream situation waiting to happen. You watch the coach before you have the job for 9 years. You've got a guy that is ready to go, and you've got a GM that probably now feels like he's really got to prove it.
Right? I mean, yeah, it does. None of the other stuff matters. Do you have a quarterback? Yes. Is he good? Yes, he's great, actually. And he's 30 years old. He's just signed a 6-year contract extension last offseason. Oh, thank you. Yes, that's the job I want. Literally, that's how it works.
And there's all the intangibles outside of it that come with it, with the everything Brandt said in that clip. You win here. You bring a Lombardi to this city.
Oh, my God.
I mean, who doesn't want that kind of glory? That's what these guys crave. It's what they want. It's what every coach that took a job already is furious.
Here's what I'm going to tell you about. Let me put it this way to you, okay? it would be the most stunning thing I could ever hear if in a week from now we heard the Bills identified this coach, whoever it is, to come to Buffalo and that guy goes, nah. That would be unbelievable. It's not happening.
What job are you saying no to?
Right.
Like, what job are you trading this job for?
Unless he goes, nah, I'm riding off into the sunset and I want to play golf for the next 10 years. That's fine. That's different, right? No coach is going, nah, I don't want to go do that. No. Like, this is the most desirable job. Listen, he is all of a sudden, this right now, all of a sudden, becomes the hottest job on the market. You could argue Lamar. That's fine. I'll give you that. You want to go, no, I'd rather have Lamar, a stable organization too, great defense that they put together. I know it wasn't as good this year. Like, sure, that's fine. You get the point, though. You get the point. If all 32 jobs came open today, this is one of the top jobs open, if not the top. One of them, at least, for sure. You have a new stadium coming, too, by the way. That should matter a little bit. All the excitement in the air and the energy and everything that you bring along with it. Tyler in Hawaii. Hi, Tyler.
Hey, good morning, Sal.
Morning.
Appreciate you taking my call. Just listened to both the conversation before. My first question is, do you think this was the make or break year for Sean? And obviously that didn't work out. And then second is, do you think there's any coach that really hasn't signed an extension? Is any name on the table now? Thanks.
I mean, is it make or break? Sure. I mean, he lost his job. I mean, so what we don't know, though, is, Tyler, thanks for the call from all the way in Hawaii, by the way. What we don't know is, like, how long was this being thought of and thought of? Like, did Terry Pegula think to himself or tell anyone going into the year, if we don't get to a Super Bowl, I'm moving on from the head coach? We don't know that. We don't know anything behind there. If you want a coach under contract, you got to trade for him. I mean, you want Kyle Shanahan, you got to give up a first-round pick. I mean, it's going to happen like that. I don't think Brandon Beane, who is still the GM, and now the president of football operations, is giving up a number. He needs to redo this roster too. Is he going to give up a number one pick for a coach that he feels he wants to bring in here? And that's what it would cost. That'd be tough for me to see that happening. Mo in New Jersey. Hi, Mo.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
All things considered, right? I am not the biggest Sean McDermott fan. Before the season, I would have said I would be fine if they let him go. And as the season went along, he started to win me over with the job he was doing, given the roster he had. I think this was a roster that was deficient in terms of talent, right? And he just made it work week in, week out. Now, that being said, my personal opinion is Brandon Beane was the one that should have been let go, and McDermott is being scapegoated. I do have a question for you, but to me, what's going to happen sooner, right? Are we going to bring in a guy that's going to get us to the promised land, like win a Super Bowl, or Sean McDermott going to go to another team and take them to win the Super Bowl? I think it's us, right? With this change, whoever they bring in, they got to nail it. And I'm not a baseball guy. I know how good our offense looked, but I saw how it went down, and I live in New Jersey, so I saw the whole situation here with the Giants. It was ugly. And I know for me, my two names, it's kind of crazy, are John Gruden and Chris Signetti. I love those two guys. I don't think it's going to happen, but leave it at that. But it's just, to me, I think Sean McDermott fell on the sword.
Okay.
And do you think?
Well, I don't think he fell on the sword. He was fired. Falling on the sword means you basically, maybe he was what you say, scapegoated, whatever. But obviously there's a lot of talk about maybe him and Beane not being on the same page and power struggle and all of that. I mean, sure, we could definitely look at it from the outside and think that could have happened here, given the comments that were made, just hints and clues along the way. Beane says we have a championship roster. McDermott says, I love these guys, when he's asked if that's the case. Jamarcus Ingram, the comments about that. Jacoby Myers, the comments about him. So I think that there could be a lot read into that. It also could be, folks, that, sometimes you just need a different voice and a different direction, and the owner decided that was time for it, just like they did in Baltimore. That doesn't have to be anything sinister behind the scenes. It doesn't have to be anything that went wrong, any kind of chasm. I'm not saying that they don't always, that there aren't always, there's some disagreements along the way. It doesn't have to be something that has to be a made-for-TV miniseries because there's so much drama that happened. It could be, it's just time. The same voice, and we've done it, and now we need a new direction. We'll hear from Brandon Beane at some point. We don't know exactly when yet. When we do know, I'll let you know. Let's go to Sean, who's up next. Hi, Sean.
Hello.
Sean, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Hey, buddy. Thanks for taking my call.
I just like to say that first and foremost, this is going to be the most difficult position to fill ever. To have the players respond to McDermott the way they did over the years, it's just going to be very difficult to get somebody to come in here to get all these players to respond the way they did and the success that he had.
Yeah, I totally disagree. I mean, first of all, this is a business. They all know it. They have free agents that come in all the time. They have offensive coordinator changes. They have position coach changes. And you might right now be hurting as a player, and you're under contract, and you come back. The guy that comes in here, guess what? Your job doesn't change. So I don't think it's not going to be difficult. You're going to have a different culture. You're going to have a different kind of culture, but it's not going to be difficult, and you're going to be able to attract a lot of really good candidates here. Let's go to Josh in Buffalo. Hi, Josh.
Hey, Sal. What's going on, man? Obviously, McDermott's done some great stuff over the years, and that's awesome. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm actually going to talk about the difference between Bean and McDermott. McDermott, over the years, he's been kind of categorized as a defensive-minded coach, and he's so inflexible, but that's clearly not true, obviously, the whole fourth down thing. But Bean seems to be extremely inflexible. He has talked about one thing that I've always noticed in his press conference. He's always talking about the 2 tight end set that he had in Carolina with Greg Olsen and I can't remember the other guy. Mm-hmm. And he always seemed to push that narrative like this is the team that I want. And McDermott kind of seemed like, well, we're going to be flexible in terms of what we have. And I think Bean getting his new position today got a chance to make that decision to fire him because of the differences, as you've talked about with the press conferences. But I think Bean is trying to repaint how he looks in the media. I think the big thing with Jeremy and Joe in the summer, that kind of painted him in a really bad light. Like that he knows so much more than the average fan, which he does. I mean, he's making millions. We're not GMs and stuff, but it almost was a shot to like our intelligence of football. Like, and I think that McDermott, what he said at the end of the game about I'm doing this for Buffalo was almost like, this was my last stand type of thing. I think he knew he was getting canned.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he knew it, but I think that there's a lot to be said for maybe he was in that moment showing that he is the guy, still the guy, to be the front face of this organization because he felt it could happen. Like, I absolutely think that is possible. A lot there, though. We'll keep going on. Tom in Rochester. Hi, Tom.
Hi, Sal. Thank you so much for taking my phone call. Mm-hmm. So let me start off by saying I find it literally impossible to believe the Bills and Bean, I don't care what they've gone ahead and said.
They haven't said anything.
Don't already have somebody in mind.
Right.
You don't make this thing without somebody in mind.
No, of course. I agree with you. You can't. You don't do that. Listen, Tom, let me just say this too. You also always have these kinds of things in mind. You don't know if the coach could walk in one day and retire or quit or something. Right. So you're always thinking forward. Yes, go ahead.
Right. So I think it's going to be, it's going to be Davis Webb, and I think it just based on, some of just how impressive other coaches, how young he is, how impressive he has been to other coaches in the NFL, and the fact that the Raiders are interviewing him. And I think if you're a Bills fan and you got potentially one of the, somebody who could be a superstar, at least that's what I'm hearing, and he's 30 years old, I'll take him for the next 20 years.
Yeah, maybe. I think that the question would come down to just do they feel he's right for that jump. He's not even calling plays right now, and I love Davis Webb, but I think he's a very bright young mind. He's going to be a head coach in this league someday. I think the question would come down, Tom, do the Bills feel he's ready for that jump at this particular time? I think it's a tough ask, but maybe that's totally a different path, right? Totally a different path than what they just had. So who knows? A lot is on the table. There's a blank canvas right now that we're working with, folks, and I'm super at least intrigued by a lot of your thoughts and the thoughts out there. We'll take a timeout here, a final timeout before wrapping up the show here. We will take a couple more calls, but we'll also get you up to One Bills Live, and they'll take more of your phone calls as well. So if you're on the line, I don't get to you, they will in the next show. Matt Bove and I were literally in mid-podcast when the news dropped this morning that the Buffalo Bills had fired head coach Sean McDermott. You can listen to that podcast. You can watch it at Sal Sports on YouTube, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you pod. And we're going to do another one when I'm done with this show. So as soon as I'm done here, Matt and I are going to get back at it. We're going to record again. You can go back to back. You can hear us talk about the game, hear about the firing mid-podcast, and then you're going to hear us talk more about what it lies ahead for the Buffalo Bills. A lot of moving parts here. We have not heard from the Bills officially as far as when Brandon Beane or anyone else will be made available to talk to the media. When we do, we will let you know. So keep it locked to WGR Sports Radio 550 all day long.
I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. I'm standing up for us. Because what went on is not how it should go down, in my estimation. That play, these guys spent 3 hours out there playing football, pouring their guts out, to not even say, hey, let's just slow this thing down. That's why I'm bothered.
All right, Sean McDermott, his last passionate plea, statement, whatever you want to call it, press conference, post-game press conference with the Buffalo media following the Bills' 33-30 loss in the divisional round at the Denver Broncos on Saturday. Our extra point from the sidelines is brought to you by Catholic Health. Catholic Health, the right way to care. Being on the sidelines for that game, obviously gut-wrenching, watching the emotion pouring out of players immediately after the game ended. And then, of course, in the locker room, the most emotional locker room I've ever been in covering the Buffalo Bills. Normally on a Monday, we get to sit up, stand down, hey, buddy. Not going to get to that today. We don't have time with the phone calls. Also, maybe not as appropriate as well with what's going on today. So we'll take another call here. Eric in Nevada is up next, and we'll keep it rolling here. One Bills Live at the top of the hour. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Sal. How you doing, man?
Good, thanks.
Thanks for hanging in there with us today and providing excellent information as always.
Mm-hmm.
Just a couple things. Do you think, or is it probable that we're going to go offensive as far as coaching hire, like a Davis Webb, a Clint Kubiak, a Mike LaFleur? Or do you think they'll go defense, like a Brian Flores, Jesse Minter, Chris Shula type?
I've always said this, Eric, and I'll always maintain this, first of all, but I will answer your question. Hold on. I've always maintained it should never matter what side of the ball a coach comes from. A good coach is a good coach. You could be offense, defense, special teams. A good coach is a good coach. In the divisional round, out of the 8 teams, 4 were defensive coaches, 4 were offensive coaches. It should not matter. That said, I've also always believed if you're going to make this move, you're probably doing it for an offensive-minded coach, considering who the quarterback is. That's what I think.
Yeah, one last thing. I hear people calling in, Bean did this, Bean didn't do that, McDermott did this. And you probably know better than any of us fans. There's so much more internal things that go on that we're not privy to and we'll never know about. Mm-hmm. There's so many other factors that go into this that to jump to conclusions and say, it should be this guy or it should be that guy. There's more stuff going on internally, as I'm sure you can speak to. And thanks for taking my call, and I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
All right, you got it. No problem. Thank you very much. Sure, there's always things behind the scenes that we are not privy to. And, of course, in this job, the job that I perform, my role, I hear things, see things, know things. Then there's other things you hear that aren't necessarily as true. And you always try to kind of find the truth or at least have background information on what's going on. And there's clues along the way. And, hey, I'll just say, I think Sean McDermott did an excellent job here as the Buffalo Bills head coach. I think he turned this organization around along with Brandon Beane, to give him credit to. And for this organization to be in the position it is now, compared to where it was 10 years ago, it's pretty awesome. They have not gotten to a Super Bowl. They haven't won a Super Bowl. We all know that. That's the next step. That's the next goal. And if you're going to make this move, it has to be all about that. As one caller said it earlier, if you make this move and you have the same result next year, was it worth it? It's a great question. We'll find out what the Bills' next move is. We'll keep you updated on that. Stick with us, WGR Sports Radio 550, at Sal Sports on X, of course. And all day long, we'll have full coverage going forward with One Bills Live up next here on WGR.